Catholic, a very special moment for him, and everyone that saw him in recent days felt that he was on the mend as well. So again, a shock to so many, but he was 88 years old and he had been in failing health as of late. So now a period of mourning will take place for 9 days. And the date of the funeral and burial has yet to be set, but usually it is 9 days from when the Pope dies, so 9 days from now. I want to go now to Rick Santorum. He is waking up early with me this morning upon this news. Rick, I know that you are faithful as well, and so this is shocking news for so many. The head of the Catholic Church. What will you remember most about this Pope?
Well, to many Catholics who consider themselves faithful Catholics, this is just a difficult time because obviously the leader of the Church and the Pope and someone that we are taught as Catholics to revere and to follow. And at the same time, a Pope is a human being. The Pope is not infallible. People tend to think, well, the Pope, he's infallible. No, the Pope is not infallible. Only when the Pope speaks what is called ex cathedra, which he speaks from the chair of Peter, if you will, on a specific thing. It doesn't happen very often. It didn't happen during his pontificate. Is he considered infallible? He is a man, just like every other pope. There have been great popes. There have been terrible popes. There have been scandalous, scurrilous popes. But what we know as faithful Catholics is that the Pope, while he is the human leader of the Church, the real leader of the Church is the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit will protect the Church and lead the Church through good popes and bad. This Pope, I think to many Catholics who can be considered traditional or orthodox or faithful, is a tough one. Is a tough one to sort of speak in glowing terms about. He followed two popes. One saint, the first one was Saint John Paul II, the other a gifted, incredibly clear, logical, and theological Pope, Benedict the 16th, who provided real clarity and truth and grounded the Church as a bulwark against the modernism of the day, the modern woke culture of the day, and stood for the values the Church has stood for 2,000 years. And Francis, came in as a voice of, the way I like to put it, he led with his heart, not with his mind, and he had great compassion and showed mercy and care for the poor and for the migrant and for those who were struggling in economic conditions. But in so doing, he said some things and did some things that really led to confusion among many Catholics and to division. He became, as time went on, a rather polarizing pope, and particularly in areas where the Church is growing and the Church is resting on its traditional values, like Africa and Asia. And even here in America, where the Church is growing in the more traditional communities, where you see a real lively presence of young people, and the Pope was considered someone who was to be prayed for and certainly respected, but he was let's just say. He was a difficult figure, and so you hear me sort of stammering around here a little bit, but that's sort of how I'm feeling this morning. When I woke up to this news, you're met with sadness for the Pope, joy for him because he's being reunited with our Lord in heaven, but at the same time, the legacy that he left behind is a very mixed one.
I think mixed is a good word because, you have some, as you said, traditional Catholics who weren't too pleased with some of the things that he was outspoken about. But we also know that he did a lot for the sick, for the poor. Really early on in his papacy, made a point to go into these communities that you didn't often see popes visiting, and really taking care of those who weren't always taken care of. And, you saw him washing feet of women in the streets and really making a point, right, to give care and prayers and blessings to those who didn't always receive them as well. So I think a lot of people, waking up this morning thinking of those things as well. And that's what we should all be doing, right, as Christians. And so leading by example and caring for those and praying for those that can't always take care of themselves, Rick.
Yeah, there's no question that, as I said, he led with his heart. There's no question that he had a heart for the people that Jesus had a heart for the migrant, for the dispossessed, for the poor. I mean, if you look at the teachings of Jesus, I mean, he went out and met with sinners and the poor and the dispossessed, and he just story after story that's what his ministry was about, was to provide hope for those who were suffering and to give meaning to their suffering. So because we all, whether you're poor or not, we go through difficult times of suffering, and to know that you have someone who's there, who's with you during that time and will lift you up and redeem that suffering is a beautiful thing. And I think Pope Francis understood that, and maybe I think a lot of the folks in the church, the cardinals who elected Pope Francis, were looking for someone who, particularly after Benedict's papacy, we're looking for someone who could deliver that message, who had that heart. It wasn't, as Pope Benedict was, a scholar, a theologian, not seen as someone who did the things that you just mentioned, who showed that softer side. And I think they were looking for someone who could provide that and remind those, particularly those struggling around the world. And we have to remember, the United States is the exception, not the rule. Most people, most Catholics, live far below the poverty line, and in a lot of poor areas in South America, Central America, Africa, and so he spoke to those people in a very profound way, and I think he'll be remembered for that.
Yeah, Rick Santorum, thank you so much. Stay with us, because we have a lot more to get into this morning with this breaking news that Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. So for more, let's welcome in Catholic priest and founder of pleadinggrace.com, Father Leo Patalinga. I believe you're on the phone joining us this morning. Father, thank you so much for taking the time. What will this Pope be remembered for?
Yeah, as the former senator mentioned, that it is going to be a mixed message, but what I find is that he really challenged conventional thinking in many ways, and he tried to go back to the root of the gospel in simple terms. And so as a non-academic, but he was certainly very intelligent, he was able to communicate through symbol and signs, and that means his actions spoke very loudly. But he was also human. I mean, I think I remember one time he kind of scolded a woman from kind of grabbing him too hard in the midst of the crowd, but then he apologized to her. That's something that we've never seen from anyone in such a position.
Right.
So for me, I look at him as a very human person who did the will of the Lord. And look, for him to die right after Easter, and his last words to the people were, "God bless you and happy Easter," that's got to be something as a sign of God's blessing him in a very beautiful way.
And Pope Francis, we know, the leader of the Catholic Church. Father, can you kind of take us through, for those who are watching this morning who are not Catholic and don't know what comes next, right? Even for the faithful that are a little confused this morning, can you take us through the next steps? We know that the conclave will eventually happen about 15 to 20 days from now, but what happens in the coming days for the Catholic Church?
Well, this is a very unique time, to be perfectly honest with you, because we're in the midst of a Jubilee year, which only happens every 25 years in terms of recent history. But there will be a time of mourning, and it'll be a time for the camerlengo, who is now, in a sense, in charge of the Vatican responsibilities, will be putting up the seal, blocking off the papal rooms, and more importantly, just preparing for the funeral liturgy itself. So there will be a time, certainly, for the body to be prepared, to be exposed for people to pay their respects in a time of grief. And then after that, there will be a conclave where all of the cardinals who are of a proper age will be able to vote for who God, we believe, will be calling to be the next pope.
Yeah. And again, we expect that to happen about 2 weeks from now. So every cardinal that is under the age of 80 will be able to vote. We believe that's about 130 cardinals, so they will gather. But for the next 9 days, the Catholic Church and really all Christians around the world will be in a period of mourning as we lay Pope Francis to rest. Thank you so much, Father, for joining me early this morning. I want to go back out now to foreign correspondent Alex Salvi. He is joining us live from Vatican City this morning. Alex, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Charlotte, thousands of people are already pouring out here to St. Peter's Square to pay their respects to Pope Francis. Not only people and worshipers that are coming out here, but press as well. Keep in mind that Pope Francis has been sick for several weeks leading up to the announcement of his passing this morning. And it was also this past Holy Week where the Pope Francis was trying to infuse himself in some fashion. Even though he was unable to lead the Holy Week events, he was still making himself known, his appearance known, visiting inmates, for example, and greeting worshipers when possible, including Vice President J.D. Vance just yesterday. Now, I do want to read the statement from the Holy See announcing his passing, saying at 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francesco, returned to his father's house. His entire life has been dedicated to the service of the Lord and to his church. The bells of St. Peter ringing out right after that announcement to let all of Rome know about his passing. And now, after 12 years leading the church, he certainly leaves behind a large legacy as well.
As the first non-European pope, the former Jorge Bergoglio of Buenos Aires, Argentina, became a historical figure, rising through the ranks of Catholicism, from Archbishop of Buenos Aires to being a member of his church's governing board, the College of Cardinals. Bergoglio always maintained a common touch. In 2013, following the surprise abdication of Pope Benedict XVI, the College of Cardinals elected Argentina's Bergoglio as the new pope.
Buonasera.
4 months after assuming the throne of St. Peter, he stunned many Catholics by seeming to reverse his church's traditional position on homosexuality. Quote, "If a gay person is in search of God, who am I to judge them?" he told reporters on his official airplane before quickly backtracking from that position. Pope Francis also continued to apologize to the families of children abused by pedophile priests in what was inarguably Catholicism's biggest scandal. In 2016, he hinted strongly that then presidential candidate Donald Trump was not a Christian because of his support of a wall along the border. The audience with Trump when he became president did not go well, but Francis did have cordial meetings with Barack Obama and Joe Biden. He challenged the Trump administration in its opening days, nominating Robert McElroy as Bishop of Washington, D.C., a vocal critic of the new administration, tasked with pushing the pontiff's vision in the U.S. Capitol. Francis himself frequently criticized the immigration policies of President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. In 2023, in one of the rarest scenes in 2 millennia of Catholic Church history, Pope Francis presided over the funeral of his predecessor, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, bringing an end to a saga of 2 living popes living within the walls of Vatican City. The Pope, battling several health issues himself later in life, persisted through personal and global turmoil, praying for peace in Ukraine and calling on Moscow and Kyiv to negotiate, while establishing a Vatican peace envoy to assist in the efforts. He insisted that the Catholic Church was open to everyone, but he continued to try to thwart the efforts of traditional Catholics to worship in the Latin Rite, used by the Church for 2,000 years, in favor of the vernacular Mass, more in use since the 1970s. It kick-started a series of events over the coming years that would pit progressive members of the Church against traditionalists, such as suggesting it may be possible to bless same-sex unions, again extending a hand to the community, much like he did years before. Francis also opened up the church to women, significantly increasing the Vatican's female workforce, including in high-ranking positions. His final acts, however, focused on securing his legacy as a liberal reformer whose worldview lives on after his passing. And his successor is tasked with taking on these sensitive issues. And with over 70% of voting-age cardinals appointed by Francis, the next pope will likely share his vision for the church. In the days following Pope Francis's death, there are those who will call for him to be canonized. In other words, to be made a saint to be prayed to. Others will will declare him a heretic. As in life, there is very little middle ground. He will surely be remembered as a spiritual leader of consequence, and one whose career was shrouded in controversy.
Now, of course, the last time we saw a papal passing, it was unprecedented in its own right, Charla. Pope Francis presiding over the funeral of his predecessor, Pope Benedict XVI, something that we haven't seen for 500 years, acknowledging the fact that Pope Benedict was the first pontiff to resign in 500 years, something that Pope Francis said that he was open to if he was unable to carry out his duties. Now, over the next couple of days, we are still waiting for more details about what that will look like, including a time frame and exactly what those rituals will look like. We know that Pope Francis requested to be buried at a local church here, Santa Marta Maggiore, one of the more humble churches, but one that is very special in his heart that he frequently visited. So as these details come in, we're going to start learning a little bit more about what happened and what will take place over the coming days, Charlotte.
Yeah, and I understand that church that he wants to be buried at is one of the oldest in Rome as well. You know, we have to look at the magnitude of this. There's approximately 1.3 billion Catholics practicing throughout the world. This is the leader of the Catholic Church. You're right there, you know, in St. Peter's Square. What are you seeing and hearing from the faithful who are gathering this morning and just learning of this news?
You know, I will say that it's not necessarily as somber as you may think. I mean, this is something that Pope Francis has been very open about. I'll date all the way back to when he first went to the hospital about 5 weeks ago, when he was speaking about his near-death experience that he had with pneumonia. He was giving the public updates almost every single day, saying that he was prepared to pass if it was his time, but that he wasn't ready to just yet. He wanted to carry out some of the responsibilities, and evidently he wanted to make it through Easter weekend as well. But a lot of the Italians in particular that I'm talking to, since they're a lot of the ones who are the first ones out here, because of course this was just announced, they're really celebrating Pope Francis today. They say that he was an 88-year-old man who really got to celebrate the church the way that he wanted to. We heard Rick Santorum talking about it, that he really did lead this church in his own unique vision. And when it comes to exactly how he spent the final days of his life, I mean, he was really making an effort to greet people no matter how sick he may be. Evidently, it was a little worse than perhaps the Vatican was letting on as we saw him yesterday. But when we did see him, it talked to the idea that not only did he speak from the balcony of St. Peter behind me just for a brief moment, but then he drove around in the Pope Mobile, once again greeting worshipers here in St. Peter's Square. So that really speaks to the entire papacy of Pope Francis.
And how amazing for all of those who gathered yesterday on Easter Sunday. They weren't expecting him to make an appearance, and then he did, and we saw him waving to the crowd, you know, less than 24 hours ago, speaking just a few words and blessing everyone. I can't imagine for everyone there, that has to be pretty special, that even in his sickest days, he was able to do that and thinking of blessing others.
Yeah, and I will say that when he arrived at that balcony, there was a roar here in St. Peter's Square. I mean, this is a man who really did touch the people that followed him. And you're exactly right to say that that speaks to exactly who he was more largely. I just want to go through some of the events of the week, of the entire Holy Week events. He was unable at times to lead some of these major services, such as the Stations of the Cross at the Colosseum or Easter Sunday Mass, but he did try to at least show his presence in some form. And when he spoke from that balcony, you're right, he didn't speak for very long. He didn't sound particularly strong, but it was the mere fact that he was there making the effort with worshipers that I think really touches them. And it's something that we saw throughout this entire papacy, because this was not his first time being ill, Charlotte. You may remember he had part of his colon removed. This was not his first fight against pneumonia as well. In fact, last year he missed Holy Week events, citing health concerns for pneumonia as well. This has been something that a lot of worshipers have been dealing with, as well as Pope Francis. So perhaps that helped prepare them for this morning's passing.
Yeah, seeing that he has been in failing health for some time now, I don't think it comes as a complete shock, as you said, but still many people waking up to this very sad news this morning. Alex Salvi, we'll come back to you in just a few minutes. Thank you so much. Much more to come here in the next hour. All right, good morning. Welcome to Wake Up America, a special edition of Wake Up America this morning. It's 6 a.m. on the East Coast when we are coming to you with breaking news that Pope Francis has passed away at the age of 88. Just yesterday on Easter Sunday, he addressed the crowds there at Vatican City, giving a blessing to the faithful. He even met with Vice President J.D. Vance. But again, learning this morning that the Pope has died at the age of 88. I want to head now to Washington with White House correspondent John Gizzi this morning. Good morning, John.
Good morning, and this is some news today. Already the White House has reacted, posting a picture of the late Pope Francis on its website with the phrase, "R.I.P., rest in peace, Pope Francis." The Vatican has put out a statement. Cardinal Kevin Ferrell of the papal office appeared on Vatican television to say, "Dear brothers and sisters, it is with profound sadness that I announce the death of Pope Francis." So we all prepare to mourn the Pope and prepare for a conclave, the election of his successor.
And this is a very big deal because there are 1.3 billion Catholics throughout the world. This is the leader of the Catholic Church. And, you know, this is a man who even in his final days was thinking of others. We were just talking with Alex Salvi and how he made a point to address the crowd yesterday, to come out, to wave to the crowd, to bless all of those. What do you think he will be remembered for, John?
Well, Pope Francis's legacy will be a mixed one. He will obviously be remembered as the first pope to come from the Western Hemisphere. His election in 2013 astonished the world, quite frankly. Although his predecessors were non-Italian popes, an unusual circumstance, they were both from Europe. He was from Argentina, and in fact, he had been the cardinal there and was relatively unknown on the international scene. His election was a major surprise. In terms of his reign, Pope Francis was a liberal pope, no doubt, as Senator Santorum said earlier, one who followed his heart on different things. He enraged those who considered themselves Orthodox or traditional Catholics, notably trying to limit the traditional Mass of the Church in Latin that had been celebrated for 500 years until the Second Vatican Council, but which his two predecessors, St. John Paul II and Pope Benedict XVI, had encouraged and supported. On the other hand, he would be outspoken on different matters. He said of the LGBTQ community when asked his comments rather famously, "Who am I to judge?" which is a break from the Vatican's traditional position on homosexuality. He was outspoken, and in this way he was very different from John Paul and Benedict about the issue of illegal immigration everywhere, and highly critical of politicians who tried to thwart illegal immigration. Many times he would have public clashes with Italian politicians, such as former Interior Minister Salvini, and, of course, his American counterparts. Ironically, his last public appointment was with Vice President J.D. Vance, someone with whom he had disagreements, notably on the issue of immigration. He leaves a mixed legacy, but he will be remembered as an historical figure in the papacy and on the throne of St. Peter.
Yeah, a very historical. And, you know, you look, he was the first pope from the Western Hemisphere, you know, born and raised in Buenos Aires, Argentina. He spoke 3 languages. And with that, he was able to really reach out to so many people. You know, we know that he would wash the feet of the poor and women. And really, he was a pope that brought women back into the church. We saw that as well. He made jobs for different women as well. When you look at what he was able to do and the connections that he was able to make, can you speak to that?
Yeah, certainly. The Pope was always trying to reach out to people. As you say, at the end of his papacy, he actually appointed a woman to a position in the Vatican This was unprecedented. Some in the church were upset that he did not emphasize his church's traditional opposition to abortion, although the Pope was always highly critical of abortion and did state that that was the church's position. He did not do so with the vigor of his immediate predecessors. In this sense, he was much more of a moderate to liberal figure in the church, very different from John Paul and Benedict. On the other hand, that when you reach out to others and try to have a broader base, you sometimes do alienate the traditional forces within the church and the Orthodox Catholics.
Right.
And while many mourn him today, many were critical of him right up to the end. And I particularly point to American Catholics in that regard.
But we know that so many, more than 1 billion will be in mourning for the next 9 days, as is customary and tradition. Thank you so much, John, for joining me. I want to get now to a friend of Pope Francis, Monsignor Hilary Franco. Thank you so much for joining me, and I am so sorry for your loss. What can you tell me about Pope Francis? What will you remember most about him?
Now, do I have about 24 hours to talk about? Because I have known Pope Francis, well, when he was not Pope Francis, since 2002, long time ago, am I right? So it's wonderful to hear, Alex, the beautiful job, Charlotte, I have to say that, it's according to the latest Annuario Pontificio, the Catholic population of the world is 1,400,000,000 people. Just to be exact. It's very important to be exact, in so many different ways. This man actually was really, in a very wonderful way, revolutionizing the history of the church and of the world, not only of the church. This is the point. The impact that he had on the world was really an incredible thing, an incredible accomplishment. And perhaps, I more or less, there are a few things that John, pointed out. They're not really. I always go back to my mentor and friend. As you do know, I was assistant to what Billy Graham decided to define the greatest communicator of the 20th century, namely Fulton J. Sheen. I was his assistant when I was young. Naturally, I had a lot of hair and so on and so forth. But he used to say, I hate to call us, some liberals, others conservatives. Actually, we might in the church have different opinions. And that's what happens, in any kind of gathering and so on and so forth. But we always have great love for the church, great love for Christ. And that is what really happened here. This is Pope Francis, who went through so much during his younger years. He really went through crisis one after another. And here comes, 12 years ago, to be elected Pope. Well, he puts into action whatever he wanted always to be concrete. Concrete. Being concrete is so essential. And that is what we want today. And I am sure that the future Pope will continue to do that, to be as concrete as possible. Down to earth. That's what he was. And I could really tell you so many episodes. Actually, I celebrated my milestone anniversary of my priesthood just on the 9th of this month. And he was really giving me few words, that's all, was very, very hard to say congratulazioni, because he spoke Italian, as you do know, so well. And I believe that he will get his reward in heaven, but also we have to continue on earth whatever he has told us to do. Actually, he guided us for these 12 years, following whatever had been in a way, prepared by his predecessors. I know, John is talking about that he was coming from Argentina, from the Americas. That is true, but it was great that, like, for 500 years, we had all Italian popes, and then all of a sudden we had a pope from Germany, and then another one from the end of the world, as we were saying, like Argentina. And this is really what really shook the world and the church. He continued until the end. Look at him. Even yesterday, he wanted to be with the people of God. That was Francis for you. Someone who really, really wanted to tell the world that he was part of it, that the church was part of it. And I don't know. He received their majesties of Great Britain. He received our vice president, but that was really just to show that until the end, he wanted to serve God.
Right.
Charlotte, this is really what he did, serving God and the people of God across the world, embracing the world, just like fleshy columns of Bernini. He opened his arms and he embraced the world.
You make such a great point when you say people have differences of opinions, but one thing that holds true about Pope Francis is he loved Jesus, he loved God, and he loved the Catholic people. He really loved and cared for them. And like you said, we saw that yesterday, in his final hours on this earth, he took the time to go out and bless the masses. What does that say about him?
I feel, I'm naturally, I'm smiling, but because I know that he's in heaven right now, but I'm suffering because of his loss, great loss for the church, and I insist for the world, because he really made the difference in the history of the world. We might ignore whatever, he did in so many different ways, but it remains the fact that he had something that really will make the difference in the history of the world. This is what we have to keep in mind at all times. He really changed so many things, talking about, the importance of women in the world, just that. It happened just when Mary Magdalene, was the one. Actually, Mary Magdalene was the first apostle because she went out to tell the world that Christ had risen. And here's Pope Francis dying just at that particular time when really, like women have such an important part of the pontificate of Pope Francis. Look at this. The head of the Governatorato, which is actually the governor of Vatican City state, as you do know. I don't know if you know this, but I have served the Vatican for 26 years in the Vatican and outside of the Vatican. So much so that I wrote my latest, it was #1 on the Amazon list of new releases, published by NEWSMAX, actually, and I served 6 popes. So I have seen them, the way they behaved, the way they acted, and I can compare, between the 6 pontificates that I have witnessed and served also, as Pope Francis did.
Your life is incredible as well. Thank you for sharing your personal stories on Pope Francis today, the day of his death. I really appreciate you, Monsignor. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. Thank you.
I'm here in Rome. If you need me, I'm always here. I know that Alex is here, but I'm here. Naturally, I will stay here until see what happens, just as we go on.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you this morning. So now we want to continue our coverage now on Pope Francis's legacy. We want to go to Chair of the Department of Theology and Religious Studies at St. John's University, Father Patrick Flanagan. Father, thank you for joining me. You know, you're waking up to this shocking news, as so many are this morning, this early morning, one day after Easter, and we're learning that Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. What do you think Catholics around the world will remember most about him?
Thank you very much. Good morning to you. So I think I often speak about this business about the way we die is the way we live. And when we think about Pope Francis's last few days before he died is the way he lived his whole pontificate, indeed his whole life as a priest, as a bishop, as a cardinal, and as a pope. So let's go back to Holy Thursday. So his priority was getting to that prison and making sure that he visited those prisoners, because in so many ways, his whole pontificate has been about the business of being inclusive, being mindful of those people who are in the margins, the peripheries of society. And it's pretty remarkable in so many respects that he had the energy to do that. He wanted to make sure that he was with them and wash their feet and to engage them in the Holy Thursday liturgy. And then secondly, we saw him engage Vice President J.D. Vance in conversation. And that in so many ways was his role as head of state of Vatican City. And he took that very seriously. Although he always reminded the church that he was just the Bishop of Rome, he was very much involved with international relations, with geopolitics, with the economics of the world, and the crying out for a healthy and clean environmental common good. And then lastly, the last station I want to point to is yesterday. I think that there was so much hope, especially on Easter Sunday, that people saw someone who had been suffering for so long to come out onto the loggia and to give the Urbi et Orbi blessing, and then to actually engage them, press the flesh. And there was such hope, such promise. And then to wake up this morning to hear this news is pretty devastating, pretty shocking, and pretty saddening. I think in so many respects that people are quite confused, and at the same time, just having celebrated Easter, we cannot lose hope. We cannot lose the promise that Jesus gave the people of God, in the fact that he is gone, as Cardinal Ferrell said, gone home to his Father.
And for those that are just joining us this morning, Father, could you take us through what the next few days, few weeks look like here for the Catholic Church? You know, I understand that there will be a time of mourning for the next 9 days, and then the conclave happens. For those that are not familiar, could you take us through these next steps?
Sure. So you're keen on that fact that the next 9 days will be days of mourning, and then after that, the cardinals will assemble in Rome. And at that time, they'll begin conversations among themselves privately as to who is the best to lead the church. So we like to think that that movie that just came out, Conclave, perhaps wasn't a good insight into what goes on, but indeed it is an excellent insight, despite some of the dramatic pieces at the end and throughout the film itself. But there are conversations that occur because the cardinals are concerned with who is the Holy Spirit going to inspire them to lead the church as they move forward, as the church moves forward, to be that presence in the world of Jesus Christ, to bring about that experience of the common good that's both just and merciful, and in so many ways that can be the formidable force that Francis, Benedict, John Paul II, John Paul I, Paul and John have been in previous years.
Father, thank you so much for joining me early this morning. Not the news that we were hoping to hear this morning, but we know that he is with our Holy Father. Thank you so much for joining me.
Amen. Thank you.
All right, we want to go back now live to Vatican City. Foreign correspondent Alex Salvi joining us there as more people are starting to gather. Good morning, Alex.
Yes, Charlotte, good morning to you. You may hear the bells of St. Peter's Square ringing out behind me to signify the death of Pope Francis. And as you mentioned, there's still thousands of people that are pouring in here to St. Peter's Square. I will note that today is actually an Italian holiday, Pasquetta, the day that takes place right after Easter every single year. So a lot of these people were hoping for better news today as they were gathering with their families. But now a lot of them are arriving here. And a lot of them did, as your previous guests say, get to see Pope Francis in his final moments yesterday as well. And his final moments when he delivered that Urbi et Orbi blessing, it really focused on him calling for an end to conflict around the world. He called for ceasefires between Israel and Hamas, as well as Russia and Ukraine, other conflicts such as the one taking place in Sudan, Azerbaijan, Armenia. That was the focus of his written remarks. Now, we didn't hear it from him directly. We did hear a short little greeting, if you will, to the worshipers in St. Peter's Square. He did not sound particularly strong. They were not very long, but nonetheless, it was an opportunity for people to hear what may be for the last time the final words of Pope Francis, at least to the public. And I will note, too, that at least from our knowledge right now, one of the last foreign officials that Pope Francis met with was Vice President J.D. Vance just earlier in that day. Vance meeting with Pope Francis for a few minutes, exchanging Easter greetings, according to a message from the Vatican, as well as a couple of gifts. Pope Francis gave not only gifts to Vice President J.D. Vance, but also his children who were in attendance. So those are the final moments when it comes to not only his public appearances to the people in St. Peter's Square, but also to foreign dignitaries as well, Charlotte.
Alice, you've lived in Rome for some time now. What are you hearing from people this morning, and what will you remember this Pope for?
Yeah, well, I do want to speak about that because, yes, Jorge Bergoglio, Pope Francis, was the man from Argentina, the first Latin American to lead the Catholic Church, but he had roots right here in Italy. His parents escaped fascism in Italy to head to Argentina. So in many ways, a lot of Italians felt that sort of connection to Pope Francis. And I don't think it's going to be a surprise to many people who are Vatican insiders, but there's long been a desire to bring the throne of St. Peter back to Rome in some sense, to put an Italian on there. And for many people, that was kind of a balancing act for them, a man who has ties to Italy. So very much so a man who has close ties, close personal ties, and a relationship to not only Italy, but Rome in particular. So for a lot of people here, it was a celebration when he was announced as the man who would then be taking over the papacy. Now, as far as what comes after this, it's up in the air. I mean, there's been this debate that's been taking place for several years at this point about who will replace Pope Francis when he passes, because he's been dealing with these health issues. There's been a desire to once again return it to an Italian, something that hasn't been done for hundreds of years at this point. But nonetheless, it's a conversation that'll take place in the days that'll come after perhaps all of these funeral processions. I will note that Pope Francis did point about 70% of the voting age cardinals. So it is assumed that whoever will assume the throne after him will largely fall in line with his vision of the Catholic Church, Charlotte.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And we know, again, that this is a time of mourning for the next 9 days. And then what you're speaking about, the conclave, will happen in about 15 to 20 days. And that's when the cardinals under the age of 80 will be able to vote and decide who the next pope will be. All right, Alex Salvi, we'll check in with you in just a few minutes again. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte.
All right, for more on the life of Pope Francis, let's welcome in Rome Bureau Chief at Breitbart News, Tom Williams. Tom, great to see you this morning, not under these circumstances. You know, after we saw him greet the masses yesterday on Easter Sunday there and offer that blessing, I think many thought that he was on the mend and his health was improving. And then we all wake up to the news this morning. What can you tell us this morning, Tom?
Yes, it was a real shock when we got the news early this morning. No one was really prepared for it, despite the fact that Pope had been in the hospital for a month. But he had come out of the hospital, and people thought that he was, as you say, on the mend. On the other hand, it is, I think, very poignant also for the Pope to die the day after Easter Sunday, when Christians celebrate the resurrection of Christ. There's something, I think, very moving about that kind of juxtaposition of his final passing with the celebration of the Christian faith and belief in a final resurrection. So as tough as it is, and as much as Catholics around the world are in mourning, I think there's something also very beautiful and very moving about this pontificate itself and the way that the Pope passed.
And he was a pope of so many firsts, you know, kind of setting the stage for so many others to follow. What do you think he will be remembered for as we mourn him?
It's going to be a very interesting period, and this is going to take, as you know, it'll take months and even some years to really unravel fully and to be able to unpack everything in these last 11 years and what it is, the things that stand out. He did so many things, as you say. He's a pope of the first Argentinian, the first from Latin America, period, the first Jesuit pope from the Order of the Society of Jesus. He really was a pope who came in right charging out of the gate, saying that he wanted to return the church to be a poor church for the poor, to reach out to the peripheries. He had many, many different items on his own personal agenda of how he wanted his pontificate to look. And I think that this is something that, by and large, he did. He was a reforming pope in terms of the Roman Curia and the way that the institutional bureaucracy in Rome itself works. He's a pope that was not uncontroversial. I think a lot of conservatives found this a difficult pontificate, and I think there's nothing ungracious about saying that. I think that the Pope himself recognized that. He was somebody who pushed people's buttons as well, and both on the right and on the left, because for many on the right, they found him curiously ambiguous on certain issues and unclear sometimes. But also for those on the left, he didn't go far enough often as they wanted him to do. They really were looking, I think, at times for a change in doctrine, especially on moral issues that never seemed to materialize.
Tom Williams, thank you so much for joining me early this morning on this day. I wish it was under better circumstances, but thank you so much. Appreciate you.
It's a pleasure.
All right. Alex Salvi has a look back at Pope Francis, his life, his legacy. Again, Pope Francis dying this morning at the age of 88.
As the first non-European pope, the former Jorge Bergoglio of Buenos Aires, Argentina, became a historical figure, rising through the ranks of Catholicism, from Archbishop of Buenos Aires to being a member of his church's governing board, the College of Cardinals. Bergoglio always maintained a common touch. In 2013, following the surprise abdication of Pope Benedict XVI, the College of Cardinals elected Argentina's Bergoglio as the new pope.
Buonasera.
4 months after assuming the throne of St. Peter, he stunned many Catholics by seeming to reverse his church's traditional position on homosexuality. Quote, "If a gay person is in search of God, who am I to judge them?" he told reporters on his official airplane before quickly backtracking from that position. Pope Francis also continued to apologize to the families of children abused by pedophile priests in what was inarguably Catholicism's biggest scandal. In 2016, he hinted strongly that then presidential candidate Donald Trump was not a Christian because of his support of a wall along the border. The audience with Trump when he became president did not go well, but Francis did have cordial meetings with Barack Obama and Joe Biden. He challenged the Trump administration in its opening days, nominating Robert McElroy as Bishop of Washington, D.C., a vocal critic of the new administration, tasked with pushing the pontiff's vision in the U.S. Capitol. Francis himself frequently criticized the immigration policies of President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. In 2023, in one of the rarest scenes in 2 millennia of Catholic Church history, Pope Francis presided over the funeral of his predecessor, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, bringing an end to a saga of 2 living popes living within the walls of Vatican City. The Pope, battling several health issues himself later in life, persisted through personal and global turmoil, praying for peace in Ukraine and calling on Moscow and Kyiv to negotiate, while establishing a Vatican peace envoy to assist in the efforts. He insisted that the Catholic Church was open to everyone, but he continued to try to thwart the efforts of traditional Catholics to worship in the Latin Rite, used by the Church for 2,000 years, in favor of the vernacular Mass, more in use since the 1970s. It kick-started a series of events over the coming years that would pit progressive members of the Church against traditionalists, such as suggesting it may be possible to bless same-sex unions, again extending a hand to the community, much like he did years before. Francis also opened up the Church to women, significantly increasing the Vatican's female workforce, including in high-ranking positions. His final acts, however, focused on securing his legacy as a liberal reformer whose worldview lives on after his passing. And his successor is tasked with taking on these sensitive issues. And with over 70% of voting-age cardinals appointed by Francis, the next pope will likely share his vision for the Church. In the days following Pope Francis's death, there are those who will call for him to be canonized. In other words, to be made a saint to be prayed to. Others will declare him a heretic. As in life, there is very little middle ground. He will surely be remembered as a spiritual leader of consequence, and one whose career was shrouded in controversy. In Vatican City, for NEWSMAX, I'm Alex Salvi.
And our appreciation to Alex Salvi for that report from Vatican City. So again, if you are just waking up with us at 6:30 here in the East Coast, we have some breaking news this morning. Pope Francis has passed away at the age of 88, just one day after addressing the masses on Easter Sunday. We have been on the air with you for the past hour as we all woke up to the breaking news that Pope Francis passed away this morning at the age of 88. Again, just one day after he met with our Vice President, J.D. Vance, there at the Vatican, one day after Easter Sunday. I want to welcome back in senior political analyst, former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum. Rick, you know, tough news for so many to wake up to this morning. 1.4 billion Catholics around the world. We are talking about the leader of the Catholic Church. Your initial reaction?
You know, obviously, when someone passes away, the first thing you try to do is you just think of the blessing that they have been to your life, and certainly Pope Francis touched millions of people around the world, and as you see from the reports that Alex just said, who had a real heart for the poor, had a heart for the migrant, had a heart for those who were on the margins of society. I had my own experience with Pope Francis. He was in Philadelphia in 2015, I believe, for the World Meeting of Families, and my wife had an opportunity to be in a receiving line, and she was with my daughter Bella, who is disabled, profoundly disabled with trisomy 18, and we brought it there for a blessing, and he went right over to her, and he actually asked to hold her, and she was 7 years old at the time, so she wasn't little, but he held her and blessed her, and it was just a remarkable moment, and just again showed the humanity of the man, for his love for, again, those on the margins of society. And I think for all Catholics, that is the one thing that they're going to remember, I think, positively, uniformly positively. When it comes to his theology, his leadership of the church, as Alex described, I mean, there will be controversy. There'll be lots of opportunities to discuss that in the days ahead, and as we lead into a papal conclave in the next few weeks. But today, I think we try to remember the man who led with his heart. Following two popes who really led with their minds, more so. I mean, John Paul II, who was just a transitional figure in the church, obviously now Saint John Paul II, with his just masterful combination of both heart and mind, and bringing theology to the common people with his Theology of the Body, and so many other tremendous gifts that he left the church. And Benedict, who was behind a lot of those things from John Paul II, as a close advisor to him. Bergoglio, Pope Francis, took things in a different direction, and again, there'll be lots of time to discuss that. But you can't miss the big heart of this man, and his love for the people that Jesus surrounded himself with, which is the poor and the marginalized.
Rick, thank you so much for sharing that story about your daughter. What was that like for you as a parent to see the Pope take so much time and care for your child?
Okay, so I got to admit, so we only had 2 tickets, and so I gave the ticket to my wife and my daughter, so I didn't go, but I got pictures, but it was when Karen had that moment, and she sent pictures of it to us. It was. Again, I stand here as someone who struggles with a lot of what the Pope did, and as the pontiff, but I was overwhelmed with just how. I mean, he spent time with her. He didn't just, give her a quick blessing and move on. He wanted to hold her. He wanted to talk to my wife and hear from her about the the beauty of having a child who's profoundly disabled, and the gift of life, irrespective of what that life is just a beautiful thing. And again, it leaves a very special place in my heart for him, for his, not just for what he did for my family and the blessing he gave us, but it just shows his embrace of the culture of life, that the dignity of every human life. He believed that, he lived that. And I know there are a lot of folks out there who are more traditionalists who say, well, he wasn't good on this or this, but he was never wavering on the issue of life. He was always someone who stood up for the marginalized. He was always someone who stood up for every human life and stood up for life in the womb. So in that regard, he has my respect and gratitude.
Yeah, absolutely. And what an incredible story and what an incredible moment for your wife and your daughter. Thank you for sharing that with us, Rick. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we want to go now to Washington and our White House correspondent, John Gizzi. Good morning, John. Great to have you on with us this morning. So I just want to get your initial reaction, waking up to this news that Pope Francis has passed away.
Well, obviously there was sadness, and like a lot of other Catholics throughout the world, I'm certainly praying for the Pope. I don't think he needs my prayers because I believe, as Monsignor said earlier, he's in heaven right now. On the other hand, anyone who follows the Vatican immediately thinks of the coming conclave in 15 to 20 days and what the next Pope will be like. In my lifetime, there have been 6 conclaves, and 2 were almost coronations. Paul VI in 1963 and Benedict following John Paul in 2005 were pretty much expected. The other 4, most recently the first Pope from the Western Hemisphere, were total surprises that caught the world off guard completely. So we just don't know what to expect next. But as they mourn Pope Francis, people wonder about Pope X, who will be next.
Yeah, that is the big question, this morning, because we know that the period of mourning will be for 9 days. And then in about 15 to 20 days from now, they haven't set the exact date yet. That's when the conclave will begin, when about 130 cardinals who are all under the age of 80 will gather, and then we'll vote on whoever will be following in Pope Francis's footsteps. A lot of people seem to think it could be someone, again, from Europe, as we know that Pope Francis was the first from the Western Hemisphere, but really it's anybody's guess. But I know that's where a lot of talk now will circle, is who is next, right, John?
Yes, absolutely. And again, Pope Francis was a surprise coming from Argentina, yet he was also half Italian and was fluent in Italian, and that certainly pleased a lot of people who said, why can't we have an Italian Pope again?
Right.
Interestingly, his closest associate, Cardinal Dolan, who met with Vice President Vance the day before his meeting with Pope Francis, is considered papabile, a candidate for Pope. And he was truly the right-hand man of Pope Francis. On the other hand, there's talk of a Pope from Africa already. Cardinal Robert Sarah of Guinea has held high positions in the Vatican, and his name is mentioned. But all of this is secondary to the outpouring of mourning for Pope Francis and the reminiscences of things. And as Senator Santorum said, some were critical, but even those who criticized him pray for him at this time.
Yes, absolutely. John, thank you. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. Appreciate you waking up early with us this morning. I do want to go back now to NEWSMAX foreign correspondent Alex Salvi. He is live from just outside the Vatican. You can see him there at St. Peter's Square. What can you tell me this morning, Alex?
Yeah, Charlotte, I just want to bring our viewers to this scene right here.
Looks like we are having some technical difficulties with Alex. We hope to have him back in just a few minutes. So again, if you are just now joining us this morning, 6:38 Eastern time here in New York City, we are all waking up to the sad news that Pope Francis has passed away at the age of 88. This coming as a shock to so many because while we know that he had been unwell for some time, it looked like he was recovering really well, and he was able to greet the masses yesterday on Easter Sunday. He gave a blessing to the thousands who gathered there. You're taking a live look at Vatican City, and we do want to go back live now to Alex Salvi. I think we have a clearer picture now, Alex.
Yeah, Charlotte, that speaks to exactly how many people are out here. It's not just thousands of worshipers that are here, but press from around the world as well, coming out to pay their respects to Pope Francis. And when it comes to the pontiff, he really paid his respects to people for his final time on Easter Sunday. But when we look back on his entire papacy, we'll really be examining the legacy that he leaves behind.
As the first non-European pope, the former Jorge Bergoglio of Buenos Aires, Argentina, became a historical figure, rising through the ranks of Catholicism, from Archbishop of Buenos Aires to being a member of his church's governing board, the College of Cardinals. Bergoglio always maintained a common touch. In 2013, following the surprise abdication of Pope Benedict XVI, the College of Cardinals elected Argentina's Bergoglio as the new pope.
Buonasera.
4 months after assuming the throne of St. Peter, he stunned many Catholics by seeming to reverse his church's traditional position on homosexuality. Quote, "If a gay person is in search of God, who am I to judge them?" he told reporters on his official airplane before quickly backtracking from that position. Pope Francis also continued to apologize to the families of children abused by pedophile priests in what was inarguably Catholicism's biggest scandal. In 2016, he hinted strongly that then presidential candidate Donald Trump was not a Christian because of his support of a wall along the border. The audience with Trump when he became president did not go well, but Francis did have cordial meetings with Barack Obama and Joe Biden. He challenged the Trump administration in its opening days, nominating Robert McElroy as Bishop of Washington, D.C., a vocal critic of the new administration tasked with pushing the pontiff's vision in the U.S. Capitol. Francis himself frequently criticized the immigration policies of President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. In 2023, in one of the rarest scenes in 2 millennia of Catholic Church history, Pope Francis presided over the funeral of his predecessor, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, bringing an end to a saga of 2 living popes living within the walls of Vatican City. The Pope, battling several health issues himself later in life, persisted through personal and global turmoil, praying for peace in Ukraine and calling on Moscow and Kyiv to negotiate, while establishing a Vatican peace envoy to assist in the efforts. He insisted that the Catholic Church was open to everyone, but he continued to try to thwart the efforts of traditional Catholics to worship in the Latin Rite, used by the Church for 2,000 years, in favor of the vernacular Mass, more in use since the 1970s. It kick-started a series of events over the coming years that would pit progressive members of the Church against traditionalists, such as suggesting it may be possible to bless same-sex unions, again extending a hand to the community, much like he did years before. Francis also opened up the church to women, significantly increasing the Vatican's female workforce, including in high-ranking positions. His final acts, however, focused on securing his legacy as a liberal reformer whose worldview lives on after his passing. And his successor is tasked with taking on these sensitive issues. And with over 70% of voting-age cardinals appointed by Francis, the next pope will likely share his vision for the church. In the days following Pope Francis's death, there are those who will call for him to be canonized. In other words, to be made a saint to be prayed to. Others will declare him a heretic. As in life, there is very little middle ground. He will surely be remembered as a spiritual leader of consequence, and one whose career was shrouded in controversy.
All right. Our thanks to Alex Salvi for that report. He is in Vatican City, where thousands are already gathering this morning there outside St. Peter's, waking up this morning and learning that Pope Francis has passed away at the age of 88. And it does come as a shock to so many, knowing that he was dealing with poor health in recent months. But On top of all of that, he was able to greet the masses just yesterday. They saw him appear on the balcony. He also rode around in the Pope Mobile, greeting all of the thousands who gathered on Easter Sunday, giving a blessing to all of those there as well. He also took time to meet with our Vice President, J.D. Vance, on Easter Sunday. So I think a lot of people thought that he was in a time of healing and he was improving in his health. As we remember, it was back in February when he was hospitalized with a double lung infection, and then he was hospitalized for 38 days. Many very concerned about the Pope's health, but as we said, he was able to meet right there with J.D. Vance yesterday. And while the world wakes up to learning about the passing of Pope Francis, it's not too early to wonder about what comes next. You know, that's what we think about now. Obviously, there will be a time of mourning for the next 9 days, and the Catholic Church has a long-standing and deep-seated tradition when it comes to what happens when a pope passes away. We now enter this period of what's known as sede vacante, which translates into empty seats, as you can imagine. So the Pope's body will lie in state before his funeral. And while this happens, the College of Cardinals, now they take over with limited powers, of course, and they are led right now by Cardinal Kevin Ferrell from Ireland. Among his responsibilities, he will oversee the preparations for the burial. And during this time, there will be no major decisions made by the Catholic Church. That will wait until the next pope is elected, and that comes with the conclave. I know many of you have heard about this. It doesn't happen often, and it will start in the next 15 to 20 days. We will get a more precise schedule in the coming days of when exactly this will happen. And so that's when all of the cardinals will meet and they will vote on who becomes the next pope. And there are very specific rules when it comes to the conclave. So once it begins, no cardinal will be allowed to leave. They will be locked in, essentially, and all of those who are under the age of 80 will be able to vote for the next pope. I'm told that's about 130 cardinals around the world. So right now they will start to gather. You know, they'll be traveling from all over. That includes our Cardinal Dolan from right here in New York City. They will all be flying to Rome and the Vatican in the coming days, where again, they will start the mourning process for Pope Francis, and then they will start to have those private conversations, and that will take place then in the conclave. And then in the next month, we will have a new pope, a new leader of the Catholic Church. 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide, so 1.4 billion waking up this morning to the news that their pope, Pope Francis, has passed away at the age of 88. So yeah, you're taking a live look right now. A beautiful day there in Vatican City, just outside Rome. Thousands are expected to gather at the square today, again, as the mourning begins, and he will be buried not there at St. Peter's, which is tradition. He has actually been asked to be buried at a smaller church nearby. That is a first. He was a pope of many firsts, from Buenos Aires, Argentina, as well the first from the Western Hemisphere. He's the first Jesuit pope as well. So many firsts for Pope Francis. Again, 88 years old, and till the very end was always thinking of others. You know, we heard just a beautiful story by former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum, and NEWSMAX contributor earlier, and he brought his daughter who is disabled to see the Pope when he visited Philadelphia in 2015. And of course, there were thousands who gathered there in Philadelphia that day just to get a glimpse of Pope Francis and his visit to America. And so Rick Santorum sent his wife and his daughter. You know, there was hopes that maybe they would get a glimpse, but instead the Pope went out of his way, took time to hold his 7-year-old daughter at the time and to offer a blessing and to pray over her, something that is just so special and really holds true to the care that this Pope really offered so many people. You know, he was known to go out there to the masses, to wash the feet of the poor, and he was one of those who really appreciated women and started putting women in leadership positions in the Catholic Church as well. I want to go now to Rome Bureau Chief John Moody. John, thank you for waking up early with me this morning, 6:48 Eastern Time here in New York City, and much later, obviously, in Rome. What's your reaction to waking up and learning the news of the passing of Pope Francis?
Well, Charlotte, I think anytime a pope dies, there's a level of regret and of sadness. This pope, however, and you mentioned some of the firsts of his career, this pope is one of the most confrontational and contentious popes of the last couple of centuries. He was elected because he was different from John Paul II, because he was different from Benedict. And he very quickly set out to change some of the fundamental outlooks of the Roman Catholic Church. That delighted some liberals, but one has to remember that the Roman Catholic Church and its rules and regulations has weathered 2,000 years of experience. So sometimes Pope Francis's decisions seemed a little bit ill-considered and hasty. I think perhaps more than any other single quote was his question to the Vatican press corps, who am I to judge, when he was asked about homosexuality? And that was perhaps something that some Catholics wanted to hear. It was certainly something that a lot of Catholics did not want to hear from the leader of the Roman Catholic Church.
What do you think he will be most remembered by the 1.4 billion who are now in a state of mourning?
Well, Francis made a very serious and I think honest attempt to reach out to people that he considered disenfranchised, the poor, refugees, people who were victims of political and personal abuse. Those were the clients, so to speak, that Francis wanted to bring aboard the Roman Catholic Church. In doing so, and there's nothing wrong with that. In doing so, though, he ran roughshod over some of the traditions of the church. And I think that there's no way to say one thing about his legacy without mentioning the other. He tried to change things. He broke a few glasses on the way, and he'll be remembered for both.
What does it say about him and his resilience that, you know, in his final hours, he still took time to go out on Easter Sunday on the balcony and to bless all of the masses that were there?
Well, I think any serious leader of any large organization, and there are very few as large as the Roman Catholic Church, will do whatever is necessary to be with his flock, to be with the people that he cares about and who care about him. So wonderful that he was able to do it on Easter. Perhaps not a surprise, because he, among other things, he wanted to be remembered as a strong leader. I'm not sure that will be his legacy, but that's what he wanted.
Well, now the question turns, you know, as we're in this state of mourning for the next 9 days, we all know that the conclave is coming. That's set to happen in 15 to 20 days. They haven't given the exact date just yet. And so now the talk does turn to who is next. Do you have any idea of who that could be among the cardinals?
Well, Charlotte, I think it's best to let the body
right?
I think it's best to let the body get cool first. You know, there are different factions within the College of Cardinals. By my last count, there are 138 cardinals who will be voting to decide on the next pope. There are at least two different schools of thought about that. Francis has appointed quite a few of the College of Cardinals, but every pope has a pretty good shot at getting the majority of cardinals appointed. That does not mean that they will follow the pope's wishes once they are in that conclave. So, no, I don't think it's a good idea to mention names right now, but it's worth mentioning that there are two very different views of the world that will be in that conclave.
All right, John, thank you so much for joining me this morning. Really appreciate it. I want to head back out to Vatican City now with NEWSMAX foreign correspondent Alex Salvi joining us live. We know thousands have begun to gather. I can see a huge crowd behind you right now. What can you tell us, Alex?
Yeah, Charlotte. Well, the Vatican announcing that at 7:35 this morning, Pope Francis passed away. It was just a few moments after that where not only church bells here in Vatican City, but all across Rome rang out, really alerting the rest of the people of what was happening. And as media is pouring in from around the world, people from around Rome are starting to pour in. We can only expect that over the coming days, people from all around the world will continue to come here to St. Peter's. Now, I do want to speak about what you were talking about. For example, over my shoulder here is where popes typically
All right, we're having some technical difficulties there with Alex Salvi. I do want to bring in my good colleague and friend right here, Bob Brooks. Thanks for waking up early, Bob, to come in for this breaking news this morning. Not the news that we were expecting after seeing him just yesterday on Easter Sunday there addressing the masses and meeting with J.D. Vance as well.
Yeah, you know, the Pope, he said goodbye to everybody yesterday. Clearly he had been in, failing health for many, many days, and it was kind of a Herculean effort for him to get back to the health that he did, after suffering from double pneumonia and who knows what else at that age, at 88 years old. And the fact that he got back out there, he was able to bless everybody yesterday on, the holiest day of the year. And then also, to ride to the crowd in the Pope Mobile. I was just, watching videos of that, wondering, what he must have been feeling internally, knowing that he was on death's door, but he still went out there. And I've heard somebody that guessed this morning say that, like a shepherd tending to his sheep, you go till the end. And I just thought it was incredible that's what he was able to do yesterday.
Yeah, he could have stayed inside and everyone wasn't expecting to see him. And then for him to come out again and offer that blessing, how special for all of those people who traveled and made the journey, right, to Vatican City on Easter Sunday. Of course, J.D. Vance, one of those people, getting to speak to him in his final moments, probably the last world leader that got to meet with this Pope. And, we've been talking a lot about what he's going to be remembered for. That's what you do, when someone passes away. And he really was one of those people who took care of the poor, the sick, people that not necessarily were paid attention to by the Catholic Church. And that, I think that's important as we talk about him this morning, that he really seemed to care about everyone, all of the 1.4 billion Catholics.
Well, you look at where he came from,
right?
Argentina, and again, I heard one of the guests come on here and say not traditional, and coming from the end of the world, not European, okay, not the nucleus, and not so much an academic guy, but a gritty guy. Pope Francis, a doer, somebody to get out there on the streets and physically do and care for the sick, care for the downtrodden and the poor. He worked as a janitor. For a couple years before he became a priest and a bouncer at a nightclub, too.
Really did it all. You don't think of the Pope, the leader of the Catholic Church, to be a bouncer,
He rode motorcycles, too. I don't know if anyone remembers that. He had a motorcycle. So, he's not that. He wasn't, the world of academia and theory and theology. Not saying that he wasn't a brilliant man or a smart man. Obviously, he did a lot within the Catholic Church. Some people agree. Some people strongly disagree. And I'm sure we'll talk about that throughout the morning, too, getting away from some of the conservative values that a Pope usually carries. He was, one of the first blessing same-sex marriages, things like that. But, kind of a gritty guy for the streets. And Pope Francis, that was it. He was a doer. Saint Francis, doer, just as well. And, I think the name he selected to go by as Pope was very fitting for the kind of guy he was.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I like that you say he was a doer and he got out in the streets. And that's what we saw him do so much. We mentioned when he came to America in 2015 and he was in Philadelphia, right? So there's thousands of people and he rode around in the Pope Mobile, but he got out and then walked along with the people and made a point of blessing all of the children he saw and shaking hands. And he always said he was on no time constraints. If it took him hours to get through the crowd, he was going to get through the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. He, not scared of a moment like that. And then we always talk about people, I said theology, you have the world of academia, then you have, the people that get out there, the nitty gritty, I want to see proof of it. And that's largely, the way he conducted himself just as well, too. So, and clear up to the end. Again, I'll go back to that. The fact that, you look at his past and where he came from and how he arrived at his position. And then, the day before he dies, he's not bedridden. He must think about that. The strength you have to muster up on death's door to get into the Pope Mobile, to get out there and bless the crowd. quite incredible.
And always thinking of others. I think that's what, you know, at bottom line, he always was thinking of anybody else but himself. And that really is the ultimate role of the Pope, a Pope of first, right? So many. First Jesuit Pope, as we said, first Pope from Latin America. He spoke 3 languages, and because of that, he was really able to reach out to so many different groups of people. And while he's just passed away this morning, and we've said this is now a time of mourning for the next 9 days, there are the questions of who is next. You know, who will be the leader of the Catholic Church? I mean, we're talking 1.4 billion people around the world who are looking for a leader, and they don't have one for the next month or so. So we know that the conclave will take place. And of course, here at Newsmax, you know, we have all of our foreign correspondents there on the ground, and we will be covering this because we know it's so important to so many people, billions around the world.
It certainly is. And I think there's going to be a lot of people who hope that, and we see this a lot when a new pope is selected, that maybe it's not somebody older, you know, in their late 70s or even early 80s, that it's a younger pope, kind of like a Pope John Paul II kind of thing, bring in somebody who can be there for 30 years. That, and really, I think what's big with the Catholic Church right now, a lot of people, especially our audience watching, and I tend to agree, a little bit more in the conservative realm, getting people back into the pews, back into church. I think attendance is way down. And I think it's a huge statistic out there where you look at people who identify as Catholic but actually practicing. That number is massive. So it's 1.4 billion. I think the number could actually be even bigger. And I think that, you know, reaching out to those people, getting people back into the pews, back into the church is going to be something that hopefully this conclave coming up will consider. And, you know, they'll do their
I think
job.
that's important. I think that is definitely on the forefront of their minds as well. We are about to get to the top of the hour, 7 o'clock Eastern time here in New York City. Again, coming to you live this morning with the breaking news that Pope Francis has passed away at the age of 88. Good morning. You're watching a special edition of Wake Up America. I'm joined by Bob Brooks on this morning, and we learned this morning, just about 4 a.m. Eastern time, that Pope Francis, the leader of the Catholic Church, has died at the age of 88. Our Newsmax foreign correspondent, Alex Salvi, has a look back at his life and his legacy.
As the first non-European pope, the former Jorge Bergoglio of Buenos Aires, Argentina, became a historical figure, rising through the ranks of Catholicism, from Archbishop of Buenos Aires to being a member of his church's governing board, the College of Cardinals. Bergoglio always maintained a common touch. In 2013, following the surprise abdication of Pope Benedict XVI, the College of Cardinals elected Argentina's Bergoglio as the new pope.
Buonasera.
4 months after assuming the throne of St. Peter, he stunned many Catholics by seeming to reverse his church's traditional position on homosexuality. Quote, "If a gay person is in search of God, who am I to judge them?" he told reporters on his official airplane before quickly backtracking from that position. Pope Francis also continued to apologize to the families of children abused by pedophile priests in what was inarguably Catholicism's biggest scandal. In 2016, he hinted strongly that then presidential candidate Donald Trump was not a Christian because of his support of a wall along the border. The audience with Trump when he became president did not go well, but Francis did have cordial meetings with Barack Obama and Joe Biden. He challenged the Trump administration in its opening days, nominating Robert McElroy as Bishop of Washington, D.C., a vocal critic of the new administration tasked with pushing the pontiff's vision in the U.S. Capitol. Francis himself frequently criticized the immigration policies of President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. In 2023, in one of the rarest scenes in 2 millennia of Catholic Church history, Pope Francis presided over the funeral of his predecessor, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, bringing an end to a saga of 2 living popes living within the walls of Vatican City. The Pope, battling several health issues himself later in life, persisted through personal and global turmoil, praying for peace in Ukraine and calling on Moscow and Kyiv to negotiate, while establishing a Vatican peace envoy to assist in the efforts. He insisted that the Catholic Church was open to everyone, but he continued to try to thwart the efforts of traditional Catholics to worship in the Latin Rite, used by the Church for 2,000 years, in favor of the vernacular Mass, more in use since the 1970s. It kick-started a series of events over the coming years that would pit progressive members of the Church against traditionalists, such as suggesting it may be possible to bless same-sex unions, again extending a hand to the community, much like he did years before. Francis also opened up the Church to women, significantly increasing the Vatican's female workforce, including in high-ranking positions.
His final acts, however, focused on securing his legacy as a liberal reformer whose worldview lives on after his passing. And his successor is tasked with taking on these sensitive issues. And with over 70% of voting-age cardinals appointed by Francis, the next pope will likely share his vision for the Church.
In the days following Pope Francis's death, there are those who will call for him to be canonized. In other words, to be made a saint to be prayed to. Others will declare him a heretic. As in life, there is very little middle ground. He will surely be remembered as a spiritual leader of consequence, and one whose career was shrouded in controversy. In Vatican City, for NEWSMAX, I'm Alex Salvi.
88 years, just an incredible legacy and life that he lived, and on his final day to be out there and to be blessing the people that showed up on Easter Sunday.
The holiest day of the year. It really is an incredible way to go out when you think about it, especially as we were talking about the fact that he was sick, and I think everybody knew that.
Right.
At 88 years old, how well can you recover from double pneumonia in your lungs? And just a valiant effort. I think maybe a little bit obvious in hindsight now that he wanted to make it to Easter Sunday. You know, he wanted to make it to there to at least bless and do what he can do, get out on the Pope Mobile, wave to the crowd, see the crowd. Truly remarkable.
Yeah, give that one last blessing on Easter Sunday. All right, we want to go back now to Vatican City with our NEWSMAX foreign correspondent, Alex Salvi. Alex?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I just want to recap exactly what's been taking place as of this morning. The Vatican announcing that at 7:35 a.m. this morning, Pope Francis passed away. Ever since then, tens of thousands of people have really started making the trip here to St. Peter's Square. Keep in mind, many of them were here from the Easter weekend as well. And little did we know that would be the last time that we would hear from Pope Francis. He did not lead the Easter Sunday Mass, but we did see him and we did hear from him, at least very briefly, speak from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica. Now, he did not speak for very long. He appeared rather weak when he delivered that message, but nonetheless, his final words for the public were calling for peace, not only between Israel and Hamas and Russia and Ukraine, but other conflicts taking place all around the world. And now this morning we wake up to learn this news, the bells of St. Peter ringing out, informing all of Rome what had happened, and then churches all around the city also ringing out, informing people not only here in Rome, but the message getting out to the rest of the world as 1.3 billion Catholics now that turn their attention to Vatican City to pay their respects to Pope Francis, not only what he has done for the Catholic Church for the past 12 years, but also what comes next. Keep in mind that the Pope has appointed 70% of the voting-age cardinals who will select his successor. Now, while that won't come for at least probably about 2 weeks from now, over this next week, we will be looking at a papal funeral, something that will be very different than the last one we saw when Ratzinger passed away. Pope Benedict XVI, as he later became known, passed away after becoming the first pope in 500 years to resign. We saw a very rare scene where one pope presided over the funeral of another pope. This will be a little bit different, as Pope Francis will be laid to rest sometime over the next 7 to 9 days is what we're hearing, but nonetheless, a moment right now where people are just paying their respects to Pope Francis.
Yeah, Alex, what are you hearing from people that are gathering there this morning and coming out to begin the mourning process?
Well, keep in mind that Pope Francis, yes, as of recently, he's been sick with that pneumonia diagnosis, but he's been really battling different illnesses, I'd say, for the past couple of years, dating all the way back to when he had a part of his colon removed back in 2021. He also dealt with a bronchitis diagnosis. He dealt with pneumonia last year that actually forced him to miss a lot of the Holy Week events last year. So in many ways, as Pope Francis has dealt with these illnesses, so have many worshipers. And this past week was a perfect example, the Holy Week, starting on Palm Sunday, where Pope Francis did not leave the Palm Palm Sunday service, but he did come out in a wheelchair after and started greeting worshipers across St. Peter's Square. And then throughout the week as well, he was unable to lead anything on Holy Thursday or on Good Friday. But for example, on Holy Thursday, we did see him go out and we saw him meet with inmates at a prison nearby in Rome. And then just yesterday, as I was saying as well, he was not able to lead the Easter Sunday service, but he still came out. He still rode around in the Pope Mobile, greeting people in the least way that he could. It was really speaking to the larger idea of what Pope Francis' papacy was when he tried to reach the common man. That is something that we've heard all of the guests saying leading up to this hit. Really the idea that he wanted to reach out to the average Catholic, and at times that was hard for him with his health, but it's something that he tried to do until the very last moment.
Yeah, and I think he did a great job of doing that, as you said, in his final days, and at least reaching out on that balcony there and offering that Easter blessing. So special that was his final message to the Catholic faithful. All right, Alex Salvi, thank you so much. So for more now on the Pope's legacy, we want to turn now to senior Vatican correspondent at the National Catholic Register, Edward Penton. Edward, thank you so much for joining us. I know that this is very fresh for all of us, you know, the Pope just passing away a few hours ago, but what do you think he will be remembered for most?
I think, as Alex just said, I think he's going to be remembered, I think, largely for opening the church up, at least in the public perception, to everybody, particularly those on the periphery, those who perhaps didn't look at the church, didn't think the church was welcoming to them. I think that's probably one of the main things he'll be remembered for. But the flip side of that is that he'll also be remembered for, because he did that, I think there was a lot of discussion, a lot of controversy within the church, which I think didn't really get into the public eye. But there was a lot of division in the church, a lot of concerns about the Pope's direction. They felt that he was perhaps going too far, that his idea of mercy was perhaps too broad, and that there was a lot of unease about it. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how that's all addressed in the coming weeks and the next Pope.
Edward, you said, you know, some think maybe he went too far. I think Pope Francis, as we've discussed, had a huge heart and truly wanted people to feel welcomed and embraced in the church. You see that as a positive or negative?
Well, yes. I mean, it depends, I think, who you ask. But I think, generally speaking, I think the public perception is a very positive one about that, because obviously the Christ loves everybody, and he wanted to convey that and to bring everybody in. At the same time, though, there is the question of, as many theologians will say, the question of truth and orthodoxy and the doctrinal truth, the teachings of the church that have been revealed over the centuries to the church. And whether those were sufficiently upheld during this pontificate. And I think there was a lot of criticism that it wasn't. But having said that, another advantage, I think, of this pontificate, another positive side of it, is an inadvertent one, I think, on Pope Francis, in the sense that he enabled a lot of the corruptions in the church to be expressed, to be revealed. And that too has been a very good positive thing. I think it's been an inadvertent thing. I don't think the Pope necessarily went about trying to uncover these corruptions, but they were uncovered nevertheless. And that will be important, I think, also for the next Pope, because it'll give him a basis on which to reform the church, to see the problems and then enact certain reforms. So yes, it's been a mixed bag, but I think many people think it's been a lot of positive aspects as well as some fairly negative ones too.
Yeah, we've been talking all morning that he's a Pope of many firsts. Could you elaborate? I mean, the list goes on and on. That he was the first Jesuit Pope, obviously first Pope from Argentina, spoke many languages, and was able to reach out to so many different people.
That's right. Yes, he was. He was the first Pope to meet the Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Patriarch in over 1,000 years. So that was a very big first. He was the first Pope to go to the Arab Peninsula and all sorts of things like this. So he was really a very significant Pope in that regard. I think he enjoyed that. I think he liked to be at the vanguard of all of this. I think he was very much wanting to blaze a trail, if you like, for the pontificate, for the papacy rather, and I think he did that, and I think he'll be remembered in history for that as well. Yes.
And I also think that kind of a normal guy. You know, it's as normal as a pope can be. Okay,
Right,
you're leading
right.
the largest religion on earth by a long shot here, but he was a janitor at one point in his career. He was a bouncer at a nightclub. We've seen pictures of him. You know, he loved motorcycles, things like that. I think he gave that up in the later years.
Yeah.
You know, hard to handle. People appreciated that, I think, about Pope Francis.
Indeed, yes. He was very much a man of the people. He talked about a theology of the people as well. And he had that common touch. In fact, it was something that Pope Benedict also was very positive about Francis. He liked that common touch that he had, which Benedict, admittedly, he said, you know, he didn't have that. But that warmth with people, I think that also attracted people to him. And he'll be remembered for that too, I'm sure, yeah.
And Edward, I understand that you recently wrote an article for NEWSMAX magazine about the Pope. So what can you tell us?
Yes, well, I basically said what I've said already, which is that he has this checkered legacy, one that's very positive on the one hand, very negative on the other. And I tried to really encapsulate that in that article to show just how he'll be seen as I say, very positive, very negative, but different parts. The traditional wing of the church found him very difficult to basically work with, because he didn't really try to curry favor with them. In fact, quite the opposite. He was quite hostile to traditional faithful, those who are really trying to uphold the church's teaching and liturgy. And I think that is is going to be a mark against him. I think it'll be something that is going to be discussed a lot in the coming weeks. But on the whole, as I say, a lot of positive too.
Edward, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us this morning. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we want to go now to our NEWSMAX Middle East correspondent, Zach Anders. He joins us live this morning from Jerusalem. Good morning, Zach.
Good morning to you. We are outside the president's office here in Israel. Israeli President Isaac Herzog, who has just accepted the credentials of now U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Him and his wife came to the president's residence just a few hours ago, and within the last 30 minutes Israel's president has accepted the credentials, and we now have a new ambassador to Israel for the United States, Mike Huckabee, taking that role. Both of them spoke, and both of them shared their thoughts and condolences for Pope Francis. We also have churches here in Jerusalem, as Alex mentioned, ringing the bells, marking the solemn moment of the Pope passing. There will be expected services today in Jerusalem for Pope Francis at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and other denominations that are in the Old City, the holy sites in Jerusalem. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has also expressed his condolences. He says that Pope Francis was a friend to the Palestinian people. He worked to end this conflict and to support the cause of the Palestinians. So Palestine's president, based in the West Bank in Ramallah, sharing his thoughts and condolences today as well. One of the things we'll be watching for, guys, is the thousands of people that made their way in for the pilgrimage to Jerusalem to celebrate Easter, many of them still here in the Holy City, expecting that there will be several forms of remembrance and ceremonies that will be taking place in Jerusalem today and in the coming days. And again, there were tens of thousands of people that came here, made a pilgrimage for Easter, likely still in the city and participating in some of these ceremonies to remember Pope Francis as he passed this morning.
Yeah,
Guys.
and now all of those Easter celebrations, turn into mourning, as so many around the world, 1.4 billion people are practicing Catholics are now mourning the loss of Pope Francis. Thank you so much. Appreciate you this morning.
Thanks, guys.
All right, let's go to Alex Kramer, who has reactions from around the world. Alex?
Yeah, Charla, that's right. So the world waking up this morning to absolutely devastating news. Just yesterday, Pope Francis releasing an Easter message saying this: Christ is risen. These words capture the whole meaning of our existence. For we were not made for death, but for life. Easter is the celebration of life. God created us for life and wants the human family to rise again. And one of the Pope's final meetings was just yesterday with Vice President J.D. Vance, where Vance posted that he was praying for the Pope Pope's good health. Vance was one of the first world leaders to react to the news this morning, having this to say, quote, "I just learned of the passing of Pope Francis. My heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill. But I'll always remember him for the bellow homily that he gave in the very early days of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul." The White House posting photos of the Pope's meeting with both President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania, as well as Vice President Vance, with this message: rest in peace. And then you have Indian President Narendra Modi posting, "Pope Francis will always be remembered as a beacon of compassion, humility, and spiritual courage by millions across the world. From a young age, he devoted himself towards realizing the ideals of Lord Christ. He diligently served the poor and downtrodden. For those who were suffering, he ignited a spirit of hope." And then you have European Union President Ursula von der Leyen posting this: "My thoughts are with all who feel this profound loss. May they find solace in the idea that Pope Francis's legacy will continue to guide us all towards a more just, peaceful, and compassionate world." Charlotte, Bob, back over to you.
All right. Yeah, the outpouring of love and respect for the legacy that he leaves behind, really overwhelming. Thanks so much, Alex. We want to go now to Father Roger Landry. So he served under the Pope as well, and we would like to get your take on this morning's events. You know, it's incredibly sad for so many to know that this man who served for so long and really dedicated his life to the church is now gone on this earth. What is your first reaction?
My first reaction, like most, is shock, but also gratitude. Gratitude for the way that he lived his entire life, not to mention lived his papacy. He lived with great faith that, in a sense, we're all born on death row, but that's not the last word. As he was saying in the homily that was read for him yesterday for Easter Mass, that we press on with faith, because we know Jesus' resurrection matters, and every cell of his body and his entire soul believed that. And so what a beautiful thing it was that the Lord allowed him to be with us through Easter and to die on the second day of the Easter octave, because that itself is a testimony to what Pope Francis himself always preached,
yeah, Father,
that the resurrection is possible.
Continue talking about that, the fact that Pope Francis made it to Easter Sunday after falling so gravely ill. And, you know, just seeing pictures of him over the last several weeks, you knew he was sick, but was trying his best to get back out there, and he actually did it. I think that says a lot.
He was a heroic man who, from the time he was 21, had part of his lung removed. And he himself just courageously persevered through difficult things in his wheelchair, etc. And I was very touched over the course of these last couple of weeks of just the fact that he wasn't going to stay home, but he wanted to be out there among the people to try to fill people with hope. And that he came out for Easter despite all his sufferings, that he met with Vice President Vance, even though that would be a physical challenge for him. He did not want to just rest. He wanted to continue to work until the end. And so that type of hard work out of love for those he was serving will be part of his great legacy.
And I think one thing we're hearing a lot about this morning is his love for so many people, of so many different types of people. You know, he often went to see the sick, the hurt, the poor. He would wash their feet. He gave women many jobs in the church as well. He really broke so many boundaries. Could you touch on that?
He was very sincere in all of that. He was a man with a big heart who loved especially those on the peripheries, those who would suffer, those who weren't on every other person's A list in terms of attention. Pope Francis prioritized them and tried to bring them into the center. And we see that throughout his papacy, how he would go out to the margins himself in his international trips, likewise in Rome, how he would pick up the phone and call people who had just sent a letter into the Vatican to let them know that Pope Francis was calling. That would shock so many people. But he took every single person for whom he believed Jesus died on Calvary seriously, and he tried to love them with a father's heart.
Wow. Father, he also, as much as he tried to connect with the regular men and women of the faith and really anyone around the world, he also did chime in frequently on world events, ending wars, causing for ceasefires. I know he played a significant role in normalizing U.S.-Cuba relations, too, over a decade ago when President Obama was in office here. Talk about that and his ability to maybe bridge some gaps around the world.
He took after Jesus, who came as the Prince of Peace, and he wanted to be a peacemaker wherever his interaction was going to be able to make a difference. And he would put out into the deep, he'd try very hard to do that. The details about the normalization of relations with Cuba are now published and well known, how he sent Cardinal O'Malley, the Archbishop of Boston, down there to negotiate with the Cuban government. Senator Daniel Leahy of Vermont was likewise a very important player in that. But Pope Francis would speak out for the marginalized, he'd speak out for those who were hurting. He would try to get people to live by either Christian principles if there are Christian leaders, or just the principles of goodness, summoning people to more. And so not a big surprise that the Pope was against war, always trying to bring about peace in the Holy Land, peace in Ukraine, peace in North Africa, peace in Somalia, peace in South Sudan. Everywhere he thought his voice could make a difference, he spoke at top volume.
Yeah, Father, thank you so much for joining us this morning and speaking to Pope Francis and his legacy that he leaves behind. Appreciate you. Thank you.
We prayed together for him. Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you. All right, we want to go now to Cardinal Dolan as he gives an in-depth look at the Conclave, which we know is set to take place 15 to 20 days from now.
When you walk into the Sistine Chapel, that, by the way, to get back to an earlier question, that's when it kind of hit me. I'm all of a sudden in this procession, and I'm thinking, oh, my Lord, I'm in the Sistine Chapel, and I'm going to be here with only 116 other guys. And this is a big thing, Dolan. This is a big thing. And it kind of hit me. I remember the buddy next to me was the Cardinal Archbishop of Florence, Giuseppe Bettore, good guy. We're good friends. He's from Florence, so we're sitting there, and in the time that you're waiting for the ballots, you kind of might. It's kind of silent, but I would every once in a while say, you know, Giuseppe, this is beautiful for me in the Sistine Chapel. We're here by ourselves, and I'm looking at these walls of Michelangelo, and I'm looking at the countryside and the vineyards and the mountains. And he said, big deal. He said, I just look out my dining room window in Florence for that. I didn't have to come to the Sistine. He was Archbishop of Florence. Anyway, and then, you know, some bridge games will break out while you're waiting. No, so I don't know, Rob, speculation if the conclave went longer. The rules for the election of the Pope are very specific. Like after 3 days, if there's nobody, you kind of have a day of recollection. After a certain amount of time, you can go from 2/3 to a majority. I forget the arithmetic of all that stuff. I'd have to be briefed on it. But as I would, hopefully with dutifulness before I would go in. But it's something very unique. You're unaware of the crowd. When you walk in, there's the old-fashioned potbelly stove there for the burning. You're kind of saying, oh, and you see 2 boxes because they're the flares that are put in with the burnt ballots. And of course, there's a big stack that says natty, black flares, 1 flare, bianco, because that's all you need.
Right.
So you're thinking, well, I wonder when we'll go to that one.
So let's go to the white. What's the reaction in the room when somebody has been elevated to Pope?
You know it's coming because you can see the toll. And you kind of, when you go in fact, I don't, do I have it here, Joe? That from last time? Is that over in the office there? You want to get it? So you get the list of the cardinals, and you're keeping track. Mm-hmm. As the names are called out, you're watching because you know the magic number. And so when the candidate would reach that, of course, there would be applause, and the candidate would cry. And then they ask him if he accepts, and he says, Acipio, and what name do you want? And he tells us, and then he goes in and changes to the white cassock and comes out. We all go up for congratulations. Pope Francis, with characteristic thoughtfulness, said, "This is interesting." As soon as he was elected and went back to change, he said, "Devo telefonare Papa Benedetto." I need to call Pope Benedict and tell him how courteous. And he came back out and said, "Ma, le linee sono caduti," because everything's a blackout. Right. He couldn't call out.
Right.
So when I went into the conclave in the Dome of Santa Marta, they confiscate your cell phones and computers. They search your luggage. It's very strict. Poor Father Jim Cruz, you remember him, my secretary. I have this big bag because I'm thinking, I don't know how long. I better get socks in there and peanut butter. He's helpfully kind of goes with me to carry the bag into Dome of Santa Marta when 2 Swiss Guard spears come out. No, only the cardinals go in. And then when I got to my room, which are far from luxurious, I say, "Oh, I'm good." You know how in Italy they have the wooden slats, you know. So I go and I said, So I went out to the hall and said to one of the porters, I said, "My shades aren't working. I can't get up." He said, "No, they're nailed shut." So you can't even communicate. Apparently, in the old days, people would send Morse code with mirrors or something. Huh. You got the whole Vatican to yourself.
Yeah.
I love smoking a cigar walking through the Vatican's gardens. It was only I. So I don't know, where were we? I'm sorry to get. Did you see that, Joe? Bring that. Rob might be interested. So these are souvenirs from the last. See, the last. So these are what you have, the vota scrutiny.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And so they would have so everybody would have one of these at their seat, remember? And then you'd have all the names, and you'd kind of keep track, see? Where was Bergoglio? Where was Bergoglio? He would be in here. He was a cardinal priest, so, and it's kind of named, and here's Dolan up here at 79, second place. No, it didn't say. Where is Cardinal? So here's Bergoglio here, see?
Well, so was it a shocker?
But every time, after every vote, they would come take this, and that would be burned with the ballots. But this was the last one that we didn't need, so we got to keep it. So
was it a shocker? When
it's on eBay now, folks.
Retirement funds. Was it a shocker when he won?
No, because you could see it coming.
But going in,
it's not like these shifts.
But going in
from the beginning, wow.
I don't think he was a favorite going in, was he?
He would have been favorite to the cardinals who had been in the conclave that elected Benedict. So I didn't know this, and Cardinal Egan was in that conclave, and he was very scrupulous. He never talked about it. Now you hear all over the place that he was the runner-up in 2005. I don't know that for a fact, and I never heard a brother cardinal say it, but apparently. And so I would think the people that would have been there before, the old-timers, the veterans, would have said, "Hey, he almost got it last time. Let's think about this again." He wasn't on I can remember hearing Cardinal Egan speak well of him, but he wasn't kind of on my radar. Obviously, at the first vote, when you see it, I said, boy, I ought to go. And I can remember meeting him in those meetings before, because I was, you kind of go around and say, "Hi, I'm Tim Dolan from New York, and where are you from?" And I remember I felt a finger on my back, and I turned around, and he said, "I'm Jorge Bergoglio from Buenos Aires." I said, "Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Tim Dolan from New York." He said, "I know who you are," which I thought, how nice of him to kind of come up and introduce himself. So, but that's the first time I ever saw him. I do remember being very moved by his intervention at one of the congregations. I thought, this man speaks with simplicity and with a profundity about it. I can remember being very moved by what he said. So you kind of, that'd be one of the things. You can bet after the first, when we went back to lunch, I'm asking my brother cardinals, who's he?
Wow, such a great conversation there with Cardinal Dolan. Such good insight of what goes on in the conclave. Obviously, he will be part of that, and it's set to take place 15 to 20 days from now, where all of the cardinals who are under the age of 80 will gather inside the Vatican there at the Sistine Chapel. As he mentioned, he likes to have a cigar, but that's, that's Cardinal Dolan's
I'm sure it
thing.
can get pretty intense in there during a conclave. It's always the smoke, that comes out of the little chimney there, is it black? And then you wait, and then it's white, and a new pope selected here. That's how that works. Usually black a couple times, and then they all come to the conclusion and they say, okay, this is our next man up here. That's
because they need, it's an election, and they need 2/3 majority. So, there'll be a lot of discussions. We have to think that a lot of those discussions have already been, taking place with his failing health as of recent. But now it's going to be a period of mourning for the next 9 days. And then, as we know, they will gather for the conclave. We want to go now to our very own Tom Basili. Tom, I know you are very familiar with all of this. What was your first reaction when you woke up this morning and you saw the Pope's passing?
My first reaction was, he was ready. And I had an opportunity to talk to Monsignor Hilary Franco a couple of weeks ago, and he'd worked for 6 popes. And he was in regular contact with the Vatican. And when Pope Francis left the hospital a few weeks ago, I said to myself, I feel like he's made a decision. He wants to spend Easter out of the hospital with the people of the Catholic Church. He wants to be present for Easter, and he's ready. He's made a decision that if it is his time, the extraordinary lengths that apparently they had to go through to get him through this bout of pneumonia, and the interventions, the medical interventions that they had to do for him, I think he started to feel like, you know what, maybe we're prolonging this. And I'm going to go back to work. I'm going to be there for the holiest day of the year. I'm going to want people to see me. And if it is the Lord's will that he should take me, let him take me. And so I have felt as I've watched him, even just yesterday when we saw the video of him, we saw the video of him with Vice President J.D. Vance. And as I've talked to people who are in and around the Vatican circles, they've said there was a peace, there was a readiness, and so I think that's really the first thing that I felt was this was a man who was ready, and boy, what an amazing way to go home to the Father. Yesterday, people saw him for the last time on the same balcony that they saw him for the first time when he delivered that Urbi et Orbi message. And he said, Christ is risen. And I think that of all the things that you can say to the people of the Roman Catholic Church and Christians everywhere, that is perhaps the most profound thing. And it is perhaps one of the last things that he said that we will ever hear him say. So in so many ways, for a pope that was a first in so many ways, the first pope from the Americas, the first Jesuit, the first one named Francis, he had there were so many things about him that set him apart. What a poetic way for him to spend these last few days of his life, and what an amazing message. And as Cardinal Dolan just pointed out, there's a simplicity to the message and a profundity to the message that he delivered yesterday. And again, that's the way that he left us, and that's the way that he wanted to.
Yeah, Tom, further expand on that, because when I got the news today, around 5:30 is when I got moving here, and I saw it. He just said, wow, he wanted to wait for the holiest day of the year. He wanted to make it to that point, to the very end, and then he, went back to his chambers or whatever that may be, and just, okay, I can rest now.
Right.
I can do this here. For him at that age and how sick he was to get there and make it to that point, what's that say about him?
And this was a man, and I know that he was controversial for some people, but this was a man undoubtedly of tremendous faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, tremendous faith in God, and somebody who really understood that because of Christ's death and resurrection, of course, we're in this octave of Easter, so we're talking about it. We spoke about it so much yesterday. Billions of people talked about it yesterday all around the world. There's an understanding that Christ's resurrection is a victory over death. So, you know, for a man of faith like Pope Francis and the 264 popes before him, this is not an end, but this is a new beginning. And that's where the peace comes into it all. Having that understanding that this is a stop along the way, and I'm here to serve, and then I'm going to move on, and I'm going to get closer to God. You know, again, I think when I heard it this morning, it was kind of like it almost as if he sort of planned it this way. And I think that's incredibly poetic for someone who made it his marker to reach out to as many people as possible within the church and within the global community.
Tom Basile, thank you so much for sharing that this morning. Really appreciate speaking with you, but not under these circumstances, of course. Thank you. All right, we want to bring in senior political analyst, former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum. Rick, you shared such a special story with us at 6:30, and I would love it if you would share that again. Your daughter and your wife had the opportunity to meet Pope Francis, and what a special meeting it was. I think we're looking now at a photo of that moment. Could you tell us about it?
Yeah, that was in Philadelphia. It was at the Philadelphia airport. He had actually just completed the World Meeting of Families, and he was greeting people as he was leaving. And he saw my daughter, and he was with Archbishop Chaput, who was the Archbishop of Philadelphia at the time. And he went right over to my daughter Bella, and you can see from the picture he actually held her, which I always was sort of amazed by that picture because, you know, probably at the time Bella weighed like 35 pounds, and if you see, he's actually holding her in his arms. And he doesn't look to be stressed at all. I mean, he was at the time, you know, close to 80 years old, and but he was holding her rather effortlessly, as almost like she didn't weigh anything. I kept looking at that picture because I wasn't there because Karen brought our daughter, and I thought, wow, it's like supernaturally he's just holding her without feeling any weight, and you can see he was engaged in talking to my wife and comforting her and encouraging her. You know, dealing with a disabled child, a profoundly disabled child, is a stressful things on moms in particular, but families in general. And he got that, he understood that, and he held her and he blessed her and really uplifted our family through that process.
Senator, that's an incredible story here, and I think it also speaks to you know the heart that Pope Francis had and that he showed and displayed around the world. And you know, I think it was so big that some people it was to a fault that, you know, he expanded the reach of the Catholic Church maybe to some not traditional avenues, but I don't think Pope Francis wanted to exclude anyone from Christ, from the Catholic Church. He wanted everyone to feel welcomed as much as he could do within the confines of the teaching here. And talk about that.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he reached out to folks that, as you've heard this morning, some controversially, you know, whether it was the washing the feet of a Muslim woman during the Last Supper, the Mass of the Last Supper. I mean, that was controversial and shocked a lot of people. And you know, having native tribesmen in the Vatican doing their rituals and things like that, again, just were very off-putting, and he really upset a lot of people. At the same time, if you look at it from the perspective of, you know, here is a man who's trying to just reach out and let everybody know that the Catholic Church, the word Catholic, means universal. So it's a church for everyone and is open to everyone. Now, that's the good part. The bad part, you know, that's, you heard everyone said the good and bad.
And that's why I said to a fault, maybe, according to some. You know, it's like a catch-22 almost.
Right. The Catholic Church stands for certain things, and so you have to balance the reaching out with not compromising what the church's core beliefs are, and that's where the good and bad of Pope Francis will be debated for a long time. But certainly the way he embraced the folks on the margins of society. I saw that personally in our interaction as a family with him, but you saw it continually throughout his papacy that he really did want to make sure that everybody knew that Jesus's love was for them, not whether you believed in him or not. He wanted you and he loved you, and Pope Francis wanted to let you know that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Rick Santorum, thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing such a personal story, too. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
So last year, NEWSMAX senior judicial analyst Judge Andrew Napolitano spent a week at the Vatican where he dined with the Pope. Judge joins us now. Judge, can you tell us about that dinner and what you took away from that meeting?
So the Vatican has a university called the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. The university has no professors and no students.
Okay.
But they, you don't have to worry about
quite the university.
Yes. But they invite people in. They invite scholars in for 4-day weekends, many of the weeks of the year, and the scholars interrogate each other. I was asked to join a group and to give a paper on natural rights and the natural law, the theory that our rights come from our humanity, same as what Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence. We each spoke for about a half an hour, and then the other academics in the group interrogated us. This went on for about 4 days. When this was being arranged, the Vatican called and said, look, we'll put you up at any 5-star hotel in Rome that you want, but would you mind living where the Pope lives, in the Pope's guest house? Would I mind? Of course I'd be thrilled to do that. So we stayed in the Pope's guest house, and we dined in his dining room, and in 2 of those dinner meetings, he was there. Now, there were 25 of us. There were 8 at each table. He sat at his own table. Bob, he was about as close to me as you and I are now.
Dining with the Pope.
He was very shy. He really didn't say anything. Not like John Paul II, who would have gone around probably and said hello to everybody. When we arrived, the Swiss guard said, don't call him by name, don't touch him, and for heaven's sakes, don't take a selfie. So there he is. I'm this close to him. The producers are saying to me, don't you have a picture of yourself having dinner with him? No, I didn't.
Weren't allowed.
2 days later, I turn around in the hallway of the guest house, and there he is alone. And it's just the 2 of us. And I'm looking in his eyes as I'm looking in yours now. And I'm thinking, they said, don't say hello to him. What am I going to say? So it went like this, Your Holiness. And he just looked at me and got in an elevator and left. So those were my 2 very brief and quite memorable encounters with him. He eventually issued a statement commemorating what the 25 of us were doing. It was the 750th anniversary of the death of St. Thomas Aquinas. Cardinal Ferrell, the Secretary of State, who's a papabile, a potential successor, was with us. Cardinal Turkson, an African-American cardinal, also a papabile. He was in our group. But the Pope was with us very briefly.
Judge, we got just a couple seconds here, but just personally to you, what was that? What did that experience do for you?
Well, it was a memorable experience. I had seen John Paul II and Benedict XVI at great distances, but to be this close to the Vicar of Christ was something you don't forget. I am a critic of his. I'm not going to give the reasons for the criticism. Now I'm a traditionalist. I go to a Latin Mass. He tried to suppress the Latin Mass, all those things. But look at the outpouring of emotion and appreciation that is coming for him today, and you can see how he touched people. You can imagine how he touched people who got very close to him and didn't expect it.
Yeah.
What a special experience.
Indeed.
I know one that you will never forget.
And the food wasn't too bad either.
I was going to ask. I mean, you're the biggest food critic, so you're telling me it was good?
You know, he lived in the guest house as opposed to the apostolic palace. So instead of splendor,
humble.
Right, he had a humble 3-room suite. I wasn't invited into the suite. The guest house is like a small boutique hotel with about 60 rooms and 1 suite for the Pope.
I'm sure it's lovely. All right, Judge, thank you so much for sharing that.
Sure.
All right, we want to go back to Washington now with White House correspondent John Gizzi. Great to have you back with us. John, what do you think the Pope's legacy will be?
Well, very simply, I think the legacy of the Pope is seen in the outpouring of mourning for him, not just in the Vatican, but worldwide. Here at St. Matthew's Cathedral in Washington, the rector, Monsignor Ron Jameson, put out a very strong statement focusing on the Pope's love for all humanity and his outreach to Catholics and non-Catholics alike. The great outreacher, I believe, is the way that Pope Francis will be remembered, and someone who was very different from most of his, if not all of his successors.
On what made him so different, do you think? His upbringing, where he came from, humble beginnings, kind of when he entered into the papacy, I feel like he remained the same almost the whole, you know, there was no like changing, you know, he was him.
Well, as was noted previously, this is a pope who was a janitor, a barroom bouncer. In interviews, he liked to remind people that before he made the decision to go into the priesthood, he had a girlfriend, and he used to smile and laugh telling reporters that. He was a very different kind of a pope. Most of those who sit on the throne of St. Peter's have spent a lifetime enmeshed in theology, history, liturgy, and just in being priests. Really, he was not like that, and that's why his election served as a big surprise back in 2013. I might add that's when I came to NEWSMAX, and when people asked how long have I been with NEWSMAX, I said I've been on my job as long as the Pope.
And we are so glad that you woke up extra early and decided to join us this morning from Washington. John Gizzi, thank you.
Thank you.
So for more on the life and legacy of Pope Francis, editor of our Sunday Visitor magazine, Father Patrick Mary Briscoe, joins us now. Father, thank you so much for joining us. I just want to ask you, what do you think his legacy will be?
Good morning, friends. Pope Francis will be remembered, I believe, as the Pope of Mercy. This was his great spiritual teaching. It was his emphasis from the very first moments of his papacy. Some of my own personal memories of Pope Francis are connected to this teaching, in fact. When I was in Krakow with millions of young people for World Youth Day in 2016 during the extraordinary Jubilee of Mercy. And I say mercy because he had so many efforts to reach out to all kinds of people, that they would know, rather, so that all kinds of people would know the mercy of God, the abundant love of God. So I firmly believe, I deeply believe that's a key part of Pope Francis' legacy and what we'll all be remembering him for.
Yeah. Father, I want to ask you, you said you spent a lot of time with young people. Talk about, we haven't discussed this, I don't think yet, the impact that Pope Francis had on the hundreds of millions of young Catholics and young people in general all around the world, because he did reach out to so many different groups, many not considered traditional by some of the Catholic faith.
He certainly did, and even young people that would be more traditional maybe than the Holy Father's own preference, these young people loved him. They loved the Pope. And he was very intentional about the way that he reached out to them. Young people will remember Pope Francis as a guide in, I think, above all, the spiritual life that Pope Francis has taught them to pray and to love the Lord and to evangelize, to be bold. You know, Pope Francis' first great letter that I'll remember is the joy of the gospel. And with that emphasis of going out, I think many young people were encouraged in their own practice of the faith. And we're certainly seeing that in the rise of devotion among young Catholics, not just in the United States, but globally. The numbers of young people entering the church this Easter were remarkable. And I think part of that, no doubt, is because of the way that Pope Francis reached out and encouraged them in their living in the faith.
And you know, we're hearing so many speak about the Pope this morning, and everyone says the same thing. He led with his heart. Could you touch on that?
He did, and I think that everyone says that because Pope Francis was more spontaneous, I think, than certainly Pope Benedict, who had a kind of regal sense in the way that he carried his office. Pope Francis chose to embody the Petrine ministry, the spirit of the ministry of Peter, in a way that I think for many people was more approachable, in a way that was certainly off the cuff, in a way that allowed them to see the Pope as a man, but a man they could trust.
And so, again, talking about his legacy here, Father, when thousands flock to the Vatican over the next several days to mourn the loss of Pope Francis. They'll be remembering and thinking about what, do you think, when they say their final farewell?
Well, certainly, I think they'll be remembering the way that Pope Francis engaged the world, and certainly beyond here, I'm talking about the confines of just the Catholic faithful. Pope Francis, of course, is known for his environmentalism with his great teaching in Laudato Si. People will be thinking of that. They'll be thinking of how Pope Francis was a leader for the best of mankind, how Pope Francis wanted to build a kind of common humanity, to promote a vision of life that was positive and that would promote the common good. I think that's certainly at the forefront of the Pope's legacy, that he was not just a leader for the Catholic Church, but a leader for the world. And that comes to a fruition in certain particular teachings, again, like his approach to the environment. And even more importantly, I would say the way that he was a steward and representative of peace throughout the world.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning and giving us more insights into the Pope's legacy. Really appreciate it.
Friends, God bless you.
You
God
too.
bless.
So NEWSMAX host Bianca de la Garza detailed Pope Francis and the legacy he left on Argentina. Take a look.
Early in his religious life, long before becoming Pope Francis, Jorge Bergoglio was indoctrinated into a so-called theology of the people in his native Argentina.
We, the people from the villa, thank Pope Francis because he remembered us. He was always with us here before going to Rome.
Delmo Bergoglio was a cousin of Pope Francis.
He came a few years ago and visited the old house. He took a handful of earth from the ground here and he took it with him to his country.
His emphasis on poverty was reflected in his choice of papal name, Francis, after Saint Francis of Assisi, symbolizing austerity and service to the poor. But like St. Francis, many popes have said they wish to elevate the poor, going back to antiquity, such as Pope John Paul II or Pope Leo XIII. What was different about Pope Francis was his deep-rooted and vocal skepticism of capitalism. Pope Francis viewed wealth as a vice. Indeed, Francis's position on capitalism had long been a feature of Argentinian socialists running for office.
The other contenders cannot understand when Pope Francis says that crude capitalism creates social injustice, as they surely don't have on their agenda, as I have, the new rights, the 3 T's, land, housing, and jobs for all Argentines.
This anti-capitalist ideology was reflected throughout Francis's papacy, says Luis Rosales, a Francis biographer, so much so that Francis made inroads into communist China.
He signed a kind of treaty between China and the Vatican, and probably in the following years, the Catholic Church is going to be the only one church authorized by the Communist Party in China.
Pope Francis never went back to Argentina after he became Supreme Pontiff, which did not go unnoticed here in Buenos Aires.
The only thing I disagree with is that he hasn't come to South America.
And Argentina has dramatically changed direction politically. Javier Milei, a libertarian economist who proudly advocates U.S.-style free market principles, was just elected president. Milei had been a fierce critic of Francis, calling him a filthy communist and accusing him of being the devil's representative on earth, although they finally reconciled after he took office. And the people of Buenos Aires remember his advocacy for the poor rather than his crusade against capitalism.
I think he's always in favor of the poor, and I believe that's fine.
Very good and generous.
Very good, very respectful, good-hearted, with Latin blood.
For NEWSMAX, I'm Bianca de la Garza.
All right, that was Bianca de la Garza with that special report. If you're just joining us, we woke up this morning to the news that Pope Francis passed away this morning at the age of 88 years old. He had been ill for some time, but seemed to be a little on the mend. You know, he'd been making some public, appearances, and of course, his last appearance so poignant that it was yesterday, Easter Sunday. He was able to address the masses there at the Vatican, blessing everyone there. Really, the last words that we ever heard from him were, "Christ is risen."
I think it's an incredible way, to go out. When you think about it, clearly he was ill. You saw the pictures, even the post on X that Vice President Vance put out. He said he was clearly ill. To have the strength to get out there and ride through the crowd and the Pope Mobile and then give his blessing and even just speak a couple words just screams how dedicated he was to being the Pope, obviously, and to the people and to the faith, and and making it to the holiest day of the year. When you knew he was so sick, I just think is a heroic effort for Pope Francis, and what a way to go.
Yeah, and always thinking of everyone else. You know, we're learning a lot about his legacy and what he will be remembered, for this morning. And so many saying he led with his heart, he cared for everyone, and he wanted to bring Christianity and Catholicism to everyone, to all corners of the world. And that's what he did for his 12 years as Pope.
Certainly did. And look, there's some controversy. No one's going to love everything you do.
Right.
But to your point, he'll be remembered for reaching out to, I think, everyone, but to a lot of groups traditionally that were, maybe not reached out by the Catholic Church
felt
for
forgotten.
a long time.
Right.
Forgotten. And knowing that they had a home. And I've talked with some people in those crowds, and boy, did they appreciate that. Feeling like that they were welcomed, in the Catholic Church, and had a Pope that's willing to bless them and say, hey, you still have a home here, and you can come here and you can worship, and God loves you. I think that was huge for a lot of people.
Yeah, 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide. Everyone in mourning this morning and for the next few days as we now prepare for Pope Francis's funeral. Much more on the life and legacy of Pope Francis in our next hour. What a life. 1936 to 2025, 88 years Pope Francis was on this earth. He was Pope for the last 12. We are all learning this morning of his passing. He died at 7:35 a.m. Vatican time. We learned of it about 4 a.m. this morning, and we've been covering this all morning. And we do want to go to a special report by NEWSMAX foreign correspondent Alex Salvi on the life of Pope Francis.
As the first non-European pope, the former Jorge Bergoglio of Buenos Aires, Argentina, became a historical figure, rising through the ranks of Catholicism, from Archbishop of Buenos Aires to being a member of his church's governing board, the College of Cardinals. Bergoglio always maintained a common touch. In 2013, following the surprise abdication of Pope Benedict XVI, the College of Cardinals elected Argentina's Bergoglio as the new pope.
Buonasera.
4 months after assuming the throne of St. Peter, he stunned many Catholics by seeming to reverse his church's traditional position on homosexuality. Quote, "If a gay person is in search of God, who am I to judge them?" he told reporters on his official airplane before quickly backtracking from that position. Pope Francis also continued to apologize to the families of children abused by pedophile priests in what was inarguably Catholicism's biggest scandal. In 2016, he hinted strongly that then presidential candidate Donald Trump was not a Christian because of his support of a wall along the border. The audience with Trump when he became president did not go well, but Francis did have cordial meetings with Barack Obama and Joe Biden. He challenged the Trump administration in its opening days, nominating Robert McElroy as Bishop of Washington, D.C., a vocal critic of the new administration, tasked with pushing the pontiff's vision in the U.S. Capitol. Francis himself frequently criticized the immigration policies of President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. In 2023, in one of the rarest scenes in 2 millennia of Catholic Church history, Pope Francis presided over the funeral of his predecessor, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, bringing an end to a saga of 2 living popes living within the walls of Vatican City. The Pope, battling several health issues himself later in life, persisted through personal and global turmoil, praying for peace in Ukraine and calling on Moscow and Kyiv to negotiate, while establishing a Vatican peace envoy to assist in the efforts. He insisted that the Catholic Church was open to everyone, but he continued to try to thwart the efforts of traditional Catholics to worship in the Latin Rite, used by the Church for 2,000 years, in favor of the vernacular Mass, more in use since the 1970s. It kick-started a series of events over the coming years that would pit progressive members of the Church against traditionalists, such as suggesting it may be possible to bless same-sex unions, again extending a hand to the community, much like he did years before. Francis also opened up the Church to women, significantly increasing the Vatican's female workforce, including in high-ranking positions.
His final acts, however, focused on securing his legacy as a liberal reformer whose worldview lives on after his passing. And his successor is tasked with taking on these sensitive issues. And with over 70% of voting-age cardinals appointed by Francis, the next pope will likely share his vision for the Church.
In the days following Pope Francis's death, there are those who will call for him to be canonized. In other words, to be made a saint to be prayed to. Others will declare him a heretic. As in life, there is very little middle ground. He will surely be remembered as a spiritual leader of consequence, and one whose career was shrouded in controversy. In Vatican City, for NEWSMAX, I'm Alex Salvi.
And thank you for watching this special edition of Wake Up America this morning. We all woke up to the news that Pope Francis passed away at the age of 88, and we've been talking about his life and his legacy here this morning. So much to dive into. Joining us now is pastor of St. Catherine of Alexandria Parish in the Archdiocese of New York, Father Rob McEwen. Thank you so much, Father, for joining us. For you personally, what will you remember most about Pope Francis?
So I think one thing is something that Cardinal Dolan actually had said. He's my Archbishop. He had said this a few years ago. He says, the Holy Father's writings are almost like he's being our examination of conscience for us, you know, because he would not shy away from the tougher issues and make us think a bit, you know, to consider how do we feel toward certain people, or how do we deal with not only our own sin, but the sin of others. So I think that's one thing this Holy Father will stick with me personally, because as you read some of his documents, he would challenge you to think, he would challenge you to reflect on, again, what's in your own conscience, as he would write to priests and to others. So I think for me personally, that's the best.
Yeah. Father, how do you think the people of the Church came to terms with that, taking on some of those tougher issues? I think probably it could go both ways. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. He does. You know, we would sort of semi-joke among my brother priests sometimes to say, "Gee, I wish he wouldn't make comments on an airplane," if you know what I mean. You know? So, because sometimes he would just talk off the cuff, and some of the ways that sometimes it was the translation, quite frankly, as the American press would, I think in some ways misinterpret, but other times he would just sort of off the cuff say certain things, and it would cause confusion. It would cause us even in parishes to have to start explaining things. Well, he didn't necessarily mean this or that, but it's never good to have that confusion sometimes. Certainly in the Catholic faith, because there's such a stability of our tradition and our teachings. So he would both get us to think and reflect on our own conscience, but at the same time, it sometimes caused confusion among the people of God, and meant that we had to do some explaining on a local level.
Yeah. And we know that, you know, it's God's timing, right? We never know when our last day will be, but wow. I mean, for his last message publicly to be to the people and the masses there at the Vatican on Easter Sunday, and for his last words to be, Christ is risen. How poignant is that?
Yeah, that's a very good point you make, actually. Yeah. There's actually a beautiful ancient greeting in Greek, in Latin, that is specifically an Easter greeting that is used by the church, and that is the words "Christ is risen." The response is, "Indeed, he is risen." So it's like an Easter greeting that would be an exchange between people, and especially Catholics and those in the Orthodox faith as well. So for him to proclaim those words on Easter Sunday, not even realizing himself that he wouldn't live too many more hours, and it's going to be something to live on for years and years as a very, very poignant message as he enters into the next life. As you may know too, in the Catholic faith and in the Orthodox faith, we celebrate Easter for 8 days straight. So starting on Easter Sunday all the way up until next Sunday, the church celebrates Easter all throughout this week. So this morning I had Mass. We prayed the Gloria, which is not normal for a daily Mass, but we do that during the octave, what's called the octave of Easter, which is the 8 days. So to hear those words and those last words of the Holy Father is very poignant and a great cause for reflection.
Well, that's just it, Father. I think a lot of people are reflecting, you know. When someone passes away, you tend to and you want to and you should remember, you know, the good parts about it. And he made the clergy, the staff, but the parishioners, he made you think in a different way that I don't think had been done in a long time in the Catholic Church.
Yeah, good point. Very good point. And as I said earlier, that thinking process is never a bad thing. Even to have some of those conversations with people and to hear, you know, what their point of view is, and to get people talking among themselves. As long as you're doing it out of love and you have to seek the truth. You have to seek the truth revealed by God and by His Son Jesus Christ through the Church. That's the key, and it's not bad to have these, because you want to make sure that you are truly loving the sinner but hating the sin, and that's the important distinction to make.
Yeah. Absolutely. Father Ramakian, thank you so much for joining us on this day to remember Pope Francis. Thank you.
God bless you and happy Easter.
You too.
God bless. Happy Easter, Father.
We want to welcome back in our NEWSMAX foreign correspondent, Alex Salvi. He is live for us this morning in Vatican City, where so many are beginning to gather.
Yes, Charlotte, Bob, good morning to you both. Thousands of people still gathering here in St. Peter's Square to pay their final respects to Pope Francis. And we know that they'll be able to likely over the next 9 days as the church enters this period of mourning. And really the events of this morning, beginning when the Vatican announced that Pope Francis passed away at 7:35 a.m. local time, they kick off this series of rituals that really has been performed over the past centuries leading up to today. Now, when it comes to Pope Francis, as we've been talking about all morning, he was a reformist in many ways, so he may have requested a deviation from some of those practices. We know that dating all the way back to the passing of Pope Benedict XVI, when Pope Francis actually presided over his funeral, marking an unprecedented event within itself. Ever since then, Pope Francis has been planning for this day, so we are going to get to see kind of the last manifestation of what he wanted his final moments here on earth to look like. Now, when it comes to what takes place right now, the Vatican enters this period known as sede vacante, meaning the seat is vacant, meaning any daily responsibilities here at the Vatican are handed over to the College of Cardinals. Now, they can't make any major changes, of course, until a new pope is named, but the series of events that take place throughout the day, ones that are likely taking place behind closed doors right behind me, really look as follows. For example, when it comes to Pope Francis, Cardinal Kevin Ferrell, he would presumably go into the room where Pope Francis passed away and say his name 3 times, Bergoglio, 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 that identifying whether or not the Pope did indeed pass. Now, that would be the precedent, that would be what would historically be done, but we know that perhaps the Vatican is choosing to do a more scientific method. But when it comes to the other rituals as well, there'll be the destroying of the ring and the seal that Pope Francis would wear. Once again, a symbolic gesture saying that his time here leading the Catholic Church is over as it transitions to a new period. Now, what we know for certain is that Pope Francis will be buried in a coffin tonight. We're hearing it'll take place at 8 p.m. local time, and that'll set up that presentation period where people from around the world can come here to Vatican City and pay their final respects over this 9-day period where it's a mourning period for the Catholic Church, as well as Italy. We're hearing that Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni will be issuing a statement as well very shortly. We know that but world leaders, including the White House, have already released their own statements. So right here in Vatican City, I would say a very somber move to some degree, but also a degree of celebration, acknowledging what Pope Francis did for the Catholic Church over the past 12 years.
Yeah, and Alex, I know that you lived in Rome for some time now, and you're there in Vatican City today. What are you hearing from people that are gathering and beginning to mourn the death of this Pope?
Yeah, well, we talked about this last hour, and I think it's a really important thing to address that as Pope Francis went through these illnesses over the past couple of years, he didn't go through them alone. He went through them with worshipers as well, who would tune in every single day and try to keep an update on what was happening with Pope Francis. And we saw this with his latest bout of pneumonia, a near-death experience that left him in the hospital for 5 weeks, perhaps the most serious parts of his entire papacy. Every single day, the Vatican would release updates on his health, good or bad. That was at the request of Pope Francis, who wanted to keep worshipers in the loop. Now, there were some promising signs when he was discharged last month, but nonetheless, there were still, of course, moments of frailty, moments where we saw Pope Francis that was not the same Pope Francis that we saw early on in his papacy. And even in those moments, we saw him reach out to worshipers, as you were just talking about, whether it was coming out to the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica or greeting worshipers in the Pope Mobile, when we know, evidently, that he was not up to the top part of his health. Just doing those things was his way of reaching worshipers, and I think it's really felt here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alex, we just heard you mention that so many world leaders are reaching out, across the globe. And I believe we have a message here from Donald Trump as well. He posted, offering his condolences to all of the Catholic people as well, and saying, "Rest in peace, Pope Francis. May God bless him and all who loved him." Alex Salvi, thank you so much for your reporting there in Vatican City. We'll see you a bit later on. And we know that J.D. Vance was also there, one of the last public officials to meet with the Pope yesterday. How special that must have been.
A moment he'll never forget.
Yeah.
And he also said that the Pope appeared to be very ill yesterday, too. And it's something we've discussed all morning, we'll discuss all day. The fact that he had the will and the ability to go out and speak on Easter Sunday yesterday, take rides in the Pope Mobile. There's a picture of the Vice President, the Pope, and others there at the Vatican. It's incredible that he did that, and what a way to go. And I think it says a lot just about, his fortitude and who he was. As we talked this morning, Charla, about his big heart and always working.
Yeah.
And, not somebody who was, sitting in the office, behind a desk. He really got out there and he did it to his very last day.
And on his last day, Easter Sunday, offering that blessing to the masses. What an incredible final message. One of his last words were, "Christ is risen." So that's what all Christians and Catholics can take with them on this morning as the period of mourning begins. For more on the legacy of Pope Francis, we want to welcome in senior political analyst and former Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum, along with host of America Right Now, Tom Basile. Great to see you both again. Thank you guys for taking the time. I know you both have personal stories about what this Pope, meant to you. Senator, I'll start with you. What do you think his legacy will be?
I think his legacy will be a convoluted one, candidly. I think it'll be a legacy, as you have all stressed, I think rightfully so, of someone who is trying to reach out and, as Father Patrick Mary said, show God's mercy and love for all, whether you're a Catholic or even a Christian, that Jesus is God and Lord of all, and that he has mercy and love, and it's open to everyone. And I think he believed that, he lived that, and he certainly pursued that. And then you heard others like Father McKeon, who talked about the confusion that the Pope's more casual style. He wasn't a theologian. If you go back to John Paul II and Benedict XVI, the prior, and even popes before that, most of them were steeped in canon law and theology. And but that's not, as you've mentioned, he was a bouncer. He was a janitor. I mean, he came up from very humble beginnings. He was not a theologian or a scholar, and he spoke in language that was sometimes just not clear and often confusing, in an attempt to be merciful, an attempt to try to show his heart to those who are outside of the teachings of the church. He would say things that certainly ruffled feathers. And so it's that conflict that his pontificate will be remembered, but I think certainly his heart, as people have said, and I've said, that he governed from his heart, and I think that will be the most positive legacy that will live with us with Pope Francis.
Tom, what do you think?
Well, I agree with the senator, and and when we talk about that confusion, I think it's always so important when we discuss the Pope. He's got a responsibility that nobody else on the planet has, right? He needs to speak to 1.3 billion people who live in every country in the world. And everything that he says has to be translated into multiple languages. And as one of your previous guests mentioned, sometimes that can cause some confusion. And especially when you have a left-wing media, largely, not only here in the United States, but certainly in Europe and in other places in the world, who want to cause controversy, who want to cause additional confusion within the Catholic Church. But I do think that his style, the way that he approached speaking to people, was incredibly powerful. And one of the first things that he did as Pope is he got members of the Curia together, and he sent a message to all of the bishops all around the world. And he said, look, he says, you can't be in an ivory tower. You have to be pastors first. If you're going to be leaders, you have to be pastors first. And you have to also exude the joy of Jesus Christ. You cannot be sort of locked up in a rectory someplace or living sort of high on the hog, as we would say here in the U.S. You have to be down with the people. And that is, that is the way that he lived. As Pope, he did not live in the Apostolic Palace. He lived in the guest residence. He's not going to be buried at St. Peter's Basilica. He'll be buried at St. Mary Major. He did sort of eschew some of the trappings of the papacy that we were used to, and that reflected a much simpler approach that he believed was going to better connect with people as the church and the world faces a lot of significant problems. One of the things that he talked about in Laudato Si, which is one of his most significant writings, is our disposable society, how our throwaway culture. And I think that even though you might be able to quibble about some of his reflections on environmentalism and the influences there, there could be no doubt that technology is something that has to be dealt with very carefully, that it can cause a lot of human suffering, that we cannot have a throwaway society or a disposable society, because then our humanity gets lost and therefore our connection to God. So, I mean, I think that we'll take this period of time, particularly over these next few days, and really look at the body of work here. And I think that there'll be a temptation on the part of some to oversimplify it, but I think it's very complex. And very much in keeping with a man who brought a very different approach to the papacy than Benedict XVI and John Paul II.
Yeah, and Tom, you bring up such a good point of saying that he was a pope of the people. That he really cared about so many in so many different countries and all of the different, sometimes ugly corners of the world, right? And that's what we've been talking about this morning, is that he was there in the crowds, and how poignant it is, Senator, that his last message was on Easter Sunday, and getting out there, and you've been talking about it all morning, Bob, that he mustered up the strength to go out there because he knew that's what the Catholics and the faithful of this world needed, is to hear from him one final time, Rick.
It's beautiful. I mean, it's a testament to his love of the people and him wanting to be out there, to be the leader of the church, the Pope to the faithful. And also pretty remarkable, given what he obviously must not have been feeling all that great yesterday, to not just go out there, but also to meet with the vice president, who, again, the vice president who's a Catholic convert. and like many converts to the Catholic Church, is a very serious Catholic. I mean, he's someone who takes his Catholicism very, very seriously. He's studied it well. Lots of people have conversion story. His conversion story is a conversion of the mind as well as the heart. I mean, he really strongly believes in the teachings of the Church, and as we've talked about before, there are conflicts between what J.D. Vance has said and as a leader, but also as a Catholic, because he gave a talk at the National Catholic Prayer Breakfast and said some things that I think the Holy Father maybe took some issue with, but he took the time to meet with him, and again, that speaks well of him, and it also speaks well of J.D. Vance, because the Pope was actually critical, and as a Catholic, being criticized personally by the Pope has to be quite a shocking thing. It's got to be a little off-putting to have the Pope say some critical things about what you've said, and yet for his willingness to go there and meet with him says a lot for J.D. Vance, but also says a lot for the Pope. It's something interesting, I'm sure he will reflect on the rest of his life.
Yeah, great point. And great to have both of you with us this morning to talk about the life and legacy of Pope Francis. Rick, Tom, thank you guys.
You bet.
Thank you.
All right, we want to welcome back in Chair of the Department of Theology and Religious Studies at St. John's University, Father Patrick Flanagan. He is joining us on the phone this morning. Father Flanagan, thank you so much for taking the time. Just want to get your first reactions to hearing this news this morning.
So I think that yesterday, when the Pope was so vibrant and engaging and had so much life, got out on the loggia and spoke to the people and gave his Urbi and Orbi blessing, and then moved around the crowd with seemingly such ease and such joy and such engagement. To wake up this morning and to see that he's died, I think brings a sense of sadness, shock, disappointment, because, right at the end of his term in his hospital, if we recall, he actually had almost a 7-year plan that he would be implementing the synod and moving forward with the synodality process. And for this to be interrupted, it says a couple of things. One is that, first of all, that, humanity proposes, God disposes, that God ultimately is in charge, that we have to be attentive to providence. And second of all, to make the best set of life, because this is a man who made the best set of his life. The last 12 years have been extraordinary for the church and the world. And as these days unfold, we will see people who are sad and disappointed, but people who are very grateful for leading us in the past 12 years.
Yeah. Father, talk a little bit more about some of the work that Pope Francis was undertaking. What you said that might be stalled, or talk about what happens next with all that.
Sure. So those who are familiar with the process of synodality, he gathered people, and this is all in line with his own mission to be inclusive. So very clearly, he was very mindful of the fact that he was chosen from outside the European continent, the first which was the Pope in 800 years, and he was going to be this inclusive Pope, someone who was going to bring in the rest of the world that people had not necessarily forgotten, but so much so that they weren't paying as much attention to as possible. And so he was always mindful of the margins, the peripheries, those people who lived on the edges of society. This synodality process was an attempt to think through some critical issues of how to be church in the postmodern world. So we recognize that in many parts of the world, the church is not necessarily dying, but is under scrutiny, and faith is not as popular as it is in other places. And so he brought in lay people into conversations with priests and bishops and cardinals that were not previously happening. Now, what's going to happen after him? So you recognize that when the cardinals gather in Rome in the next few weeks, they're going to be having side conversations, as we all imagine. And they're going to be asking questions, who is going to lead the church in the coming years? Who is going to be the presence of Christ in the world? Who's going to be that vicar of Christ in the world? Who's going to address as Vatican II says, the hopes and possibilities, the anxieties and the fears of the world? And so they're going to consider whether the synodality process is going to move forward, and they're going to pick the person who's going to lead the church into the future.
Father Patrick Flanagan on the phone with us this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we want to turn now to Alex Kramer, who's taking a look at reactions to Pope Francis's passing from around the world. Alex?
Yeah, Charlotte, that's right. Thank you so much. We have a lot to get to. First, of course, we did just hear from President Trump as well. He posted on Truth Social, "Rest in peace, Pope Francis. May God bless him and all who loved him." Just yesterday, Pope Francis releasing an Easter message. Christ is risen. These words capture the whole meaning of our existence. For we were not made for death, but for life. Easter is the celebration of life. God created us for life and wants the human family to rise again. One of the Pope's final meetings was just yesterday with Vice President J.D. Vance, where Vance actually posted that he was praying for the Pope's good health. Vance was one of the first world leaders to react to the news early this morning, posting, quote, "I just learned of the passing of Pope Francis. My heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill. But I'll always remember him for the below homily he gave in the very early days of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul." Now, the White House posting photos of the Pope's meetings with both President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania, as well as Vice President Vance, with a message, "Rest in peace." And then you have the Indian President Narendra Moody posting, "Pope Francis will always be remembered as a beacon of compassion, humility, and spiritual courage by millions across the world. From a young age, he devoted himself towards realizing the ideals of Lord Christ. He diligently served the poor and downtrodden. For those who were suffering, he ignited a spirit of hope." And then you have European Union President Ursula von der Leyen posting, quote, "My thoughts are with all who feel this profound loss. May they find solace in the idea that Pope Francis's legacy will continue to guide us all towards a more just, peaceful, and compassionate world." Charla, Bob.
Yeah, so many world leaders reacting to the news this morning that Pope Francis has passed away at the age of 88. He was Pope for 12 years and really came from humble beginnings and never forgot that and kind of led in that way as well. And I like that message there from Ursula saying that I hope people find solace, you know, in his legacy. And that's what we're talking about this morning, what people will remember him by.
I think, you know, in having these conversations, it's just, one, love your fellow human being.
Right.
You know, we're having a lot of conversations about how he reached out to, you know, different groups of people that wouldn't be considered traditional by the Catholic way of life by any means. And reflecting on that, Jesus loves everybody. And at the end of the day, you know, don't turn a cold shoulder to your fellow human being. And then, you know, navigating the church, I think, through a very difficult time. There was all the sex abuse scandal stuff, you know, bringing in different groups into the church, welcoming them, maybe not giving them endorsements on certain things, but saying that you can come here, you have a home. And he made the Catholic Church think in a lot of new ways. And you know, and that's what we're talking about today.
And I think the last 12 years have been a rocky one for the world, really. So that's what he, you know, was navigating through, and having the challenge, as we've said, to reaching out to 1.4 billion Catholics who speak all different languages, who come from all different walks of life. It's not easy to give that same message. So we want to bring in now our good friend, White House correspondent John Gizzi, for more on the passing of Pope Francis. We know now it's a time of mourning, John, and that will be that way for the next few days. No specific date set for a funeral. We're hearing it could be as early as Saturday, possibly, though, into next week. But we know for the next few days, this is the time of mourning and remembering the Pope.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we'll see more tributes from world leaders about him coming out as the day goes on. Pope Francis was a unique pope, has been noted before. He did not enter the priesthood until he was 33 years old in 1969. He was the first pope who was ordained in the vernacular rite that was common since the 1960s in the Second Vatican Council, not the Latin rite through which Catholics worshipped for 500 years. He was unique in coming from the Western Hemisphere, and he was a true outsider. Many say that his election came from cardinals who wanted someone not from the inside, as the last two popes were, but from the outside, and they certainly got it in Pope Francis.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we've been talking a lot about what, you know, he will be remembered for most? Just you personally, what will you remember most about this Pope?
Well, I covered his visit to Washington, D.C. during President Obama's administration when he blessed Catholics on the White House staff and later became the first Pope to address a joint session of Congress. Speaker John Boehner, himself a devout Catholic, worked hard to arrange that. People had been talking about popes addressing Congress for years. Speaker Boehner made it happen. And my understanding is the two prayed together and talked privately, and that convinced John Boehner, who was having some doubts about continuing in politics, that there was more to his life than simply being in office. And days after the Pope's visit, he decided to resign and move on. And he always credited his time with Pope Francis as a big factor in that decision.
Yeah, wow, that's incredible. John, you have so many stories from your days in Washington, and as you said, covering the Pope as well. And we're hearing so many personal stories that people have, and how he just never lost those humble beginnings, right? That he always would reach out to those in all corners of the world. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes. Well, one thing about him, he loved to remind interviewers and sometimes surprise them by pointing out he had been a janitor, a barroom bouncer, and as he told at least one biographer, before he decided to enter the priesthood, he had a girlfriend. So that was a little bit different from previous popes, or at least what we know about them. And he never hesitated to talk about his church background. I think that was a unique quality. I know when I was in Argentina to cover President Milei's inauguration, while people were disappointed the Pope never came back to visit Buenos Aires, they still remembered him. And I went to the church where he had preached for many years, and he was still warmly regarded, albeit people wish they saw more of him. I think you'll see much mourning in Argentina, including from an old enemy who reconciled President Javier Milei.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, and you talk about the girlfriend. I know in that same autobiography, in that interview, he mentioned that he loved doing the tango in his early years in Argentina. So, yeah, we love hearing these stories. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, and thank you for your coverage today.
Thanks so much. We want to continue this coverage and go to the host of America right now, Tom Basile. He joins us. And Tom, we've been talking with you all morning, and we've been talking about the legacy and just some of these personal stories that people have about the Pope. For you this morning, you know, waking up, hearing this news of his passing, what first came to your mind?
Yeah, that he was ready. I think that he had made a conscious decision that he was not going to die in the hospital, that he wanted to be with the faithful during the Easter holiday, during Holy Week. This is the holiest week of the year. We're now in the octave of Easter, and I think that there was a sense of readiness, there was a sense of peace, but he wanted to continue to lead. He wanted to continue to be seen, and even at cost to his health. And I think he took the position that if God wants me, he can have me. But I'm going to continue to work right up until the very end. And it's important for people to see their Pope. And we did, of course, see him yesterday wishing us Happy Easter. And what an incredibly poetic and remarkable way to leave this world for the next, for this Pope who very much, and you've been talking about this so well, Bob and Charlotte, about how much he wanted to be a Pope of the people, and I also thought about, as you were talking about this earlier, just last week he did something that was fairly shocking, as this Pope tended to do. He went down into the basilica because he wanted to pray at one of the tombs in the crypt below the basilica. He went down into the basilica kind of in street clothes, kind of in a, you know, he didn't have a zucchetto on, he didn't have a white cassock on, and you could just picture him saying, I want to go down there, I want to go pray, and they didn't clear the place out. They didn't clear out the basilica. People actually came up to him. They allowed some of the pilgrims that were there, some of the worshipers that were there to see him. It didn't matter. It didn't matter the fact that he wasn't dressed. It didn't matter to him. He wanted to go down there, and he also wanted to be with people. And I think that will be one of the great legacies, and one of the ways that he reached out to people. You were just talking to John Gizzi about the fact that he would talk about he liked to do the tango, and that when he was younger he did have a girlfriend. I think that was very intentional on his part to show folks that priests, particularly in this time when when the Catholic Church is really struggling with vocations, that the priests are normal people. That priests can lead. At one point, they may have led what was considered a normal life, but then found this remarkable calling to serve God. All of those things were ways in which he connected in a very special way with the faithful.
And I think Tom and Charlotte, we've been, as you said, Tom, we've been talking about this all morning. I think that's why he chose the name Francis. You know, after Saint Francis, doer. He's a doer. He wants to get out there with the people and feel them, be around them. And Tom, you're talking about, he didn't care about how he was dressed, and in a world of what I would consider very materialistic here, it was kind of like a breath of fresh air, to see a pope down there, getting in the mix.
It must have been incredible for all of those people just visiting that day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Here. And I think people appreciated that about him a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the ways that he's going to be most remembered. And one of your previous guests, and you guys are doing a fantastic job, by the way, I just want to say, one of your previous guests said that the message, and sometimes there was confusion in the message, but the message was going back to oftentimes the Christ's his charge that you love the sinner, but you can still hate the sin, and try to move people who are sinners toward the gospel. And that's really so much about what he tried to do in this outreach that I think was oftentimes misunderstood, because at the end of the day, there were people who feared, because he was sort of more on the liberal side, that he was going to make very significant, doctrinal changes within the church. And at the end of the day, when you look at it, he really didn't do that. But he did this outreach to people to make them feel more welcome, and I think that will be appreciated perhaps a little more as time goes on.
And you hope that outreach continues, with the next pope, and what he was able to accomplish and the legacy that he leaves behind. Tom Basile, so much insight. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
All right, let's take a listen now to the official announcement of the Pope's death with the chime of the bells at the Vatican.
Per pregare, anche semplicemente Stefania, per osservare la basilica di San Pietro e cercare di capire quello che è successo. C'è tantissima gente.
And this just into the newsroom. This is the official announcement from the Vatican in Italian. Take a listen.
Carissimi fratelli e sorelle, con profondo dolore devo annunciare la morte del nostro Santo Padre Francesco. Alle ore 7:35 di questa mattina, il Vescovo di Roma Francesco è tornato alla casa del Padre. La sua vita tutta intera è stata dedicata al servizio.
And you just heard Cardinal Ferrell there issuing the announcement this morning that at 7:35 a.m. Vatican time, Pope Francis passed away at the age of 88, less than 24 hours after greeting the masses on Easter Sunday. And we want to go now live to Vatican City, where NEWSMAX foreign correspondent Alex Salvi is live for us. We know that thousands of Catholics are beginning to gather to pay their respects as everyone starts this period of mourning.
Yeah, Charlotte, Bob, good morning. In fact, I can tell you that around the Vatican right now, streets are beginning to be closed as the crowd of people coming here to St. Peter's Square to pay their respects to Pope Francis is starting to grow. Today is the Italian holiday of Pasquetta. It's the day every day right after Easter where people traditionally gather with their families. And really, it's supposed to be a day that's laid back, but I can see that families are now coming here to St. Peter's Square. Of course, different plans of what they had in mind. And as you said, this all kicking off this morning at 7:35 a.m. when it was announced that Pope Francis has passed away. We still don't have many details as to exactly what happened, although we could presume that it has to do with that pneumonia diagnosis that he's been fighting for the past couple of weeks. But that event taking place at 7:35 a.m., followed by that announcement that you just played, kicking off a series of rituals. And we are learning from the Vatican that they will begin the certification of the death of Pope Francis beginning at around 8 p.m. local time, so 2 p.m. Eastern time. Now, that is a very, I will say, interesting and I will say long-held type of ritual that has been really developed over the span of centuries at this point. Now, it has been tweaked with modernization as well as at the wishes of Pope Francis. But what typically takes place is that Cardinal Ferrell will go into the room where Pope Francis lies and say his name 3 times to confirm that he is indeed dead. Now, of course, there's going to be some medical interventions that will take place with the modernization of scientific technology, but still we expect that many of those rituals will take place leading up to Pope Francis being put in a coffin, a more humble coffin at his request. And we are learning from the Vatican this hour that beginning on Wednesday, that Pope Francis will be laid in rest right here in St. Peter's Basilica, where people from around the world, especially right here in Rome, can come to St. Peter's Basilica and pay their final respects during this 9 days of mourning that should kick off beginning this morning.
So, Alex, so you're telling us on Wednesday that is when the faithful can start to gather there and they will be able to pay their respects, correct?
That's exactly right, leading up to the papal funeral. And then after that, of course, we all know that a conclave will take place. But the focus for right now is, of course, the paying respects to Pope Francis and lying him in rest here in Vatican City.
Alex, let me ask you about the security. You know, I kind of a minute detail, but you're going to see thousands of people come through the square there. Talk about that and how it's already shaping up at this very moment. I would assume you're seeing some movement.
Yeah, well, it's in fact a very great question because it'll take not only the Vatican to orchestrate that, but of course the Roman police, and I would assume that a much larger anticipation from the Italian authorities as well. Keep in mind that this is the Jubilee year. This is not an ordinary year for the Catholic Church. Upwards of 30 million people are expected to make the visit to Italy this year for different Catholic events. In fact, we're learning that some of the certain events that were supposed to take place next week, including the canonization of saints, are being pushed back for this event. So right now there is a scramble. I will say here in Vatican City, they're already starting to put up some of the barriers. There's a larger police presence taking place. But over the coming days, there is going to be a larger scramble to kind of decide what happens from a planning perspective for these millions of people that are going to be coming here over the coming months, especially these next couple of weeks, because some of the bigger ceremonies were set to take place next week.
Yeah, and with 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide, you're right, it is in the millions that will be coming in the next few days and paying their respects. As we know, the time of mourning begins this morning. Our thanks to you, Alex Salvi, live for us this morning at the Vatican.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to Washington now, and White House correspondent John Gizzi, he joins us live this morning. And John, we've been talking with you all morning about the life and the legacy of Pope Francis, and so many people have personal stories and ways that he has touched them. What do you think he will be remembered for most?
I think he'll be remembered for being a pope who was light years different from most of his immediate predecessors. Remember, he was not in the curia, the inner circle of cardinals close to the previous pope. He was an outsider, the pope from the Western Hemisphere, in fact. I think if you want to find any kind of analogy to him, you have to go back to 1921 and the election of Pope Pius XI, who had been a mountain climber, a librarian, and had only been a cardinal for less than a year before he was elected. So it is with Jorge Maria Bergoglio, who was a priest in his early 30s, had risen to be Archbishop of Buenos Aires, named a cardinal by John Paul II, and a relatively unknown figure on the world scene. But many cardinals said it was time to try someone from the outside rather than the inside, and that's what he'll be remembered, the outsider who became the people's pope.
Well, John, let me ask you, how do you think that experiment, if you will, how do you think that worked? Bringing in someone not from Europe, as one guest earlier in the show put it, someone from the end of the earth, Argentina, way down in South America, bringing them into Italy, into the Vatican, and he, you know, made some changes without question, some considered very controversial. So what do you think?
Oh, yeah. Well, on the one hand, he brought controversy to the job, but on the other hand, there was almost a sigh of relief with his election. He's so thought of as Argentinian, but the Pope was half Italian, fluent in the Italian language, and he seemed to fit in just fine with the inner circle in the Vatican, even though he was not of them, per se. So in his particular case, it works. Now, if another pope from outside Europe is elected, well, that'll be a question mark, certainly. But with this pope, it worked pretty well in terms of relations with the Vatican and throughout the church.
And you know, we've been talking all morning about he was a pope of the people, right? The people's pope, and those were your words as well. And right after being elected pope, I find it so interesting that he remained standing on the same level as the cardinal electors rather than sitting on a throne. We know that he chose to live in the guest house, right? He did all of these things because, again, I think he wanted to be there with the people. And we just heard a beautiful story from Tom Basile telling us that just last week he wanted to pray down in St. Peter's. And so he insisted they not clear it out, that he insisted that he just wanted to go down in his regular clothes and just pray. And I think that's beautiful, some of these stories we're hearing.
Well, I think there are many beautiful stories about the Pope, and he's going to be mourned worldwide. I think you'll see throngs come to the Vatican, pilgrims from all over the world to mourn him. And one other thing, I have tried to stop even thinking about just who might be elected. One, because I have no idea who it would be. Most of the papal elections have yielded complete surprises, Pope Francis's being the latest. But also just to recall who he was, not what will happen next. And I think you'll see most of the world thinking that way in the coming week.
Right, yeah, I know, and at least for the next few days, you know, it's a time for mourning and remembering and talking about Pope Francis. But yes, in the coming weeks, we will have the conclave and a new pope will be selected in the next month or so. Thank you, John Gizzi. Appreciate you this morning.
Thanks, Charla, for having me.
So joining us now is Provincial Superior of the Marian Fathers in the United States and Argentina, Father Chris Alar. Thank you so much for joining us. Father, this is our first time speaking this morning. You woke up, you heard the news. What was your first reaction?
Our first reaction is to pray. As Catholics and part of the Catholic family, the Church of Christ, our obligation is to always pray for those entrusted to us as leaders, even if we're not very much totally in agreement of some of the decisions or the actions that were taken. That at this point doesn't matter right now. We pray for the repose of his soul and for the Catholic Church.
Father, so we're not going to talk about, you know, the future or some of those decisions here. I think, you know, in all the conversations we've had this morning, the Pope's heart and reaching out. I think just reminding maybe the church, the clergy itself, to make sure you have that connection with the everyday men and women and to get in there, you know, and kind of get your hands dirty a little bit.
Yeah, one of the things that we need to stress is what Catholics, the two things that the Catholics need to pray for. Number one, we need to pray that every single cardinal enter into the conclave of the Sistine Chapel in a state of grace, unaware of any mortal sin. And secondly, we need to pray that every single cardinal there in the conclave of the Sistine Chapel will be praying themselves to be led by the Holy Spirit and not along any ideological lines or politics, if you will, but they'll be open to be guided by the Holy Spirit. So this is what is obligated from us as Catholics, both clergy and the laity.
What do you think Pope Francis wants to be remembered for most?
Well, it's very clear, a Pope of mercy, a Pope of the people. He made many decisions that were for the marginalized, the immigrants. Now, at the same time, there were many proponents to that, thinking that he had overstepped many bounds. And I think although that is debatable, yes, we could see some of those causing of confusion. The fact is that his heart was trying to be for those in need. And so that's what we pray for, God's mercy, that was his intent, and that God may have mercy on him because of that intent.
You know, you mentioned something so interesting. You mentioned his heart, and so many that we've talked to, so many priests this morning that we've had on have all said the same thing, that he led from his heart. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, in fact, that is the hardest part in being a member of the clergy, and that is that we have our heads and we have our hearts. And when as provincial superior, a lot of times I'm forced to have to lead by the intellect. The intellect precedes the will, but at the same time, we can never lose sight of the heart in making these decisions. And that is the port of a good shepherd. While never, ever are we to compromise the teaching of the church, doctrine, or dogma of our faith. At the same time, we are to lead for the good of the people. Because remember, the definition of love is willing the good of the other, but we always have to do it within the teaching, the guidelines of the teaching of the church.
But it is a message, though, of love. And as we've discussed thoroughly this morning here, Father, that Pope Francis, really wanted to extend the reach, to the corners of people, in the world, to that maybe they didn't go along with the teachings. He didn't want to alienate anyone, I guess, is what we're trying to get at here. Right. And I think that was evident. Yeah, and the challenge there, I think that we're going to be hearing a lot about in the next several days is the confusion that was caused. And a lot of times it wasn't by anything he said, it was more sometimes by what he didn't say. And so therefore we have a time now to set all that aside and just pray for his soul. Pray for mercy. We are all in need of mercy. When people would question me, I would simply say, hey, I'm in need of God's mercy more than anyone. So that's what I try to remember most at this time.
A great reminder. Father Crissalar, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless you all.
You too. So NewsMax host Bianca de la Garza detailed Pope Francis and the legacy he left on Argentina. Take a look.
Early in his religious life, long before becoming Pope Francis, Jorge Bergoglio was indoctrinated into a so-called theology of the people in his native Argentina.
We, the people from the villa, thank Pope Francis because he remembered us. He was always with us here before going to Rome.
Delmo Bergoglio was a cousin of Pope Francis.
He came a few years ago and visited the old house. He took a handful of earth from the ground here and he took it with him to his country.
His emphasis on poverty was reflected in his choice of papal name, Francis, after Saint Francis of Assisi, symbolizing austerity and service to the poor. But like St. Francis, many popes have said they wish to elevate the poor, going back to antiquity, such as Pope John Paul II or Pope Leo XIII. What was different about Pope Francis was his deep-rooted and vocal skepticism of capitalism. Pope Francis viewed wealth as a vice. Indeed, Francis's position on capitalism had long been a feature of Argentinian socialists running for office.
The other contenders cannot understand when Pope Francis says that crude capitalism creates social injustice, as they surely don't have on their agenda, as I have, the new rights, the 3 T's, land, housing, and jobs for all Argentines.
This anti-capitalist ideology was reflected throughout Francis's papacy, says Luis Rosales, a Francis biographer. So much so that Francis made inroads into communist China.
He signed a kind of treaty between China and the Vatican, and probably in the following years, the Catholic Church is going to be the only one church authorized by the Communist Party in China.
Pope Francis never went back to Argentina after he became Supreme Pontiff, which did not go unnoticed here in Buenos Aires.
The only thing I disagree with is that he hasn't come to South America.
And Argentina has dramatically changed direction politically. Javier Milei, a libertarian economist who proudly advocates U.S.-style free market principles, was just elected president. Milei had been a fierce critic of Francis, calling him a filthy communist and accusing him of being the devil's representative on earth, although they finally reconciled after he took office. And the people of Buenos Aires remember his advocacy for the poor rather than his crusade against capitalism.
I think he's always in favor of the poor, and I believe that's fine.
Very good and generous.
Very good, very respectful, good-hearted, with Latin blood.
For NEWSMAX, I'm Bianca De La Garza.
All right, you are taking a live look right now at Vatican City as thousands of mourners begin to descend there on the Vatican, looking to pay their respects to Pope Francis. He passed away this morning, 7:35 a.m. Vatican time at the age of 88, just a few hours after addressing the masses on Easter Sunday there at the Vatican, offering few words but poignant ones. Some of his last words were, "Christ has risen." He also met with Vice President J.D. Vance yesterday as well, one of the last public officials to meet with the Pope. The Pope was the Pope for 12 years there, and again, he's passed away at the age of 88. Now the period of mourning of 9 days begins. He will be laying in state there at St. Peter's beginning on Wednesday. Our foreign correspondent Alex Salvi has learned, and then there will be a funeral to follow as well in the coming days, and then of course the conclave will follow 15 to 20 days after that, and millions are expected in the coming weeks, again, to pay their respects as the Catholic world mourns the death of Pope Francis, dead at the age of 88. The first pope from the Western Hemisphere. He was from Argentina, but came from Italian parents as well. So he spoke Italian and was really able to relate to so many there in Rome and at the Vatican. And of course, able to relate to everyone across the world. 1.4 billion Catholics now in mourning. Their leader has died at the age of 88. We're going to send it over to National Report right now as our coverage of the Pope continues. Thanks for watching Wake Up America. I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Anche semplicemente Stefania per osservare la Basilica di San Pietro e cercare di capire quello che è successo. C'è tantissima gente, tanto silenzio.
Taking a live shot at the Vatican. Welcome to First Edition. I'm John Burnett.
And I'm Krisha Lenzo. We're starting with breaking news this morning, the death of Pope Francis. History's first Latin American pontiff has died at the age of 88.
Today, we remember the man who transformed the Catholic Church. The Vatican saying Francis died this morning, ending a 12-year run that shook up the Catholic Church, while also challenging traditional teachings.
Let's start our coverage in Washington, where NEWSMAX host Tracy Sable is standing by. Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning. Great to be with you both. Of course, we woke up this morning a bit surprised, maybe not really shocked by the news. Of course, Pope Francis, as we know, had been suffering from that double lung infection. He was admitted to Gemelli Hospital back in February, the beginning of February, February 14th. He was in the hospital there for well over a month. He was convalescing for quite some time. But Pope Francis had a history of issues with his lungs. As we know, as a young man, he had part of his lung removed, so he had been suffering for quite some time. Still, for Catholics around the world, including myself, this is a very, very sad time. Outpouring of condolences around the world. Of course, we also know that the president also spoke out on Truth Social, President Trump, that is, saying, "Rest in peace, Pope Francis. May God bless him and all who loved him indeed." And we are all praying for him, of course. Speaking of leaders around the world and people reaching out in their time, you know, Pope Francis reached out to people all over the world, all over people on the peripheries. We remember one of his trips he made to Iraq back in 2021. He was the first pontiff to ever go to that country. And it was really a way to kind of build bridges, as something he often did. And with the interfaith dialogue over there, many Iraqis and Chaldean Christians still remember that. A lot of persecuted Christians over there from ISIS still remember the Pope reaching out to them and being there. Another thing that a lot of people too remember about the Pope, however, on the other side, is the China deal back in 2018 that the Holy Father struck with China, which allowed those in Beijing to actually appoint bishops without the Vatican approval. That raised a lot of concerns for those in the Catholic Church, a lot of concerns about Catholic doctrine and overall authority there. Although we will still remember him as the Pope of the people. There was one moment in particular that I remember way back a few years ago when a little boy went up to the Pope. He was crying. His father was an atheist, and he asked the Holy Father, "Will my dad go to heaven?" And Pope Francis, and I'm sort of paraphrasing here, simply said to him, "It's only God who decides who will go to heaven." So a really human moment right there. And that's really how a lot of us remember him. As I mentioned before, Pope of the people. And this is a very difficult time, again, for all of us Catholics right now. The time in between, it's called the interregnum. And you know, we'll be praying for Pope Francis and for the Church as well. And we have continuing coverage right here on NEWSMAX on all of this.
Thanks so much, Tracy. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Today, all of our attention goes to Pope Francis and the entire Catholic Church.
The Pope dying, as Catholics, we're celebrating the 2025 Jubilee, a Catholic Holy Year. So for more on the Pope's life and legacy, let's bring in NEWSMAX host Tom Basile. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, and again, you know, you just talked about this. The Holy Father passing away just hours after celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ, the holiest day of the year, and it really seems as if this was the moment that it was almost as if he chose it, to be able to leave the hospital, to spend time with the Catholic faithful, to allow them to see him during this Holy Week last week, during the beginning of this Holy Octave of Easter that is celebrated in the Catholic Church, and to deliver a message about resurrection and about the victory of Christ over death and sin for all of us, and then to go home to the Father. It's almost a poetic end for this Pope, who will be remembered, I think, as your previous guest mentioned, a Pope who made a concerted effort to reach out to everyone, to make the church more inclusive, not somebody who necessarily changed a lot of church doctrine. There's a lot of discussion about that, but somebody who wanted to open his arms and open the doors of the church to more people, to give people an opportunity to be closer to the gospel. I think that's the way that he's going to be remembered. And I think that in the way that we saw him in these final days, it was very, very much in keeping with that mission so connected to his name, of course, the first of his name, Francis.
As a Catholic, Tom, I also remember Pope Francis when he spoke during COVID. He was alone in St. Peter's Square. It was just such an important moment to give faith, to talk about the importance of faith and what that means at that time. And it was really so iconic that he did that. But of course, Pope Francis became the Pope 12 years ago, elected by a conclave on March 13th, 2013. Your thoughts on his legacy?
Yeah, I think that in part it is going to be this openness. In part, it's also going to be the fact that he was a simpler man. This is a guy who was a bouncer at a bar once, who came from very, very humble beginnings, and somebody who wanted us to re-engage with our humanity, not certainly the protection of human life, but re-engage with what is important, and that is us caring and loving each other, caring for each other, instead of being so connected to technology. He talked a lot about that, how technology, if abused, just as if capitalism is abused, it becomes greed. If technology is abused, it dehumanizes us, and that we need to reconnect with each other. I think that's something that is that's going to be incredibly important as we analyze his legacy over the next number of years and decades, and certainly as it will ultimately inform the next papacy.
You know, Tom, the thing is we never know the day nor the time that we will actually enter this world. And we don't know the day and the time that we will exit. But,
that's right.
But the Pope actually knew that his days were not much longer. But he mustered up enough strength to actually come out on Easter Sunday to give a message to 1.4 billion Catholics around the world going through a myriad of different challenges and struggles, both financially, socially, and so forth. Do you think that he actually knew that it was so important to come out at that particular time to deliver a message, to show strength, to show love, and to show the passion of Christ?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was talking to one of your other colleagues earlier in some of our broadcasts on our main network, and I said I felt like this was a man who was ready. He had a mission. He knew what he needed to do. He wanted people to see him. He wanted to continue to lead. He wanted to continue to deliver a message of hope to the people of not only the Catholic Church, but also the people of the world. When he left the hospital, I think he had made a decision. I'm going to do everything that I can to get through Easter. And if it is the Lord's will that I be taken, it is His will. I'm on His time, not on my time. And I think he made the decision that the very dramatic medical interventions that were needed to keep him alive when he was at Gemelli Hospital and going through that bilateral pneumonia, that it was time that he got back to work, and it was time, if the Lord wanted him, to take him. And it is really very beautiful when you think about it, how he lived these last number of days, the holiest days of the year, and delivering this message of triumph to the Catholic faithful and to the people of the world, and then going home to the Father. It's really a very remarkable thing that this has happened today, and for a remarkable man who's impacted the lives of so many people.
You know, Tom, the thing is, when I heard the news about the Pope, and I'm not equating the Pope to the Son of God. However, as we know the story of the crucifixion, it's almost like Jesus stopped dying for just a moment of time to actually show compassion toward the thief who was actually to his side. And it's almost like the Pope did the exact same thing. He stopped dying for just that moment of time to give an inspirational message. That's what touched me when I heard the news this morning.
Yeah. The story of the good thief is one of my favorite stories, John, of the whole Easter season, because here is this sinner who is saved on the cross by the Savior, who is also on the cross. And again, the resurrection is about victory over sin and death. That's what we celebrated yesterday. And he's now, the Pope has now sort of lived that in his death, because this was a man of tremendous faith. And I'm sure people will talk about some of maybe the controversial things that he said or did, or things that they don't agree with, or maybe the confusion of some of his speaking from the heart, as one of another NEWSMAX guest had mentioned earlier in the morning. But the fact is that he knew that through Christ there is salvation, and that today for him is not an end, but it's actually a new beginning. And that's a message also of hope that is very powerful for every single one of us, because we will all be in that position one day.
Well, of course, yesterday we saw the Pope meeting with J.D. Vance. It was a very important meeting.
Yeah.
J.D. Vance he considers himself a baby Catholic, but this was one of the last meetings with someone who's head of state, basically.
Extraordinary.
And it's really incredible. And J.D. Vance also mentioned how he was obviously very ill, but he was able to push through. Your thoughts on this last meeting with our Vice President?
Well, and a Catholic Vice President,
yes.
And a Catholic convert Vice President, and not a phony Catholic either. I mean, somebody who is very much a devout Catholic, a church-going Catholic, a Catholic who goes to confession, really throws himself into the sacraments. And as he points out, a baby Catholic. He converted to Catholicism in 2019. What will be interesting to see and to hear in the days ahead is how that encounter, being one of the Pope's last encounters, how that impacts the Vice President, how that impacts his faith, his commitment to the ideals of the Catholic Church, and his own resolve to live as a stronger follower of Christ.
Thanks so much, Tom. Great discussion, great reflection. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll have a live report on the Pope's life and legacy live from the Vatican after the break.
Stay with us.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, this is an important message. So please, write down the number on your screen. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Be careful. Many policies you see do not have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase. Your coverage can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, and your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call 1-800-971-1199 for your free information kit and free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-971-1199. There's no risk. That number again is 1-800-971-1199. 1-800-971-1199. Call now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote
reporting all morning on the death of Pope Francis, who died this morning after serving as pontiff since 2013.
Let's check in with Alex Salvi, who's live at the Vatican. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning to you all. Pope Francis, the first in so many ways, the first Latin American to lead the Catholic Church, the first of his name, passing away this morning at 88 years old, and thousands of people already gathered here in St. Peter's Square to come and to pay their respects to Pope Francis. And, you know, he's coming just less than 24 hours after we heard from him for the last time. Pope Francis speaking from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica. Some of his final words, he is risen. Now, Pope Francis did not lead the Easter service Sunday, but he did appear in that limited fashion. And although he didn't talk for very long, he did not sound particularly strong, it's the fact that he made that effort to greet worshipers that I think speaks to his larger legacy. Right after that, he drove around Vatican City at the Pope Mobile to once again greet worshipers, and the entire week leading up to that event, I think, is the legacy that Pope Francis wants to leave behind. He was unable to lead some of those larger services due to his health. As we know, he's been fighting against pneumonia for the better part of several weeks, hospitalized for 5 weeks, being discharged from the hospital just last month. But even then, he did have those small moments, visiting inmates at a local prison in Rome on Thursday, and then on Palm Sunday, coming out in a wheelchair to greet worshipers, despite the fact that he was unable to lead that service. So all of that speaking to the legacy of Pope Francis. Now, what we know will happen over the coming hours and days is that tonight the certification of Pope Francis's death will begin. Cardinal Ferrell will go to the place where Pope Francis currently lies, say his name 3 times to confirm his death. After that, a series of rites and rituals take place, including the destruction of Pope Francis' ring, and then he'll be put in a coffin. We're learning it's going to be a wood coffin, a much more humble display than one that has been used by some of his predecessors. That comes at the direct request of Pope Francis. really wanted to dial back some of the more extravagant parts of what it means to be the head of the Catholic Church. And we're also learning that he will be lying in state in the St. Peter's Basilica beginning on Wednesday. That's when the worshipers will be able to come here to St. Peter's Square and pay their respects to now late Pope Francis.
Thank you, Alex. More on the Pope's life and legacy after a brief break. We'll be right back.
Stay with us.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Today's seniors are enjoying life more than ever before, and part of that comes from the independence of driving. Just because I'm a senior, and maybe you are too, do we really have to pay outrageously high insurance rates? No, we don't.
When was the last time you checked to see if you could get a lower insurance rate?
Just call the number on your screen and speak with a licensed insurance agent.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
You change your oil, you change your tires. Well, maybe it's time to change your car's insurance company.
You may be able to save a lot of money.
As a responsible driver, you always check your gauges, right? And you check for other cars and pedestrians.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates. You need to make sure that you're not paying more than you need to.
1-800-909-6063. 1-800-909-6063.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's gone.
There's this side and this side. This to this.
50 and haven't slept in weeks. 35 and fresh from a vacation.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home. I had the timer on, and we were screaming. 4 minutes, 34 seconds, completely gone.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. These lines bother me. They really do. And this is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. So it targets all those problem areas.
So this would be a daily thing, or
it absolutely could be a daily thing, but the way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. Use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
We're reporting all morning on the death of Pope Francis, his life and legacy. Let's check in with White House correspondent John Gizzi, who's live in Washington.
Good morning, John.
Good morning.
So, John, we, of course, are talking about the legacy of Pope Francis. His name was taken from Francis of Assisi because he wanted to be a symbol of those who fight for the poor, who fight for the hungry, who fight for those who are unfortunate. But your take on Pope Francis's life and his overall legacy?
Well, certainly his identification with the poor, like his namesake, is something he'll be remembered for. The people's pope is what the Time magazine cover story referred to him as, and we'll hear that nickname a lot in the days ahead. He was inclusive and reached out to people that the Catholic Church normally does not at least touch publicly, and he did so in a very big way. This included his appointment of women, an unprecedented move to positions in the Vatican, as well as what he said about the LGBTQ community. Again, a break from tradition. On the other hand, it has to be said that in reaching out to so many new people, the Pope sometimes disappointed traditionalists in the Church and those attached to the Church's values for centuries. In that sense, many who liked him personally were disappointed by those moves. But overall, you'll see mourning for Pope Francis in the days ahead, and probably throngs will come to the Vatican to say one last farewell to the Pope from the other end of the world, as one of our guests said.
Right.
You know, John, this morning earlier on Newsmax, some faith-based Catholic leaders actually said that the total of Catholics around the world is now 1.4 billion. So to
Right.
your point that you just made, Pope Francis actually grew the church at a challenging time where other faiths are actually losing members.
The church grew under his papacy. There's no doubt about that. This has all happened relatively recently, but it's poignant that a pope who was looked at a little bit with disappointment and perhaps confusion by traditionalists saw their ranks in the church growing the most. Judge Napolitano mentioned earlier that he worshiped with the Latin Mass, something that was traditional in the church and that Pope Francis tried to limit, and yet the young people who come into the church flock to Latin Masses where they can worship at one. So it's kind of a very interesting part of his legacy, to say the least.
Well, of course, we know that cardinals from around the world are flying into Rome to meet and discuss the future of the church and where we go from here. Of course, there will be a funeral for Pope Francis, but we do need to look forward in terms of seeing how the church is shaped by the next pope. Your thoughts on what's to come from this and the overall process of what's next?
Well, when the period of mourning is over, then the election of the Pope will begin. The cardinals will go into seclusion, take an oath of silence about the election of the Pope, and this will be in roughly 20 days or so. Now, Pope Francis did not call together the cardinals very often. Many do not know each other except from emails. They will take this period to know one another and determine who is papabile, or a possible pope. One thing I will add on this, in my lifetime, there have been 6 elections of popes. 2 were almost coronations, widely expected. Paul VI in 1963, and Benedict, the successor of John Paul, in 2005. The other 4 were total surprises, including, of course, the election of Cardinal Jose Bergoglio as the Pope from Argentina. So again, anyone who tries to guess a Pope at this point is engaging in an exercise of which they know little. There's an old saying, he who goes into the conclave, the gathering of cardinals to elect a Pope, he who goes in the conclave a Pope comes out a cardinal.
Interesting. I have to remember that. Can you speak to the fact that Pope Francis was a Jesuit, and the first one, if I may recall, since the order was actually implemented, I believe, in 1534?
Yes. That surprised many. The Jesuits used to be called the Pope's Marines. They were known for being rigid and hard in their faith. In more recent years, however, the Jesuits, and this is inarguable, they have moved more to the liberal side of the Catholic Church. So when the relatively obscure Cardinal Bergoglio was elected Pope, many suspected he would be progressive solely because he was a Jesuit. And I can say all of this. I'm a graduate of Fairfield University, a Jesuit college.
Well, the Pope was also known for living a meeker lifestyle than most. The fact that he paid for his own hotel during the papal conclave, he lived in Casa Santa Maria rather than the papal palace. Could you also elaborate on the lifestyle that he chose to lead instead of maybe having more of a lavish one that we had seen in previous years with previous popes?
Well, remember something. This is a pope who grew up in Argentina under the aegis of Juan and Eva Perón, who had a phenomenal appeal that exists to this day among the poor and the lower income, the downtrodden of Argentina. He saw that, and he very much identified with the poor. He was also perhaps one of the great public relations men of world leaders. When he checked out of a hotel and argued in front of the camera about his bill and what was charged to his room, this is after he was elected Pope, I think he knew the whole world was watching that, and that they could identify with him. In a sense, he seemed to be every man having the same complaints as others. Moving into the guest house at the Vatican instead of the traditional apartment for popes was another example that received publicity worldwide. And he also dined in the guest house's dining room where other people were. Although I suspect he dined alone more times than not, and that no one chose to bother him when he was there. So he was every man to much of the world, Catholic and non-Catholic, and I think he had an idea what he was doing.
You know, I chuckled a little bit when you mentioned the hotel bill. I'm one of those who, because they don't actually slide the bill underneath the hotel room door anymore, because they want to go paperless and send it electronic, but I usually get my copy the night before I check out just to actually run through it. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Something simple like that would connect with billions of people all over the world. But, you know, this Pope was very different in that we do know that he was a bouncer in his early life.
Interesting fact.
You know, very few people would have selected that on their bingo card about this particular Pope, but even pieces of information like that about the Pope connects with so many people and give hope to so many individuals to say, you know what, my life wasn't always the best, and if, let's say, the highest religious leader on the planet could actually find his way to the Lord, there's hope for me, even the way he lived his life.
Yes. And remember, he was a bouncer, he was a janitor, he had a girlfriend, and by all accounts, including his own, he danced a mean tango. And all of this before becoming a priest in his early 30s.
Wow.
And he also washed the feet of those who were not members of the Catholic Church, which is unique. We saw pictures of that, and women, of course. So he was someone who was trying to be accessible to everyone. And to John's point, I think he related to the masses, which is why the Catholic Church did grow. One moment for me, I really view this as the main one, was when he was speaking alone in St. Peter's, and it was during the time of COVID. It was a moment where the world needed a symbol of hope, and he was there speaking to an empty St. Peter's. And for me, that was just what I'll always remember about him. I do believe actually J.D. Vance talked about that moment as well, but for Catholics, it just meant the world to see him there. It was such a reassuring time to see him when we were all incredibly worried about what was to come. But was there a moment for you that really stood out?
Yes. When I covered his visit to the United States, not long after his election, one of the things about the Pope was he finally, at the request of then Speaker John Boehner, a devout Catholic, addressed a joint session of Congress. We had heard for years that popes who came to the U.S. might address Congress. Boehner and Pope Francis made it happen. And some of us who were waiting outside the U.S. Capitol wondered, would we get a chance to see him? Well, he knew people were gathered on the outside of the Capitol, reporters and citizens alike, and he came out on the balcony of the U.S. Capitol to wave and say a few words to everyone moments after he completed an address to Congress. And again, that was a case of his common touch and thinking about others beside those in power. That was a memorable moment for me.
Yes, I remember that moment, and Boehner actually was led to tears as the Pope actually entered the chamber and spoke. Definitely a historical moment. But looking forward, as the cardinals will be contemplating who will lead the church going forward. What do you think that decision criteria will be? Because we have economic unrest in many places around the world. We have military unrest. So what do you think will be the decision criteria?
Well, I think unity and outreach are going to be two factors among the cardinals. And also someone who can deal with the disparate factions of the Catholic Church. You know, the Catholic Church does have disagreements within the family, and these range from liturgy, just how to worship, as to whether the church should comment on secular matters, such as the conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East now. And all of these will be worked out when the cardinals have their discussions among one another in private. I might add that don't be surprised if the election of the next pope is a total surprise. I remember in 2013, the odds makers and the bookmakers all said Cardinal Scola of Milan would be the next pope. In fact, some Italian news services reported he was elected, and yet it turned out to be Cardinal Bergoglio from Argentina. So let's say the next pope will be a surprise. And I'm going to leave that at that, John.
Gotcha.
Well, thank you, John Gizzi. We're following the breaking news this morning, of course, of the death of Pope Francis. Appreciate your joining us.
Stay with us, folks. First Edition will be right back.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
This is our last chance to help save thousands of Holocaust survivors who are suffering in the former Soviet Union today. The needs that these forgotten Jews have are something beyond anything you can imagine.
Have you eaten this morning?
I ate the carrot, so I ate half of it yesterday. And this is what she ate in 2 days, 1 carrot. Please pray for me.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews began this ministry to help elderly Jews living in horrible poverty around the world. We urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide one survival food box with all of the foods they critically need for their diet for 1 month. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
It breaks my heart to know that there are Holocaust survivors who suffer to this very day. Now, with pensions of less than $2 per day, they live in some of the poorest conditions imaginable.
I believe in God, but I sometimes feel maybe He forgot me. Perhaps you could tell my story, and I would find a matching soul that would understand. I face hunger again.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now to help rush one survival food box to a Holocaust survivor. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
This is what God wants from us. Just feed the hungry.
If you hear God's voice, I'm asking you to act now. Do it when it's on your heart. I pray that they'll know in their final months that they're not alone.
Welcome back. Catholics around the world mourning the loss of the man known as the People's Pope. Pope Francis passing away this morning after serving as pontiff since 2013.
Let's head back to the Vatican, where correspondent Alex Salvi is standing by. Good morning, Alex.
Yeah, Christian, John, good morning to you both. Thousands of people continuing to pour into St. Peter's Square to pay their final respects, or at least just to be here for this moment. Pope Francis, as you mentioned, passing away this morning at 7:35 a.m. local time, according to a statement from the Vatican. Now, that event this morning kicking off a series of rites and rituals that will take place over the coming hours and then days afterward. And right now, in fact, we're learning from the Vatican that tonight at 8 o'clock local time, 2 p.m. Eastern time, the certification of Pope Francis's death will take place. Now, historically, what that has looked like is Cardinal Ferrell will go to the place where Pope Francis lies and say his name 3 times, Bergoglio, 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 to confirm that the lack of an answer, that it confirms that he has indeed passed. Now, after that, they do things such as destroy his papal ring and his seal. And then what we're learning is that Pope Francis will be put in a wooden coffin, a much more humble coffin than perhaps one used by his predecessors before him. And that's at a direct request of Pope Francis, who did play a role in some of these events. Keep in mind that he presided over the death of Pope Benedict XVI just a few years ago. And when that took place, Pope Francis started the preparations for his own funeral. Now, we're also learning from the Vatican that people may be able to start coming to Vatican City and paying their respects to Pope Francis beginning on Wednesday morning. Now, of course, cardinals still need to confirm that during a meeting that will take place on Tuesday morning, but that is the timeline that we're hearing from right now. Keep in mind that the passing of Pope Francis this morning kicks off 9 days of mourning. We will get a papal funeral sometime within the next 4 to 6 days. Of course, after that, followed by a conclave. But for the time being right now, it's really on Pope Francis, the legacy that he leaves behind. And as we're seeing from the crowds here in St. Peter's Square, already a lot of Italians, a lot of people from Rome coming here to pay their respects. And we can only assume that over the coming days, people from all over the world will be doing the same. Christian, John.
Thank you so much, Alex, for that report. Appreciate it. In terms of next steps at the Vatican as well, we're learning, of course, that all the cardinals are flying to Rome as we speak, and many of them have never met before. So can you provide a bit more background on the cardinals meeting during the time, of course, of mourning as well, but curious to get your perspective on this.
Yeah, well, it's a great question because you're right. Almost all the cardinals, those who can make it physically, will be coming to Rome over the next couple of days, not only to pay their respects to Pope Francis, but also for that conclave process that will take place. It's something that a lot of people, they don't like to admit it, but those conversations have been taking place not only for the past couple of weeks, but for the past couple of years. This is not the first time that Pope Francis has faced an illness, a life-threatening illness, keeping that in mind. And when it comes to those cardinals that will be coming here, all of them will be coming here regardless of their age, but those under 80, those are the ones that are of voting age, will be selecting Pope Francis' successor. 70% of those cardinals were appointed by Pope Francis himself. So when it comes to what happens next for the church, there's a lot of assumptions being made that whoever does replace Pope Francis in that capacity will largely fall in line with his vision for the Catholic Church.
Thanks so much, Alex. We appreciate it. More on the life and legacy of Pope Francis when we return. More First Edition after the break. Stay with us.
Huh, why would anybody do that?
If you're paying high interest rates on your credit cards, you're burning money. We're Consolidated Credit, and we've been helping Americans for over 30 years. Let us work with your creditors to reduce your total payments by up to 50%. Lower your high interest rate credit cards and stop juggling multiple payments. We help you pay down your debt faster than you can on your own, all while saving you thousands in interest charges. Consolidate your credit card bills into one affordable payment today. You don't have to be good with money, because we are. Call 800-507-7429 for a free consultation or go to debtfree.com. 800-507-7429. Call Consolidated Credit. 800-507-7429.
Why does Mrs. Acosta look so pleased while two grown men cry? Because she found a better way to start her dream hot sauce business. Thanks to one of the reverse mortgage options from Finance of America, she found a better way to unlock her home equity and eliminate her monthly mortgage payment. So with the budget relief, she can run her hot sauce business and breathe easier. These guys, not so much. For over 20 years, Finance of America has helped people 55 and up refinance their current mortgage with one that doesn't require a monthly payment, because it leverages the equity in their home. And by eliminating what could be your biggest expense, your monthly mortgage payment, a reverse mortgage provides you with financial flexibility and confidence, so you can make your dreams a success story and really bring the heat. With loan options that go up to $4 million, you can pay off your current mortgage and use the extra cash your way. From budget relief to home renovations to unexpected costs like medical expenses. Plus, homeowners retain the title and ownership of their home, and they'll never have to pay back more than the home is worth. The trade-off for not making monthly payments is that the loan balance accrues interest over time. Choose the better way to get some budget relief that will allow you and your family to keep enjoying your lifestyle and your home. Call 800-661-2391 or go to financeofamerica.com for answers to any questions. Our team has helped people 55 and up find the perfect product for them. It's no wonder they earned an A+ from the Better Business Bureau. So be like Mrs. Acosta. Call 800-661-2391 or go to financeofamerica.com to get your free information kit. With Finance of America's reverse mortgage solutions, you can tap into the equity of your home your way. Because there's a better way with FOA. Finance of America.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Welcome back. Cardinal Dolan from New York will be heading to the Vatican as the church moves forward choosing a new pope.
The Cardinal recently taking an in-depth look, I should say, at the Conclave as it makes an important decision. Here's that conversation.
So, Your Eminence, thank you for letting us come here today.
You're always welcome, Rob Astorino. You're a good friend and a fine journalist, so it's good to be with you.
So let's talk about the state of the Catholic Church right now, universally, but more so in America. Where are we? I mean, it's been a tough couple of decades. Where do you see it going, and where are we right now?
You know what, Rob? It's been a tough couple of millennia. Not a tough couple of decades. In the United States, we haven't been around for 2 millennia, but the church has, and it's always tough. You know, we always kind of are tempted to go back to the good old days. Well, the good old days are when you grew up, okay? And when you get older, you look back for the good old days, but when you look into it, those weren't so good either. But you were right. We've been through some difficult trauma in the Catholic Church. You talk about the statistics of people no longer identifying themselves as Catholic. That's not the most uplifting statistic. You talk about the painful decisions I have to make when you merge or close parishes or have to close a school. You talk about the sex abuse crisis. Thanks be to God, now the church is looked to as a model of what to do, where we used to be what not to do. So that's but we had to go through that. You talk about the stats we hear about not enough priests and sisters. You talk about, Rob, you're a happily married man. You talk about the low vocations to the sacrament of marriage, when only 52% of our Catholic young people are getting married. That's all gloomy stuff. And we got to be realistic and stare those in the eyes. Throughout this archdiocese, we got well over around 1,500 adults freely choosing to enter the church. Now that ain't bad. With all we've been through, and when you hear about people leaving the church, here you got 1,500, and those are the ones we know about. There's probably more. You got 1,500 folks who are saying, hey, I want to be a Catholic. I find it very tantalizing. I would like that. Well, that gives us hope, okay? When I see the vitality of parishes, when I go, as I did recently, down to the old cathedral, which was standing room only with young adults, on their knees for an hour of silence in front of the real presence of our Lord in the Holy Eucharist. These are good things. These are good things. And darn it, you know, as Pope St. John Paul II said, the real church are families gathered around the table saying grace, or a mom and dad with their children saying prayers before they go to bed, of a family going to Mass on Sunday, of a parent at the bedside of their little child with cancer who will not leave hope. That's all the church. That's all the power of faith and hope. So institutionally, we've got some earthquakes going on. We've got some wildfires, but we always have, and we kind of get through them. We can't close our eyes to them and say, oh, yippee, everything's going to be fine, because sometimes they're not. People are worried about the church, which is a darn good sign. You only worry about something you love, all right? You worry when your kids don't come home on time, okay? You worry when it's report card time, because you love them and you want them to do best. Our people worry about the church. They know of our traumas. They know of our difficulties, but it's kind of a good sign that they're saying, oh my God, how is the church? Are we going to make it? Yeah, we will make it. We got the best. We got better than Lloyd's of London when it comes to an insurance policy, because we've got the words of the Savior himself saying, the gates of hell won't prevail against you. He didn't tell us they wouldn't try. He said, they ain't going to win, and I'm with you all days, even to the end of the world.
What is the challenge for the next pope? What is he going to have to focus on to get the church out of a rut in some ways, to move it forward, especially with growing secularism, anti-religion in the West especially? A lot of growth in Africa, though, South America.
You bet.
But what's the next pope have to focus on?
Well, every pope has got his own challenges. Probably nobody had it worse than the first one, St. Peter, okay? I mean, there were only about 50 Catholics in the whole world, and he set out on the missionary journey. So, and you talk about persecution and setbacks in a culture that was not quite hospitable to the message of Jesus. So every pope has that. First of all, I hope there's not an ex-pope for a while. When the next pope does come, like any other pope, he's going to say, here's what I want to do. I want to continue the good that my predecessor did. And here's some things that even he would say, I wish I had done better, and I need to work on that. We remember fondly the pontificates of John Paul II and Benedict XVI. those were hardly free from controversy. I mean, there were, that when I read with Pope Francis, our beloved Pope Francis, sometimes what's called the right wing, I don't like those labels, but the right wing criticizing him, I'm saying, well, the left wing sure didn't shut up and bellyaching about John Paul II and Benedict XVI. So there's always going to be those rumblings, right? There's always going to be those rumblings. But Pope Francis was magnetic when it would come to style. I think he admired Pope St. John Paul II. He canonized him a saint for his depth, his energy, his clarity when it would come to teaching and Catholic and faith and morals. He admired Pope Benedict, especially for his intellectual wattage. But he said, hey, those two have got that covered. Maybe I need to kind of work. Hey, John Paul kind of perked up the soul of the church. Pope Benedict kind of the brains, the reason of the church. Maybe I should work on the heart. He wasn't implying that the other two didn't. They were men of the heart too, but he said maybe I ought to work on the heart. A successor, and I hope a successor doesn't come for a while, but a successor might say, all right, here's what he was good at, and I need to keep that up. Here's some things that even he would say, because he was an honest, humble, self-aware man. Here's some things that he would say, boy, I wish I had done this better, and I probably need to work on that. And by the way, we cardinals will tell him. That's what happens in those 10 days or 2 weeks of meetings before we would go into conclave, what they call the congregations, where every day cardinals would speak about the challenges, why they love and appreciate the pontiff who has just gone to the Lord, and what they would see in a new leader. And he's talking as each cardinal speaks. He's kind of talking to one of the people listening will be that person. Here's what we need. So a new pope would be very sensitive and attentive to that, as was Pope Francis. And they'll kind of work on that.
What happens in those days with a sede vacante, once he steps down and there is a vacancy? Tell us what happens.
Yeah. Well, again, I hope it doesn't come for a while, but you know what's going to happen. I mean, I went through the one in 2013 and have fond and grateful and awesome memories of it. You are right. You just spoke to a challenge, because one of the many good things Pope Francis did is expanding the membership of the College of Cardinals. You always were kind of pretty reliant that you knew where the cardinals were going to be, right? Like when I was named a cardinal, I mean, I don't think Pope Benedict would have known who I was. All he knew says, well, the Archbishop of New York should be a cardinal. Pope Francis said, you know what? I probably need to get some geographic diversity. And he's done it brilliantly. And whenever the new cardinals came out, I had to go grab an atlas of the National Geographic to find out where the countries are. But bravo for that. What a great job that he did. We're talking about the Catholic, which means the universal church. But what? A little bit of an unintended consequence of that is that we don't know each other as well, do we? And you're going to have a lot of cardinals. One of the new cardinals told me when I was over, when he got the red hat, he great young man. And he said, I don't know what's going on. He said, I don't know why I got made a cardinal. He said, I don't even know where Gamarelli's is. That's where you go to get your duds. He said, can you help me out? I said, come on, let's get a cab. We'll go over. But so you're going to have a lot of people who are unfamiliar with the territory. So when you go into the conclave, you're pretty well versed. You know, guys, you've kind of read.
Thanks for joining this special edition of First Edition, and that does it for us this Monday morning, I'm sorry.
I know, it's been a long morning already. First Edition will be back tomorrow morning. Stay with NEWSMAX2 for more coverage of the death of Pope Francis.
When the big story broke, Newsmax was first.
Some breaking news, and that's why we're interrupting the discussion.
NEWSMAX has received a tip-off that there is a man currently in police custody.
We had the big facts right away.
We're getting some more information here as the NYPD sources also confirmed that this is happening in Altoona, Pennsylvania.
Fox took a half hour.
Man who matches the description of the gunman.
CNN came late, but Newsmax was there. We give you the real news you need to know.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400. Endurance paid it.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
Today's seniors are enjoying life more than ever before, and part of that comes from the independence of driving. Just because I'm a senior, and maybe you are too, do we really have to pay outrageously high insurance rates? No, we don't.
When was the last time you checked to see if you could get a lower insurance rate?
Just call the number on your screen and speak with a licensed insurance agent.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
You change your oil, you change your tires. Well, maybe it's time to change your car's insurance company.
You may be able to save a lot of money.
As a responsible driver, you always check your gauges, right? And you check for other cars and pedestrians.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates. You need to make sure that you're not paying more than you need to.
1-800-909-6063. 1-800-909-6063.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today. Our regular programming will continue in just a minute. Right now, enjoy this American moment.
It was erected in the dead of night, and for 28 years separated East Germany from West Germany. The Berlin Wall quickly came to symbolize the stark difference between the free West and the communist East. In June of 1987, President Reagan visited the wall at the famous Brandenburg Gate and used the occasion to issue two public challenges to then Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev.
If you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate.
His second challenge was more blunt, and as it turned out, even more prophetic.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
On November 9th, 1989, 2 years, 5 months, and 1 day after President Reagan's famous challenge, that is exactly what happened. Only the Soviets didn't tear down the wall, the people of Berlin did. Once the East German government announced their borders to the West were open, the free people on both sides of the wall worked in unison to chip it away, piece by piece, until this monument to tyranny was completely destroyed. You're watching An American Moment on NEWSMAX TV.
You know, I've really never had to grow up. So 43 years old, and I still feel like I'm a teenage kid in a high school locker room just going out and playing football with my friends.
Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr.
was born on August 3, 1977, in San Mateo, California, where he attended Junipero Serra High School, excelling in baseball, basketball, and football. Brady began as a JV backup quarterback for a team with a record of 0-8. But by his senior year, Brady had thrown 31 touchdowns, earning him the All-State Award and his team's Most Valuable Player. In 1995, he was drafted by the Montreal Expos. Still, his love of football never faded. That same year, he was also recruited by the University of Michigan. In his first year as starting quarterback, he broke the university's record for most completed passes. In 2000, at the NFL Draft, Tom Brady was far from a star, getting picked only in the 6th round by the New England Patriots. 6th-round Tom became one of football's greatest legends, leading the Patriots to 17 AFC East championships and 6 Super Bowl victories. After an historic 19 seasons, Tom Brady left the Patriots over a contract dispute and joined the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, quickly leading them to a Super Bowl victory. Following his signing, Tom Brady said he joined Tampa Bay for 2 primary reasons. The first is to be a role model for the sport's upcoming younger athletes, and second, to prove something for himself. In addition to his 7 Super Bowl wins, he was named the NFL's Most Valuable Player 3 times and selected for the Pro Bowl 14 times. As a result, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. is considered to be the NFL's greatest quarterback of all time and one of the greatest athletes in sports history.
And we are taking a live shot of the Vatican right now. Welcome to First Edition. I'm Tracy Sable, and we are starting with breaking news this morning. The death of Pope Francis, history's first Latin American pontiff. He has died at the age of 88. And today we remember the man who transformed the Catholic Church. The Vatican saying that Pope Francis died this morning, ending a 12-year run that shook up the Catholic Church while also challenging traditional teachings. And as we mentioned again, Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. We know that he suffered from double pneumonia. He was in the hospital back in February at Gemelli Hospital, where he was in the hospital for over a month. He has been convalescing for quite some time. And we know that Pope Francis did make an appearance yesterday. And right now we're going to bring in a guest to talk more about the life and legacy of Pope Francis. We're going to bring in Michael Haynes right now. Michael, good to be with you today. First, let's start off with some of your reflections on Pope Francis.
Indeed, I think this news has taken everybody very much by surprise, even though, as you say, we watched his recent hospitalization, we followed him through that illness. But the fact that he was present at the Easter ceremonies yesterday at the end to give the traditional Urbi et Orbi blessing, and then made his tour of the square in the Pope-mobile, to then see that yesterday and then to wake up to the news today to find out that he's died this morning has really taken, I think, all of us by surprise.
Yeah, very shocking, very sad news indeed. Michael, let's talk about this time, as we call it, the interregnum, the time in between. What happens now going forward with Pope Francis?
Right, so the Pope's remains will be brought to St. Peter's Basilica for the faithful to come and to pay their respects to come and pray beside. As Catholics, we're called first and foremost to pray for the repose of the Pope's soul. So that, I believe, will take place on Wednesday morning. The College of Cardinals will be summoned to Rome. They've already received that summons, and they will start the meetings prior to the conclave. I believe the first one is due to be tomorrow morning. They will decide the dates for the funeral, decide the dates for the start of the conclave itself. And they'll begin to try and get to know each other, because one of the things we've seen with the Pope's choice of cardinals is that they're from very diverse areas of the world, not necessarily from traditional cardinal sees. And so many of those cardinals will be coming not having a good knowledge of each other, and therefore not quite understanding who would be the best man to replace Pope Francis, to be his successor, and to lead the church in the next period of time.
Yes, and right now, as you mentioned, we are in that period of mourning right now. Pope Francis, known as the People's Pope. Michael, let's talk a little bit about that, his humanity, and how he really reached out to people on the periphery.
That's right. So I think Pope Francis's legacy is complicated. He's a complicated man to try and understand. He's, as you say, the People's Pope. He's been very noted for his public desire to mingle with people, not to be on his own. That was one of the reasons he moved back to the Santa Marta guest house. He didn't want to be living on his own in the Apostolic Palace. You saw also, I think, that desire even in his last days, when he wanted to go and greet the crowds in St. Peter's Square, even though it was very evident that his condition was notable. I think at the same time, it has to be said that there's also a great deal of confusion which has spread throughout the church during his pontificate, and many have pointed to a number of his actions as fostering that confusion. One of the areas I think that would probably be a very good example of this is his decision to restrict the church's traditional mass, which continues to baffle many, because it's one of the parts of the church's spiritual life that is seeing great flourishing, a great number of young people and young families flock to. So the Pope's 12 years in the papal throne have really been very mixed. He's been very vocal in leading calls for peace, particularly as we've seen the world edging increasingly towards further hostilities between various nations. And that's been very welcomed by many. But at the same time, there's been a great deal of, I think, lack of clarity and confusion which has come on the church's teaching with regards to faith and morals, which his successor will have to address now.
Yeah, and the Holy Father's death comes, as you mentioned, at a time of division in the church. I want to go back and talk about his condition a little bit more. Again, sad, surprising, but continuing his health, not that much of a surprise, but we continue to pray for the Holy Father. We know that you are in Rome right now, and we thank you so much, Michael, for your time today.
Thank you for having me.
And absolutely. God bless. And we have another guest standing by. We're going to have a live report in just a moment. We'll be right back.
When the big story broke, NEWSMAX was first.
Some breaking news, and that's why we're interrupting the discussion.
NEWSMAX has received a tip-off that there is a man currently in police custody.
We had the big facts right away.
We're getting some more information here, as the NYPD sources also confirmed that this is happening in Altoona, Pennsylvania.
Fox took a half hour.
A man who matches the description of the gunman.
CNN came late, but NEWSMAX was there. We give you the real news you need to know.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Here's that transmission.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400. Endurance paid it.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
Today's seniors are enjoying life more than ever before, and part of that comes from the independence of driving. Just because I'm a senior, and maybe you are too, do we really have to pay outrageously high insurance rates? No, we don't.
When was the last time you checked to see if you could get a lower insurance rate?
Just call the number on your screen and speak with a licensed insurance agent.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
You change your oil, you change your tires. Well, maybe it's time to change your car's insurance company.
You may be able to save a lot of money.
As a responsible driver, you always check your gauges, right? And you check for other cars and pedestrians.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates. You need to make sure that you're not paying more than you need to.
1-800-909-6063. 1-800-909-6063.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the death of Pope Francis. We welcome now Ann Hendershot from the Franciscan University of Steubenville to talk to us more about the life and legacy of Pope Francis. And good to be with you this morning, although very sad news. Talk to us about your reflections of the Holy Father.
Well, I teach at Franciscan, as you mentioned, and we were very excited when he was made Pope because he took the name Francis. And Francis is concerned with the poor. He symbolizes humility, love, and caring for the marginalized. And so we were pretty excited about it. And he has not disappointed. He certainly has cared for the poor all these years. My concern, and I can't speak for Franciscan, has been that he tends to move in a left wing. And he would never say that because they call him the people's pope, not the political pope. But politics has been a part of this papacy, and that's been a concern. The first thing he did within months of his assuming the papacy was to bring in a liberation theologian, Gutierrez, Father Gutierrez, a Peruvian priest, who was kind of in disfavor with Pope John Paul and Benedict because of his Marxist leanings, and there's no other way to put it. And so there has been that element throughout this papacy that has caused great confusion, and he's been very critical of capitalism. And certainly we can be critical of capitalism sometimes, but I mean, unnecessarily so. And then when Pope Francis traveled to Bolivia, accepted a crucifix that was in the shape from the president of Bolivia in the shape of a hammer and sickle. That was kind of a concern, and it continues to be a concern. So when they call him the people's pope, I don't really like that so much, because Pope John and Pope Benedict worried about a church that was born of the people, because our church was born from Jesus Christ. It was created, and the teachings are handed down. They don't emerge up from the people. Now, I'm not a theologian, but I do study liberation theology. And their idea is that the church should listen to the people. And Pope Francis certainly listened to the people. So in that respect, he was the people's pope. And great.
And not to interrupt, Ann, absolutely. Let's talk about the future of the church going from here. You mentioned, some divisions there. Where, of course, Pope Francis, we're mourning him right now, but where do you see this going in the church?
The church is probably in the best condition it's been in a long time. I just wrote an article about France. The number of new conversions in France are just amazing, and in this country too. But I think the church is better, and I'm pretty old. I've never seen the church in such a good place because I lived through Vatican II, and that was a shaky time. That was kind of a bad time. So for all of the division that people are saying that Pope Francis may have caused, and I don't believe that, he caused some confusion, but the divisions make us stronger sometimes because we need to fight more for our faith. Pope Benedict said the church may become smaller, but it will be powerful. And I think the church is now powerful, and it's becoming bigger. We have, New York Post just published an article about new data about new conversions to the Catholic Church. J.D. Vance is a great example of that. He's a part of that renaissance. I call it a Catholic renaissance. You're seeing in France, and you're seeing throughout the world. So it's an exciting time for the church. And so I don't see division, I see vibrancy. And of course, I teach on a very faithful campus. I teach at Franciscan, where students are really on fire for the faith. They're evangelizing for the faith. So I have a different view than some of those who are saying, oh, the church is in turmoil. It's not. So he has done a lot of good. Like I said, there has been some confusion, but confusion can make us stronger because we have to clarify. I hope that helps.
And it does help tremendously, Anne. Thank you so much. And before we wrap up and we let you go, what are maybe some of your reflections on Pope Francis?
Oh, I love Pope Francis. And I have right from the first day when he came out. I love the humility. I love his care for everyone, care for the poor. I was unhappy with some of the things he said because I felt like he was targeting those of us like me who are probably more conservative in the church, but I didn't take it personally. And we all have to look at ourselves and look at how we're presenting ourselves. And he asked us to use love and to meet people with love, all people. So that's a positive, certainly.
It certainly is. And thank you so much for joining us on this very somber day. We appreciate the time.
Thank you.
And we'll have much more on the Pope's life and legacy when we come back after the break.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Here's an important message from the NEWSMAX Diabetes Solution Center. If you have diabetes, you know the pain of pricking your fingers. But now, by wearing a small device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce your pain right away. It's easy to use and helps you make more accurate diabetes treatment decisions. If you use insulin daily, you might be eligible to get your own continuous glucose monitor. Call the NEWSMAX Diabetes Solution Center to learn about this groundbreaking new CGM technology. If you have Medicare or private insurance, call to see if you qualify for a CGM at little or no cost. Shipping is free and will even bill your insurance company for you. NEWSMAX is the #1 rated supplier on Google and Facebook reviews. So call us right now to see if you qualify for a CGM at little or no cost. NEWSMAX. Better service, better care.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy.
With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief, and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 40% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus smart strap to secure your Ready Rocker and the Ready Rocker protective cover.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-774-7492 or go to buyreadyrocker.com. That's 1-800-774-7492 or go to buyreadyrocker.com. Call now.
Surprises. Just like his death, it was a great surprise.
How significant is it for any priest to be able to be around to celebrate Easter? And how do you think that? How much do you think that meant to Pope Francis to have been one of the last things he did?
Well, Easter is the central celebration of our faith, and so it is the celebration of the church year. Pope Francis was a determined man, and in my mind, I think he was determined to see Easter and to be in St. Peter's Square and to give that final blessing.
And not many churches are able to host a pope and have a pope hold mass there. What was that?
We have been very fortunate to have had 3 popes here at Mary's Shrine: John Paul II, Benedict XVI, and Pope Francis. It is a great privilege, but it also speaks to the importance of this national shrine, that it's not just any other church. All churches are important, but this is the pastoral church of the United States. It is the preeminent Marian shrine in the United States, and it's the largest Catholic church in North America. So it's important for us to have the Holy Father here, and it also speaks of the importance this church plays for the Church of the United States.
How will the students at the Catholic University mark this moment as something that they can learn about?
I can't speak for Catholic University or the students, but I would hope that the students will come to Mass today, and they will certainly learn about papal tradition and papal transitions and the election of a new pope. Like we all will. We'll all get a refresher course. I did watch Conclave. I thought it was a very well done movie. I thought it was pretty accurate. There were a couple things that perhaps were a little bit off, like the color of the cardinal's robes. But I thought it was pretty good, and I guess now we could say timely that it came out when it did, because it gives people an insight as to what actually happens in the conclave itself.
And what will you tell parishioners today when they come and are mourning Pope's death?
While we're waiting for the bell to stop, just a clarification, we are adjacent to Catholic University, but we're separate from, which is why Monsignor also couldn't speak to that.
Your question again, please?
What will you tell parishioners who are grieving the Pope's death yet?
Well, of course, to pray for the Holy Father. And we all know that all of our lives will come to an end at some point. We know not when. We don't know the day nor the hour. And this, once again, proves that. Here you see someone alive one day, and hours later, he's returned to God. And that's true for all of us. And so, we pray for the Holy Father. We pray for his eternal rest. But it also should be a reminder to all of us that it's important that we live this life well, because we don't know when this life will come to an end.
He had a lung condition. He was in hospital for 38 days just recently. What do you make of his last few months? And again, you say you're shocked, but were there any signs that this could happen?
Well, if you recall from the doctor's reports, they thought they were going to lose him twice while he was in the hospital. And to me, it just speaks once again to his determination. He wasn't ready to go. And he knows that it's all in God's hands, but he was going to push forward as much as he could. And again, when anyone's in the hospital, we don't know how it's going to work out. And it worked out for him, but as you saw, he was rather diminished, but he kept pressing forward. And that's also a good sign for anyone who was in the hospital, anyone who was sick. Don't give up. Always press forward.
What characteristics do you hope the next pope embodies?
I would think that the next pope, since Pope Francis has appointed most of the cardinals that are going to elect the next pope, will embody a lot of Pope Francis' teachings, beliefs, and tenets, and perhaps continue in the same mode as Pope Francis.
Do you think the Pope's teachings will impact the Church in the future? Is that your hope? Or?
Every Pope's teachings affects the Church in the future, no matter who it is. And so, yes, I believe so. Okay. Thank you all. Have a good day. You're always welcome.
And we are listening to Monsignor Rossi, who's the rector of the Basilica of the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception here in Washington, D.C., speaking about Pope Francis's legacy, saying that it is a reminder to all of us to live this life well. He said that Pope Francis was determined to see Easter and also to give a blessing to the people. And right now we're going to bring in Father Sean Connolly in just a moment. But first, we're going to break with more on the life and legacy of Pope Francis. We'll be right back.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor, installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs and there's no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-0726. That's 800-991-0726. Call now.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
It started making some really weird noises.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
It's an exhaust leak.
Broken axle.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
I had a seat sensor that went out, $1,400. Endurance paid it.
We got a brand new transmission and we never seen the repair bill.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
If I didn't have endurance, I would have paid over $7,000 out of pocket to repair my vehicle.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
One claim alone saved me more than $4,000.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Call 1-866-971-0194 for a free quote. That's 1-866-971-0194.
And welcome back as we continue to look back at the life and legacy of Pope Francis. We welcome now with us Father Sean Connolly, who is a pastor of St. Margaret of Cortona in the Bronx in New York. Father, thank you for joining us today on this solemn day. First, your reflections on Pope Francis and what you will remember the most.
I have 2 distinct memories that I appreciate the most over his pontificate, and they've been coming to mind this morning as I, like Catholics across the globe, woke up to the news of his eternal repose in the Lord. I really was inspired by his apostolic visit to a very dangerous place, to Iraq, of all places. And in the same city of Mosul, where the so-called caliph of the Islamic State declared that one day that devilish army would march on Rome, in that very city, 2 years later, after the Islamic State's defeat, Pope Francis celebrated the Holy Mass, and he proclaimed the truths of Jesus, who is the Prince of Peace. And he sought to heal the wounds between, the great religions of the world. And that was just a really inspiring visit that he would travel to such a place. I'm also mindful this morning of the blessing he gave to an empty St. Peter's Square during the height of the COVID pandemic, the blessing Urbi et Orbi, to the city and to the world. And it really was a compelling scene, an iconic image of what that pandemic did to the world, the Pope alone in the square. But he called the world to use that as an opportunity to prioritize things in life when we are all faced with death, to change and to live our lives accordingly then, and to return to God. So it was a lot of inspiration to take from the man as we mourn this loss and pray for his soul.
Indeed, and the first Pope from Latin America, also the first Jesuit Pope, a member of the Society of Jesus to be elected to the papacy. Father, talk to us about the significance of that.
I attended 8 years of Jesuit schooling, Fordham Prep in the Bronx, Holy Cross in Worcester, Massachusetts. The Society of Jesus, those priests take a unique and special 4th vow of a strict obedience to the Pope. So to think that one of their number would actually become the Pope one day, wasn't foreseen. But the Pope sort of guided the Church with the mind of the Ignatian spirituality. He uniquely chose the name Francis. We thought that might have been Francis Xavier, a great Jesuit missionary who perhaps he looked to for inspiration. But of course, it was the poor man of Assisi, St. Francis of Assisi. And that was to be a symbol of his closeness to the poor, to the forgotten, to the lowly, that God wishes to raise up the most.
And he certainly lived his life that way. Expand upon that for us.
The Pope, as the head of the Catholic Church, shares in the unique mission that Jesus gave to St. Peter, the first Pope, and that is to confirm or to strengthen all of us in the faith, to be a source of unity for the local churches throughout the world. In that vein, the Pope must lead according to the mind of the Lord, and our Lord Jesus came to save sinners. The Lord Jesus came to bring healing to the sick. He came to bring life to the dead. And so the Pope's legacy, I think, ultimately is to have us be mindful of the most basics, that the supreme Christian virtue is charity, that is love, and a self-sacrificial service to all without conditions, but especially the suffering and the lowly.
Yeah, and Father, certainly right now, a very pivotal time for the Church, for us Catholics. What would you say to the faithful right now who are in a time of mourning?
Every time we experience the loss, the absence of someone we love, there is a sadness and a pain. There is grief. But the grief we might feel over the loss of a spiritual father like Pope Francis, or the loss of a cherished family member or friend, is ultimately a good thing because it's a sign of love. But as St. Paul says, we as disciples of the Lord, we do not mourn as those in our world who are without hope. We always have hope. And it was so fitting. It was a beautiful end to the Holy Father, Pope Francis's life. His last day serving us was the holiest of days, the feasts of feasts, Easter, imparting his blessing, urbi et orbi, to the city and to the world. And we know why Easter is the holiest of days, because it is the day that Christ, by death, destroyed death, and by his resurrection restores to all the promise and the hope of eternal life. So popes, like monarchs, like presidents, like all of us, great men, humble men, we will all die. We're all mortals, but we are never without hope as Christians, because we know that Christ died for our salvation and he rose to restore to all the promise of eternal life. So we have the sadness in his loss, but we're always having the joy of Easter, the Lord's resurrection.
Well, Father Sean, thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it, and God bless you.
And you, thank you so much.
And we'll be right back. Stay with us.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. You may know me from my many years on television. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I felt this slight pressure on my chest, just slight. I thought, oh, it's nothing, it'll go away. I didn't get it. I did not get it. A few days later, while shopping at a boutique, that pressure returned, much stronger. It felt like an elephant pressing on my chest. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I was rushed into surgery where I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. That's why I'm in front of you today, asking you to join me in supporting the American Heart Association by becoming a monthly donor. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next person trained in CPR, the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. I can enjoy life with my children, my grandchildren, and my friends. Heart disease is America's #1 killer, and your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives. Please, listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did. So please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org now. Join me as a monthly donor today and help save even more lives. Thank you.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait, act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
And welcome back. We are going to check in now with senior Vatican correspondent for the National Catholic Register, Ed Penton. Ed, good to see you. I know you've been covering the Vatican for a very, very long time now. Right now we're in this period of the interregnum. Explain to folks what exactly that is and what takes place during this time.
Right, Tracy. Well, this is a time of preparation for the conclave. It's going to be, first of all, there's going to be the funeral. There's going to be what's called the Novendiales, which is 9 days of mourning. Not necessarily will span the full 9 days, but certainly a number of days of mourning in the church for the late Pope Francis. And then we'll have the funeral, which will be slightly different to the funerals in the past of the popes. The Pope Francis changed the rules on the state of the coffin, for example. It won't be quite so ornate as previous coffins, but he will be laying in state, I believe, for maybe 2 or 3 days. The word that I have is that the funeral is likely to be on the 26th of April. Now, that's not confirmed, but that's what I'm hearing. And there's possibilities that the conclave will take place on the 5th of May. And before that time, there'll be general congregations. The general congregations are times when the cardinals get together, all the cardinals, not just those under 80, so all the cardinal electors and the non-electors, and they will discuss the needs of the church, the concerns in the church that need to be addressed by the next pope, and look at all of the things that should be on the agenda of the next pope. So that'll be those will be discussions. They're behind closed door as well, so we won't probably know what exactly they're discussing. And then they'll go into the conclave, which will be probably two votes a day, beginning with 1 on the first day and then 2 on the following days. So there'll be 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and those will continue until there's a 2/3 majority and the new pope is elected with a 2/3 vote.
Ed, what are the cardinals, or what do you think the cardinals are looking for in the next conclave?
Yes, I think it's going to be interesting. It's going to be one of the most interesting conclaves, I think, in recent history, because one of the things Pope Francis did, and inadvertently, I think, in many ways, was to reveal a lot of the corruptions, a lot of the rot, if you like, under the surface in the church, and he's brought all that to the surface. So the next pope, in a way, has an advantage because he'll be able to see all of the problems, and if he's been following the news closely as well, and he'll be able to address those things. And I think those will be issues that they're going to bring up in the general congregations. There'll be things like the sexual abuse crisis, of course, that's continuing, and how that's handled, the financial aspects to the Vatican and elsewhere. And then more seriously, the doctrinal elements of the church. There was a lot of concern under Pope Francis that the doctrine was rather cast aside, and the church's teaching was rather pushed aside in favor of mercy. Now, there was a lot to be said for that, but there was a lot of criticism of that too. And there was a certain lawlessness that developed under Pope Francis in terms of applying doctrine and sticking to doctrine and applying the rules of the church and not running roughshod over them, which is what happened in many cases.
Yeah, and I know it's so hard to tell, but any sense of possibly if they're looking for more of a traditionalist or a progressive pontiff in the future?
Yes, well, it's probably going to veer towards the more centrist, more traditional, I think, line. I think after this pontificate, it's been very tumultuous, it's been very divisive, and part of that divisiveness, or a large part of it, I think many would say was because the Pope veered away from tradition and doctrine. So I think by bringing it back to that, I think there's a sense that those divisions may be overcome. So I think there's a big chance that will happen. An old Roman saying is that a fat pope follows a thin one, which means that the successor to the previous pope is often very different to his predecessor. And so that's quite likely. The pendulum, I think, will swing perhaps quite far back towards the center and towards orthodoxy, probably.
Yeah, another question that comes to mind, Ed, is what happens to the unfinished business that Pope Francis had now that he has gone on to his eternal resting place? Things like appointments. What happens now?
Right. Well, a lot of those are put on hold, ones that he hadn't signed off on. Those are often taken decisions. Those are decisions often taken quite some time before they're announced. So some of those will be made probably in the next few days and weeks. But I think all of the decisions from now on will be suspended. The heads of the dicasteries are all suspended from their positions until the next pope reappoints them or appoints new ones. And so that's basically everything's put on hold. It's called a sede vacante. It's called the vacant see. And until that is filled again, all these issues will be put on hold. Obviously, there'll be certain things, day-to-day things will be taken care of by the camerlengo, who's Cardinal Kevin Ferrell, an American cardinal. He'll be in charge of a lot of the church going forward. But as I say, a lot of the major decisions, of course, are all put on hold.
And Ed, before we let you go, your reflections on Pope Francis.
Well, just covering him for 12 years, Tracy, it's been a tumultuous time, and it's been very much a papacy of disruption. But as I say, there's been good sides to that. It's been very painful, I think, for a lot of Catholics, especially a lot of those who tried to be faithful to the Church's teaching and tried to follow the Church, especially those who favoured tradition and the traditional liturgy. I think it's been a very, very trying time for them. But I think as I said earlier, I think it's been very positive in the sense that it's certainly following it for 12 years. You've seen a lot of the problems come to the surface, which were hidden up until Francis, and his pontificate really brought them to the surface so that they really can be tackled. And I think the hope is the next pope will do that and tackle them head on.
Yeah, and you've been, like you said, you've been covering the Vatican for a very, very long time, and we thank you so much for your excellent coverage, Ed. Good to be with you today.
Thank you, Tracy. Good to be with you.
God bless. And that is going to do it for us on this Monday. We thank you very much for joining us for our live coverage of the death of Pope Francis. Make sure you stay with NEWSMAX and NEWSMAX2 for the latest Vatican news from the Vatican. Thank you so much.
we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Endurance has you covered. It was like almost a $6,000 job. Endurance covered it.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Call 1-855-941-6531 for a free quote.
Today's seniors are enjoying life more than ever before, and part of that comes from the independence of driving. Just because I'm a senior, and maybe you are too, do we really have to pay outrageously high insurance rates? No, we don't.
When was the last time you checked to see if you could get a lower insurance rate?
Just call the number on your screen and speak with a licensed insurance agent.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
You change your oil, you change your tires. Well, maybe it's time to change your car's insurance company.
You may be able to save a lot of money.
As a responsible driver, you always check your gauges, right? And you check for other cars and pedestrians.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates. You need to make sure that you're not paying more than you need to.
1-800-909-6063. 1-800-909-6063.
Epsom salt baths have soothed muscles for hundreds of years, but you can't take an Epsom salt bath anywhere. Until now. Introducing Epsomit Soothing Muscle Lotion that deeply soothes your muscles just like an Epsom salt bath. Anytime, anywhere. Epsomit is a drug-free, powerful lotion that is 30 times more concentrated than an Epsom salt bath. It's so unique and works so well, it was awarded a patent. The Epsomit secret is magnesium sulfate, an essential mineral that's been soothing muscles and calming sensitive nerves in Epsom salt baths for over 400 years. Use Epsomit on your feet, lower back, neck, arms, hands, legs, anywhere.
As soon as you start rubbing it in, you feel that soothing, you feel that comfort and that release from the muscles in the areas that are really, really tense.
Epsomit is great for those with muscle and nerve discomfort from aging, serious athletes, and weekend warriors.
If you have ever run long distances, you know that it just takes a toll on your body. For me, Epsomit has been the holy grail. It goes right into your skin, and I like the fact that it works so fast.
Epsomit is an easy-to-use, greaseless lotion, not a sticky cream. Plus, it's fragrance-free, so unlike other products, you won't stink while wearing it. The reviews for Epsomit are amazing. Over 1 million bottles have already been sold. It's time you try Epsomit for all the benefits of an Epsom salt bath without the tub. Go online now to order the Epsomit Soothing Muscle Lotion and the long-lasting Soothing Nerve Lotion for just $39.99. But wait. Order right now. It will also include free the Calming Foot Lotion for feet, ankles, and leg cramps. Plus, you get free shipping. Altogether, this is an over $60 value, but yours for only $39.99. This is a very limited time offer, so don't wait to get your soothing relief. There's no risk. Satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back. Order right now.
Welcome in. It is 11 o'clock here on the East Coast on Easter Monday, and we start at the Vatican. Pope Francis, born Jorge Mario Bergoglio, is dead at 88 years old. His death comes just one day after a surprise Easter Sunday appearance and even briefly meeting with Vice President J.D. Vance. The Pope had been in the hospital starting back in February for a total of 38 days. He did make what seemed to be a brief recovery before returning to the Vatican. That return now looks like it was his opportunity to say goodbye to some of the most faithful Catholics there in Rome. John Bachman joining you here for some special coverage today, along with Tracy Sable. Tracy's been leading our coverage here on N2 of Francis's death this morning. Tracy, great to have you with us, and great to have your knowledge base joining us this morning here on N2. If everyone knows, Tracy is an esteemed anchor, formerly at EWTN, and we're just so lucky to have you with us today. And Tracy, what we saw yesterday, it was the Pope take what could be described, I guess, as a final victory lap in the Pope Mobile. We also saw a meeting with J.D. Vance, and here we are in this 9-day mourning period now.
Yes, John, and great to be with you today, unfortunately under such sad circumstances. But yes, we saw Pope Francis coming out. He did not lead the services for Holy Week, as we know, not feeling in the best health, unfortunately. His passing today. But he did come out and he did give a blessing to the folks that were there. Pope Francis ended his 12-year papacy. He was the first Latin American pope in the history of the Vatican, also the first member of the Society of Jesus, also known as the Jesuits, to be pope. So billions of Catholics around the world are mourning right now, and the world in general. We heard also President Trump speaking on Truth Social, offering his condolences.
And we're going to start there at the White House with our coverage for this hour and get out to Mike Carter, our White House correspondent. And as we mentioned, Mike, President Trump posting a Truth Social this morning saying, God bless Pope Francis and all those who followed him. What else can you tell us from there?
That's right, John. The White House, of course, like millions of Catholics, billions of Catholics around the world, sending its condolences today. As you just mentioned, we're expected to hear from President Trump momentarily. Donald Trump,
if he speaks, we should go to him anyway.
Truthing out, rest in peace, Pope Francis. Yes, may God bless him and all who loved him. The White House today posting photos of President Trump and First Lady Melania meeting with Pope Francis while visiting the Vatican during the president's first term back in 2017. Meanwhile, the vice president visiting the Vatican over the weekend, J.D. Vance meeting with Pope Francis on Easter Sunday before the vice president and his family departed for India for tariff talks with India's Prime Minister Moody. Vice President Vance responding to the Pope's passing today on X, saying, I just learned of the passing of Pope Francis. My heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill, but I'll always remember him for the below homily he gave in the very early days of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul. And it sounds like we are about ready to hear from President Trump. John, I'll send it back to you.
To the president now who is speaking. Let's listen into that.
He's a good man, worked hard. He loved the world, and it's an honor to do that. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is some band. I've heard this band actually indirectly for 4 years and very directly now for 4.5. And I like the direct method even better. But the Marine Corps band is very, very special. Thank you very much. What a great job. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to thank the National Park Service, the job they do in making everything so beautiful and spiffy. And I'm very difficult when it comes to that. I will tell you, very, very difficult. And I say they have done an incredible job. You just have to look around and see. And I just want to give a special thank you to our great First Lady who organized this entire event. She worked very, very hard on it. She worked very hard. I said, what are you doing? She said, I'm working on the egg roll. I said, that sounds like a lot of fun. And we're going to have a lot of fun in just a couple of minutes. But again, our country is doing very well. We had the highest number of recruits, enlistments that we've had in, I think, 28 or 29 years. And I'm sure we're going to actually beat that number. It's all happened since November 5th. It's all happened. Enrollment in the military is at a record. And enrollment in the police force, fire forces, and all of the different law enforcement groups. We're setting records. And 6 months ago, we couldn't get anybody. And now we're setting records. That's sort of testament to what's happening in terms of the spirit of our country. We love our country. And it's been something very, very special. And speaking of special, Easter is special, and it's one of our favorite days. It's one of our favorite periods of time. We're honoring Jesus Christ, and we're going to honor Jesus Christ very powerfully throughout our lives, all throughout our lives, not just now, all throughout our lives. We're bringing religion back in America. We're bringing a lot of things back, but religion is coming back to America. That's why you see the kind of numbers that you're seeing, the spirit and the kind of numbers that you're seeing. So we're going to come down and join you right now, but I just want to wish everybody once again, happy Easter, and enjoy your lives. We're going to have a great 4 years. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, so I think we caught part of President Trump's comments there about Pope Francis, but of course this was a pre-planned event, the annual Easter egg roll at the White House happening today. But one of the things we can obviously take away from the president's comments there, Tracy Sable rejoining us here, is the emphasis on Jesus Christ, something that we've heard obviously from President Trump and when he was in office last time, but there seems to be an increased importance on his faith, obviously, since his assassination attempts.
Yeah, absolutely. We heard from President Trump saying we are honoring Jesus Christ and we are bringing religion back into the United States. And we really have seen that, John, also with the development of the Faith Office for the first time.
Yes, that's so true. Let's bring in our next guest and continue this conversation, not only about Pope Francis, but what we just heard there from President Trump. Father Patrick Flanagan joins us now. Father, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, John.
You know, this is obviously a sad and poignant day as well, but I think it instills a certain amount of, and Tracy, feel free to jump in on this, a certain amount of, I don't know what the right word is, but gratitude towards the service of Pope Francis, and also gratitude as Catholics that there is this consistency in place. And while there is a vacant period now where there is no Pope, the process of mourning the previous Pope and soon to be recognizing the next Pope is already in motion.
John, you were very keen before when you spoke about, in a very insightful way, when you said you wondered if yesterday's reality of him traveling around Vatican Square was his legacy tour. Because in so many respects, we found him pressing the flesh and just loving that moment. And we don't know if he had a sense that he was going home to the Father, to God, but we clearly found out that he made the best of his last moments. And there's something beautiful about that.
Mm-hmm. Tracy, if you want to hop in.
Yeah, and Father, we heard... Yeah, thank you, John. I will. Father, we heard Monsignor Rossi speaking at the Basilica here in Washington, D.C. A few moments ago, and he was mentioning that he really felt that the Holy Father really wanted to hang in there, if you will, until Easter to kind of, be with the people and give his blessing. Talk to us more about that. Do you feel that way as well?
Tracy, I think we all have had experiences of people in our own lives where people have stayed around for their loved ones. And I think that this moment of resurrection for the Christian people is pretty remarkable. And for Pope Francis to make that a priority in his life is pretty remarkable. When you think about Pope Francis' life, I think, the way he died is the way he lived. So on Holy Thursday, he went to the prison and he engaged the prisoners there because no one was lacking dignity in his sight or in the Lord's sight. And everyone was inclusive. No one was left out. And so the reality was that they found out that the people who society sometimes throws away, indeed, he wanted to include. The second piece was his meeting with Vice President Vance. We forget sometimes that the Holy Father is also the head of state of Vatican City. And he spent his 12 years doing some extraordinary things, both building up relations in between, helping the situation in Cuba, as well as challenging nations to be better attentive to the poor, the marginalized, those in the fringes and the peripheries. And it's been pretty remarkable. So in so many respects, the way he lived his final three moments of his life was the way he lived his whole life.
Yeah, we've seen, at least in my lifetime, the last 45 years, we've had 3 different popes, obviously 3 very different personalities in the papacy. Father, as we wrap up this part of our story here today, just tell us about what we can expect over the next 9 days in this period of mourning. And for Catholics and non-Catholics alike, what will they see playing out in St. Peter's Square?
In St. Peter's Square and throughout the world, you'll see a lot of masses being offered for the salvation of Pope Francis. And people coming together and speaking and talking. As I heard in your earlier report on NEWSMAX, it was very clear that earlier in the day, when people did not hear about the Pope, Vatican Square was kind of a sparse. And as the day progressed, it became increasingly crowded because people want to be close to the place and the memories that they have. So it's an opportunity for them to grieve with each other, and also as also to pray for him, and also to reflect on the legacy that he's left us. The next couple of days, as you can imagine, the cardinals will be arriving in Rome and having conversations. Many of them already know each other because the Pope Francis made an effort to make sure that they know each other, because he knew that they would elect his successor. And they'll have informal conversations about who's going to be the next successor, the 267th successor of St. Peter, and who's going to lead the church. They're going to speak about the challenges that are going to face the church, and then surely to identify some key people who might be candidates to lead the church, and then have those conversations.
Well, we will be watching, of course, very closely for all of that. Father Patrick Flanagan, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, John.
All right, more coverage here, more special coverage of the death of Pope Francis to come here. Tracy Sable standing by, John Bachman here as well. A live look for you at Vatican City. We'll be right back after this.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. NEWSMAX wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, this is an important message. So please, write down the number on your screen. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Be careful. Many policies you see do not have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase. Your coverage can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, and your acceptance is guaranteed with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call 1-800-971-1199 for your free information kit and free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-971-1199. There's no risk. That number again is 1-800-971-1199. 1-800-971-1199. Call now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
All right, just began, and bear with us, folks. We're covering two very divergent stories, let's just say. This is the scene at the White House, the Easter egg roll happening now, President Trump, the First Lady there, and the Easter Bunny is there as well. This tradition we see play out every year. Little kids roll the Easter eggs across the south lawn of the White House with wooden spoons, and everybody loves it. But this is actually playing out this year while we have another major news story happening, of course, today. And that is the death of Pope Francis, dead at 88 years old. And As everyone knows, and we've been covering it here, we've been listening to and seeing the Pope, who's been in the hospital there for a long time. He was battling double pneumonia and was just released from the hospital not that long ago. And there were reports that he was making a recovery. We saw Pope Francis yesterday riding through St. Peter's Square in the Pope Mobile, waving to the faithful. And that appearance would be the last time we would ever see Pope Francis in person. And now the 9-day process of mourning begins before the conclave begins, and the College of Cardinals will elect a new pope. So from the White House and the Easter egg roll to the Vatican, we continue our coverage here on N2. Joining us now is Tracy Sable, who is a new addition to the team here at Newsmax, and we are so happy to have her now, particularly for this story with the death of Pope Francis. Tracy, so good to have you with us today, and just wanted to get your thoughts. For people in this business, especially someone like yourself who's covered the Vatican and covered the Catholic faith so closely, we knew this day, of course, would come, and now it's here. And just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, John, he's been sick for a while. He's recovering. But if you saw him the last time he came out, Pope Francis, to be candid with you, did not look that well. He was very frail. We knew the time was coming, as you mentioned, but still, it's surprising and a very, very sad day for all of us in the Catholic faith, and I think really around the world as well, as we reflect upon this day, as our Holy Father is going on to his eternal resting place. You mentioned that we're in this period right now. It's sort of an in-between period. They call it the interregnum, before the conclave, this time of mourning, and before we go and there is a funeral mass for the Pope. So a lot happening, but there are systems, if you will, in place during this time. But as you mentioned, a lot of people, even we saw President Trump speaking beforehand, and he mentioned Jesus Christ as he was talking about the Easter egg roll. So a lot of prayers going right now.
Yes, and he also mentioned this renaissance of faith that we see here in the United States. Our next guest, I want to bring him in and talk about this, and not just, I think, in the United States, but there is this awakening, I think, happening around the world. Father Calvin Robinson is back with us. Father, great to have you with us, and great to see you. Last time I saw you in person, we were at the Catholics for Catholics event at Mar-a-Lago. And for someone like yourself, who I've kind of watched you go through a transition period yourself from the Anglican Church and now aligning yourself more with the Catholic faith, watching Pope Francis, I think a lot of people realize he had pretty strong political positions on the economy, on immigration, on other things like that. But that did not stop this culture, this renaissance of faith that we've seen happening around the world. Give us your thoughts.
Absolutely. We are seeing an increasing number of young people in particular heading towards the Catholic faith, from atheism, from agnosticism, and from Protestantism, which is interesting because people are seeking out tradition and they're going further and further back to the Church Fathers, learning of the Catholic faith. And so this Easter we saw record numbers all around the West, actually, which is a great thing to see, because as the world around us gets darker, we look for the light. And where do we find the light? In Jesus Christ. And so now is a momentous time for the church, Big C Church, because as Pope Francis goes home, there is a vacancy, obviously, in the seat of Peter. And I'm hoping and praying that it's filled with a traditionalist, because as young people, as the next generation are looking for tradition in the Catholic faith, they need someone who's going to promote and encourage and strengthen that. And we could actually be at the start of a new revival in Western civilization, which until recently we called Christendom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Father, to kind of pick up on that revival, we're also hearing that for the first time, I believe ever, that Catholics in the UK that are entering the faith have surpassed Protestants. So that's really something as well. Where do you see things going in the life of the church now, now the passing of Pope Francis? And you mentioned maybe more of a traditional bent.
Absolutely, Tracy. You're spot on in that for the first time in 500 years, it seems that Catholicism is outnumbering Anglicanism in the UK, again, with the younger generation. And it seems to me that this is because the Church of England has turned what we would call woke, liberal progressive in terms of divorce, contraception, the sanctity of life, women's orders, any issue from COVID to immigration, any issue whether theological or political, the Church of England veers left. And I believe that the Christian faith, the Catholic faith, is a conservative ideology or worldview. And so when the Church of England veers away from it towards liberal, progressive, modern, secular views, people look for the faith elsewhere. And again, they're looking towards the Catholic faith. And this is momentous for the country because since the break from Rome, we've seen an increase in liberalism. And actually, if you look at current demographics in my homeland, in the United Kingdom, by 2050, on current projections, it looks to become an Islamic caliphate. And so we need the staunchness of strong Christians, of strong Catholics to regain that land, to reclaim it for Christ. Because, again, Christendom, it was founded on Christian foundations. And England actually has been Christian since its inception, almost 1,000 years ago. We've always had Christian kings. We've always had Christian elected representatives. For the first time, that's moving away. And so as the Church of England moves away, I'm so pleased and we are blessed to see the Catholic faith growing. And in regards to your second part of your question, what does this mean in terms of the Pope going home today? Well, you know, he is the spiritual leader of Christianity in the West, regardless of your denomination, regardless of whether you happen to be in full communion with Rome or not. He is the patriarch of the West. And so all Christians should be looking to the Pope for leadership in the faith. And so what does that mean going forward? It means that we have to hope and pray that the conclave, which of course has, you know, the House of Cardinals has been stacked. We have to hope and pray that the conclave is filled with the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, and a good, solid Catholic with sound doctrine and traditional teaching fills that seat of Peter and leads the church back towards unity. Because now we are at the precipice of Western society crumbling. We need someone who can bring us all back together, and that means we need a strong Pope.
Well, one thing we know that's also occurring at this very moment, in addition to this period of mourning, is they are taking those precautions to make sure no one can listen in to what happens with the conclave, one of the many fascinating aspects about this period that will take place over the next few weeks or so. Father Calvin Robinson, so great to have you with us today. Thank you.
God bless.
All right, time for another quick commercial break here. More on the death of Pope Francis when we return right after this.
Thank you, Cecil.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Here's an important message from the U.S. Med Diabetes Solution Center. If you have diabetes, you know the pain of pricking your fingers. But now, by wearing a small device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce your pain right away. It's easy to use and helps you make more accurate diabetes treatment decisions. If you use insulin daily, you might be eligible to get your own continuous glucose monitor. Call the U.S. Med Diabetes Solution Center to learn about this groundbreaking new CGM technology. If you have Medicare or private insurance, call to see if you qualify for a CGM at little or no cost. Shipping is free and will even bill your insurance company for you. U.S. Med is the #1 rated supplier on Google and Facebook reviews. So call us right now to see if you qualify for a CGM at little or no cost. U.S. Med. Better service. Better care.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness, how's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it, how much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, you know, in peace because of you.
You know, a lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
And we continue our coverage of Pope Francis's death, dead at 88 years old, after serving as the Pope for about the last 10 years or so, 12 years, I guess, coming in replace of Pope Benedict, who, of course, resigned when he got to be a certain age. Let's check in now with Alex Salvi, who joins us live from the Vatican with more on the scene there on the ground. And Tracy Sable here is with us as well as we continue our coverage here. Alex, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Tracy, John, it's good to be with you. Pope Francis, the first in so many ways, the first Jesuit to lead the Catholic Church, the first from Latin America, the first to even use that name, as you mentioned, passing away this morning at 88 years old. Cardinal Ferrell making the announcement saying that at 7:35 a.m. this morning, Pope Francis passed away. Now, an official cause of death has not been announced just yet, but as we know, it came as Pope Francis was dealing with that severe bout of pneumonia, the one that left him in the hospital for 5 weeks, just being discharged last month ahead of the Holy Week events. So we did get to see at least a little bit of Pope Francis. The holy bells that's here in St. Peter's Basilica ringing out this morning, informing the rest of the world about what's taking place, not only here in Vatican City, but what will come over the coming days. Those bells ringing just 24 hours after we saw Pope Francis speak from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica following the Easter service, when he gave his Urbi et Orbi blessing, some of his final words, "He is risen." That'll be remembered for a long time as we move forward. And then after that, the Pope going down on the Pope Mobile, driving around Vatican City, greeting worshipers for what would end up being one of his last interactions with the faithful. And today they're remembering not only those types of moments, but also the legacy that he leaves behind. Of course, the Pope coming with a little bit of controversy depending on where you fall on the political spectrum, where you fall with the religious faith, but nonetheless a man who led the church for 12 years at a time where there was a lot of uncertainty. John, you mentioned at the very top the fact that Pope Benedict became one of the first popes to resign in 500 years. Pope Francis taking the reins right after that. And now we look ahead as to what comes next over the coming days. The Catholic faith goes into 9 days of mourning. The next 4 to 6 days we'll see a papal funeral. And then, of course, after that is a conclave. Now, cardinals from around the world will be flying in here to Vatican City to choose Pope Francis' successor. It is worth noting that Pope Francis selected 70% of the cardinals who will end up choosing his replacement. But as it goes with this process, both Tracy and John, it's anything but predictable.
Yes, one thing I think, and Tracy could probably speak to this better than I can, one thing we've learned from these papal conclaves is everyone talks about who the next pope's going to be going in, and then we're all surprised when the white smoke finally goes up. Alex Salvi, of course, will be covering all that for us. Let's welcome in now, host of America Right Now, Tom Basile joins Tracy and I for more on this. And Tom, that's kind of been the thing, right, when we have these papal conclaves. I do think Dick Morris predicted Cardinal Imbruglia would be the next pope once upon a time. Let's talk about the possible replacements if it's not too soon to do so, because there is some hope, I think, particularly among conservative Catholics, that it's going to be Cardinal Sarah, who's been very vocal, more consistent. I think a lot of what we heard Calvin Robinson talk about a moment ago, when you see this renaissance in the Catholic faith, a lot of this is because of the demand for more traditionalism in the Church.
Yeah, you know, and I think that it is important to point out that this is a process that the Holy Spirit, the Catholics believe, the cardinals believe, is very much plays a role in. they are going to have to make some important decisions. And it's not just about, well, will he be a liberal or conservative? You also have to look at the fact that you had John Paul II's very long papacy. He was a fairly young man when he was elected. And then you also had, you had a short papacy in Benedict XVI, and now sort of a midterm papacy. But you also had, a pope here who was 88 years old, who had been in frail health for several years. So will they pick a younger cardinal? Will they pick somebody who could potentially have a much longer pontificate and therefore shape the church in over a longer period of time? So there are a lot of questions, and the thing that makes this very interesting is that a lot of these cardinals, when they go into the conclave, they meet each other really for the first time.
Right.
Maybe they've heard of one guy or another, but a lot of these folks really have not spent any time, much of any time together. They really don't know each other, and so the conclave is an opportunity for them to commune with their brother cardinals and really kind of get a sense of each other. So it's one of these things where you just don't know what's going to happen, and of course. We talk about, Pope Francis was viewed as being on the more liberal side of the spectrum. He was created a cardinal by John Paul II.
Right.
So, and many of the same cardinals that were created by Benedict XVI and John Paul II elected Francis. So you don't know what you're going to get. It's going to be a very exciting time for the people of the Roman Catholic faith, all 1.4 billion of us, and also a time of celebration, really, for the extraordinary life of a man who was a shepherd and wanted to be a shepherd as close to the people as possible, right up until the very, very end, as Tracy pointed out just a few moments ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so true, Tom. And he picked the name Francis, like Francis of Assisi, who really lived a life of poverty. Before we let you go, what about some of your reflections, Tom, on Pope Francis?
Well, I think that he was somebody who wanted us to reestablish our relationship with God by reestablishing our relationship with each other. He talked a lot about how technology and our sort of disposable society, very materialistic society, was actually drawing us further apart. And you can see that, right? You can see how technology is making people more pawns in this world. And I think that he really talked a lot about how we can, even sinners, even people who have been blighted in some way by the society, that they can find the gospel again, and that we have a responsibility to try to help people find the gospel again and live better lives. That openness, those open arms of his, I think, is something that all of us really should be thinking about at this moment.
So well put, Tom Basile. Great to have you with us as always. And of course, I'm sure we'll see more of you throughout the day here on Into and on Newsmax. Thanks, Tom. All right, still more to come here. Obviously, a lot of developing information we're going to get in from the Vatican. We are following the story of the mourners now arriving at St. Peter's Square, the Catholic faith, the Catholic Church, in a period of 9 days of mourning after the death of Pope Francis. And then the conclave will begin. We'll have more of this coverage coming up for you. Stay with us here on Into. We'll be right back.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now. Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Christopher Holton. I'm very active. I try to get 6 miles in a day, at least walking. I thought I had clean mental health. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped, and we completely saw his eyes glaze over. And I see his pulses fading fast and is about to go out. So I start off CPR. It's like I went into autopilot. EMS showed up. They pulled out the AED. You know, they've got that sink in your moment in your gut where you're just like, come on, make it, make it.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association. Call or go online to helpheart.org with your gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. Your monthly support can help save more lives.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Your $19 monthly gift will help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care, and get even more people trained in life-saving CPR.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life. It just brings the importance of why bystander CPR is so important.
Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show you're helping save lives.
The research that you do allows people to be able to get over having a heart attack or surviving a heart attack.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer, but your support can save your life or the life of someone you love. Become a monthly donor today by calling or going online to helpheart.org.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
All right, welcome back. We are looking live at the Vatican now, where mourners are gathering after Pope Francis died on Easter Monday, one day after we saw him for what would be his last appearance in public, riding around St. Peter's Square in the Pope Mobile. Of course, many of you know the Pope had been hospitalized for double pneumonia. He had been released from the hospital. There had been some talk about him being on the mend, but obviously we know now that was a devastating diagnosis, and he was still suffering from some of the effects of the double pneumonia. Let's welcome in now internist at Custom Care Medical, our good friend Dr. Frank Contessessa. Dr. Frank, great to have you here with us. And we don't have an official cause of death yet from the Vatican here, but anytime someone has double pneumonia, there are signs and lingering effects of that. We saw Pope Francis obviously very ill when he met with J.D. Vance. The vice president said so. So I would assume to someone like yourself, the death of Pope Francis not a surprise, but give us your medical opinion. After we heard that Pope Francis was released, we heard him making a comeback, and then we saw him in public yesterday only to learn about his death.
Well, good morning, John and Tracy. It's nice to be with you guys. It's a somber day for Christians, of course, and for Catholics. I'm actually surprised that he lasted as long as he did. I had done a bunch of appearances while he was in the hospital explaining what was going on with him, and I didn't think he was going to make it more than a couple of days. When he had the double pneumonia, he was on mechanical ventilation, not intubated, but basically respiratory support, just shy of being intubated, but his lungs were not working on their own, and being of advanced age, I was surprised that he lasted as long as he did. He had a tough road to recovery. He did look like he was bouncing back a bit, but like I said, I'm surprised that he lasted a few months after that double pneumonia.
I definitely, Doctor, I think a lot of folks were as well. And Pope Francis had, besides the double pneumonia, he had a bit of, health problems. He also had part of his colon removed back in 2021. So it really is surprising that through all of this, he lasted until after Easter and passed away today on Easter Monday.
Yeah, that's right. And, the immune system takes a hit when you go through something like this. He was 88 years old. That's not easy for even somebody who's younger to go through something like this. So he had a lot stacked against him from the beginning. And he was in the hospital for weeks and weeks. And just being in the hospital and being immobile, that affects you too. So, he had a rough time of it.
Dr. Frank, I know this is somewhat sort of speculative, and I hate to ask you to do this, but when you see, and this is one of the things we've talked about with the two previous priests we've had on, it seems as if Pope Francis wanted one more opportunity to get face-to-face with the faithful, and he did that yesterday. If that decision was made, given the fact that he was obviously in failing health, do you think that he knew that his time was numbered and that was, even though that might be risky for someone who is 88 years old and in failing health, obviously you probably wouldn't advise most folks to go do this. Pope Francis probably felt like he had to get out there and see his the flock one more time.
John, I think you're probably right. Most people know, you see this in elderly people when they get to the point where they just know that the end is near, and whether or not appearing in public and going through the strenuous activity of participating in Easter, he might have known that it was going to hasten his death, and he was willing to face that. But you do find that older people, they get to a point, sometimes they get tired of fighting, and they just kind of resign themselves to the fact that, the next step is near. So that's a possibility.
Yeah, there was some talk, I think Tracy mentioned this before, that Pope Francis wanted to make it until Easter Sunday, and he did get to do that. I can't remember if you said that, Tracy, but Pope Francis was able to do that, in fact, make it to Easter Sunday.
Yeah, and it definitely meant a lot to the faithful as well. Dr. Frank, we had mentioned, John mentioned, we don't really know exactly what he passed away from. How long will that process take until we know exactly what the cause of death was?
Well, under usual circumstances, it wouldn't take more than, a day or two. If I'm not sure if they do an autopsy in a case like this. I would say probably not. And certainly the Vatican is very close-lipped. I remember when he was in the hospital for those weeks, and I was trying to find information to be able to come on air and discuss. They're very tight-lipped, and it's a very closed organization. So it's impossible to know what they're going to do and what they're going to release. I doubt that they're going to go through the process of doing an autopsy on a case like this, because he was of advanced age. We kind of know what was going on. There's certainly not too much of a puzzle of what's going on. Probably the cause of death will be something like cardiac failure, because when the lungs go, it puts strain on the heart, and that you sort of see a chain of effect, that one thing starts to go and then the whole house just starts tumbling down. So certainly you could link it to the illness, because I think that took a lot out of him and made it difficult to come back from.
Yeah, and as it would for anyone to have double pneumonia, and even when you have, Dr. Frank, the best or some of the best health care in the world, as I imagine Pope Francis did in that hospital, there's just certain things that time always wins in the end.
Yeah, he got called home, and as physicians, there's only so much we can do, and there's things we can treat and there's things we can't. So of course he would have had the best of care. And we all get it in the end, right? I mean, whether you're a holy person or whether you're not,
that's right.
We all lose the battle eventually.
That's what they say. None of us are getting out of here alive, so to speak, and that's why we rely on our faith for what comes next, and as so many people are doing now in St. Peter's Square. Dr. Frank Contessessa, always great to see you. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, God.
All right, we still, of course, have more to come here as we learn more about the life and legacy of Pope Francis, born Jose Bergoglio in Argentina, the first Latin American pope, certainly leaving a legacy, the first Jesuit pope as well. More on his death and his life when we come back after this.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money. with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
If there's one guarantee in home ownership, it's that things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break.
When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We had a contractor out within 24 hours because he said, I didn't want you guys to go another day without heat.
As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members.
Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service. And filing a claim does not increase your rate.
We've saved thousands of dollars with First American that we've been able to reinvest into our home.
I looked at more than one, and this was the best.
First American has been a trusted name for decades and is highly rated by customers on major review sites.
They follow through on what they say they're going to do. That's everything.
But with all the repairs that have come through First American, the plan has been paid for many times over.
And now you can lock in your low monthly rate. All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-800-917-5047. That's 1-800-917-5047 for your free no obligation quote. So call now.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's gone.
There's this side and this side. This to this.
50 and haven't slept in weeks, 35 and fresh from a vacation.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home. I had the timer on, and we were screaming. 4 minutes, 34 seconds, completely gone.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. These lines bother me. They really do. And this is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. So it targets all those problem areas.
So this would be a daily thing, or
it absolutely could be a daily thing. But the way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
And we take you back
And
now
welcome
to
back. You are looking.
Tracy.
John, go ahead.
See, we've been co-anchoring the
And
show, and a lot of this is improvised, of course, because of the breaking news. I did not mean to talk over you there, Tracy. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, John, no problem at all. It's, as you mentioned, it's breaking news, live TV, and you never know what's going to happen. But right now, we do know we are taking a live shot of Vatican City as Catholics from all over the globe mourn the passing of Pope Francis. And right now, we're going to go to New York, where Christina Thompson is standing by right now with the very latest. Christina.
Millions of New Yorkers are paying their respects to Pope Francis today after he passed away. We're hearing during an Easter Monday Mass at St. Patrick's, New York Archbishop Timothy Dolan said that Catholics were feeling both sorrow for Francis's passing, but also gratitude for the gift that he was, saying that he was a gift to the church, to the world, to us. Now, in a statement, the Archdiocese called him a shepherd of mercy, a voice for the poor, and a witness to God's love. Now, being outside this church here, I've watched as hundreds have gone in and out today. There was a Mass earlier, an Easter Monday Mass, and people as they walk in, New Yorkers as they walk in, people really from all over the world who are visiting New York, some of them have cried to me saying that they will miss this Pope so much, many of them calling him a Pope of the people, saying that he helped to bring the Catholic Church into modern times, that he was a very progressive Pope. So many just showing their gratitude for all that he's done for humanity. Now, Francis, he did come to New York back in September of 2015 during a visit stateside. He also went to Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia. Now, hundreds are here for him today to either light a candle or to say a prayer for the late Pope.
And right now we are taking a look at Vatican City, where thousands of mourners are showing up in the Eternal City right now to mourn the death and passing of Pope Francis. John?
Yes, we were going to hear for some New Yorkers there that Christina Thompson had spoken to, but as you can imagine, Tracy, there is still, I mean, even though we had, known that Pope Francis was not well, that I think there is still some shock around the world that this happened when in fact it did happen, having just seen the Pope yesterday. And we'll continue to learn more about this. We are now in this 9-day period of mourning, which is traditional in the Catholic Church before the Conclave begins. We are still waiting for more confirmation about the actual specific cause of death and what the funeral will look like moving forward. So, and as we've been mentioning, this of course is a story that broke overnight. You see some of the reaction coming in at the bottom of your screen here from world leaders, everyone paying their respects to Pope Francis. So that is one of the stories, just one of the many stories happening today, and it's been dominating most of our coverage. Also happening today, the traditional Easter egg roll at the White House, and we are going to get to some other stories, including more information on the tariffs, and also on these leaks that come out of the Pentagon and what the White House is saying about that and peak Hegseth. But there you see Donald Trump Jr. And some of his flock there on the lawn of the White House for the Easter egg roll. But Tracy, when we take a look at Pope Francis's death and the Easter egg roll, one thing that we've noticed and we talked about here, one of the themes of the show, is this revival of faith in Christianity and the Catholic faith in particular here in the United States and around the world. And you just think about the stark contrast of the White House this year compared to last year. There were gay and transgender flags at the Easter egg roll. It was actually, they celebrated the Transgender Day of Visibility at the White House yesterday, or last year on Easter. I think we also had topless transgenders on the lawn of the White House last year. What a difference a year makes with President Trump today honoring Jesus Christ and his sacrifice and talking about the importance of faith in this country.
Yeah, a stark contrast and a pleasant to see this in the White House right now. President Trump bringing faith back here into the White House and into the United States. And he mentioned, John, we had heard earlier when he was talking at the Easter egg roll, he said, we're bringing Jesus back and we're bringing him back to the United States and making it front and center right here, faith. They even created a faith office, very first time in the history of the White House.
And you know what else we're not seeing on the White House lawn anymore, Tracy? We don't see the Easter Bunny having to direct the president where to go. We also don't see any little children that seem to be scared of the president of the United States for, getting handsy with them. So there are contrasts all over the place. I'm just now meeting you, Tracy, so I don't want to go too far down this road. I don't want to put you on the spot too much, but I do want to say it's been an honor to spend the last hour with you. For folks who don't know Tracy's work, she's an esteemed journalist, has spent a lot of time at EWTN, the Catholic Network, and now she is with us here at Newsmax, and we're very happy for that, and especially considering the importance of this news, the passing of Pope Francis. Tracy, great to be with you, and I think thank you for filling in for me on Friday when I had a little dental surgery, and hopefully we will get to meet in person very soon.
I hope so, John. It's an honor to be here, a real blessing, and an honor to be with you today. So
thank you so
I know
much.
It's a somber day, but it's been
Yes.
great being with you.
Likewise, and we will talk, of course, very soon. And everybody else at home, stay tuned. We got more to come here. John Bachman now will be on as regular starting at noon. Unfortunately, we will not have Tracy with us, but we will have some more on the Pope. We will have live reports from the Vatican and Washington, D.C. as well. And we will also get you updated on some of the other major stories. We will be joined by Carol Roth as well. We'll talk more about the tariffs and what's going on with the White House, and J.D. Vance headed to India to talk more about that. More to come. Stay with us. John Bachman now continues right after this.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief, and I'm in a better mood.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Thousands are finding relief with Ready Rocker, and now you can too. For a limited time, you can get Ready Rocker for just 4 easy payments of only $29.99. Call now, and we'll include the Smart Strap to secure and carry your Ready Rocker. And this protective cover, a $40 value free. Plus, we'll even ship it to you for free. That's an incredible value for the low price you see on your screen. So don't delay. Order today.
Call 1-800-801-5814 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 1-800-801-5814 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400. Endurance paid it.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
Well, the tributes are pouring in now for Pope Francis. The Vatican announcing early this morning around 4 a.m. that Pope Francis had died at the age of 88. Many people recalling his legacy as the first pope from Latin America, the first Jesuit pope in the Vatican. Standing by somberly behind a microphone at the Vatican today, Cardinal Kevin Ferrell announced the Pope's death, quote, at 7:35 local time this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. We continue our breaking coverage here today on John Bachman Now here on N2. It's great to have you with us on a somber day. Alex Salvi joining us live now from the Vatican, where the mourners, the faithful, are gathering now to pay their respects to Pope Francis. Hey, Alex.
Yeah, John, thousands of people continue to cycle in here around St. Peter's Square to pay their respects to Pope Francis. In fact, I will say that throughout the entire day, the entire stream has been pretty consistent since we first got that news. As you said, at 7:35 a.m. this morning, Cardinal Ferrell announcing that Pope Francis passed away at 88 years old. Now, the pontiff, we've seen him a little bit over recent days, but we know that he has been struggling, and that's something that is not news to many of the people that are coming out to say their goodbyes to Pope Francis. But the cause of death has not yet been addressed. It hasn't been announced by the Vatican, but we know that it came as Pope Francis was dealing with that bout of pneumonia, the one that left him in the hospital for 5 weeks, being discharged just last month. And ever since then, the Pope has been trying to make a return, but he still nonetheless looked very frail. We did see him, for example, speaking from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica over the weekend, addressing a crowd of tens of thousands of people following Easter Sunday service. The Pope then speaking very shortly. He didn't sound very strong, but some of his last words, he is risen, a message that he delivered during his Urbi et Orbi blessing to the rest of the world before getting down on the Pope Mobile and greeting worshipers around St. Peter's Basilica. Now, today, John, worshipers are remembering not only those moments like that where the Pope really made an effort, despite the hardship, to reach out to worshipers, but also the legacy that he leaves behind.
It's just a very sad day. It's honestly, I think, impressive that he made it to Easter. I think that's almost like a miracle for Italy. But it's sad, and I feel like many people might not have realized it yet because it was very recent. And I think tonight is going to be very sad for everyone.
We are really sad about it. We come from Australia. We were hoping there was some chance to see him, but then we heard about it when we came in here, and yeah, it's pretty much devastated all of us. It's really bad, really sad.
Now, Catholics around the world will take place in the 9 days of mourning, and we are expecting a papal funeral sometime in the next 4 to 6 days, as is customary for the Catholic Church. But we are also learning today that Pope Francis will be laid in the St. Peter's Basilica sometime on Wednesday morning. That'll give worshipers from around the world the opportunity to come out to St. Peter's Basilica and say their goodbyes in person to Pope Francis. Now, after that, John, of course, comes the Conclave, a process that will take upwards of 20 days from right now. It's a complicated process, one that I know a lot of people are keeping a close eye on. It is worth noting that Pope Francis has hand-selected 70% of the cardinals who will ultimately choose his successor. And although there's a lot of speculation mounting right now, we know it's a process that is always surprising, John.
Yeah. Did he pick those cardinals because he thought they reflected his view, or did he pick them for some other reason? That's what we won't know until the conclave actually happens after 9 days from now. Alex Salvi live for us at the Vatican. We'll check back with you, Alex, as the day progresses. Thank you. All right, there's obviously been reaction from all over the world, but we wanted to focus on congressional reaction. Kilmeny Ducart joins us live now from Capitol Hill, where we all remember Pope Francis about 10 years ago made a very famous visit to the Capitol. Hey, Kilmeny.
Yeah, John, good afternoon and good to be with you. Pope Francis made history here, as you mentioned, at the Capitol, becoming the first pontiff to address a joint session of Congress. That was back in 2015. Then Speaker of the House John Boehner and then Vice President Joe Biden presided over his remarks, which aimed to inspire America's legislative body to set aside its own interests and work toward the common good.
Each son or daughter of a given country has a mission, a personal and social responsibility. Your own responsibility as members of Congress is to enable this country by your legislative activity to grow as a nation. You are the face of its people. They are representatives.
The Ohio Republican and Catholic recalling their encounter on social media today, saying, "Speaker, will you pray for me?" With those words, Pope Francis changed my life. He will forever hold a place in America's history as the first pope to address a joint meeting of the U.S. Congress and in hearts across the world for his compassion, stewardship of the church. Well, the congressional leadership of today reacting to his passing, Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune posting this: Pope Francis led a life of faithful witness to the gospel. He dedicated himself to spreading the good news with joy, and he will be remembered as a humble servant of God and a man of great compassion for those in need. May he rest in peace and receive his reward. And Democratic Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, with this, I join the world in mourning the sad news of Pope Francis's passing. Pope Francis's message of hope, his compassion and love for the less fortunate was felt in every corner. His papacy will be remembered as a beacon of light and hope against the darkness. And Democratic Senate Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says, thankful for the moral, visionary, and groundbreaking leadership of Pope Francis. May God watch over the Vatican and the Catholic Church during this time of transition. John, Pope Francis's words then still very much relevant today. In that joint address to Congress, he said, if politics must truly be at the service of the human person, it cannot be a slave to the economy and finance. John?
All right, Kimini Ducard live for us on Capitol Hill. Kimini, thank you. Joining us now is Father Sean Connolly, priest at St. Margaret of Cortona in the Bronx. Father, great to have you with us today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You know, I've been watching some of your earlier hits on Newsmax, and I see you smiling, and I'm smiling, and people wonder, why can we be smiling as Catholics on a day like this, having lost the leader of the church? But explain the other side of the sadness here on a day like today for us.
I'm smiling because Christ is risen, and by his death, he destroyed death. And by his rising, he restores to all the promise and the hope of eternal life. This is what we celebrated yesterday on the Feast of Feasts, the Lord of Days, the Pascha of Easter. And how fitting that Pope Francis's final day of ministering to the faithful was on Easter Sunday, where despite his frailty, he was able to impart his blessing urbi et orbi, his blessing to the city of Rome and to the world, proclaiming that Christ is risen. So there's, of course, a sadness, as there always is with the absence of someone we love. But as Christians, as St. Paul says, we don't mourn as those who are without hope. We have hope that Christ's resurrection will grant lasting life to all. So there's a mourning, of course, a grief over the loss of our spiritual father, but we have the Christian hope of Easter Sunday.
And you mentioned hope. This is a Jubilee year in the Catholic Church, and the message of this year was hope, directly from Pope Francis. And we also saw his last lap around St. Peter's Square yesterday, which I said at the beginning of our last hour of coverage, it almost appears as if he knew this would be his victory lap, his final lap before the faithful.
It's quite remarkable. My own Archbishop here in New York, Cardinal Dolan, in his comments about the Pope's repose this morning said, you could not have choreographed it any better. You know, his final lap around St. Peter's Square, you know, a shepherd being among his flock despite the frailty, of old age. You just described it quite poignantly. It was like a victory lap. You know, Easter victory is Christ by death, destroying death. So even in the sadness, there is joy that always comes with our Christian faith. So that's a beautiful image of the Pope amongst his people on Easter Sunday that will last with us throughout these 9 days of mourning that we begin today, the Novendialis, and for, you know, many days more beyond that, for sure.
We'll be watching very closely. Father, thank you so much for being with us today, and happy Easter.
Likewise, happy Easter to you. Thank you so much.
All right, stay with us. Of course, more coverage here to come of the death of Pope Francis and those showing up to St. Peter's Square in the Vatican right now to honor his life. We'll keep our eye on this story. Of course, much more to come as well. The stock market falling again today. We got more to talk about when it comes to the tariffs. And also what's going on at the Pentagon with these leaks, and the White House responding to that today, calling it fake news. All that and more ahead here on John Bachman Now. Don't go away.
It's a fact. 80% of your immune system is controlled by gut bacteria, and many people suffer from digestion woes. Dr. David Brownstein created Bactipro to help. This premium formula supports optimal immune health and contains 6 powerful probiotics. So try Bactipro to see if it helps you with our risk-free offer. Get 30 days of Bactipro at no cost to you. Go online now or call us toll-free today.
Car insurance for seniors can be very expensive.
But don't assume that just because you're over 65 that you've got to pay outrageously high rates.
Are you paying too much for your auto insurance? If so, you're just throwing your money away.
Well, now is the time to check on your auto insurance rates.
You may be able to save a lot of money.
So call the number on your screen right now and find out how much you can save.
1-800-997-4197.
Huh, why would anybody do that?
If you're paying high interest rates on your credit cards, you're burning money. We're Consolidated Credit, and we've been helping Americans for over 30 years. Let us work with your creditors to reduce your total payments by up to 50%. Lower your high interest rate credit cards and stop juggling multiple payments. We help you pay down your debt faster than you can on your own, all while saving you thousands in interest charges. Consolidate your credit card bills into one affordable payment today. You don't have to be good with money, because we are. Call 800-507-7429 for a free consultation or go to debtfree.com. 800-507-7429. Call Consolidated Credit. 800-507-7429.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the death of Pope Francis. Of course, many of us know the Pope as the Pope, the vicar of the church here on earth. But not as many people know him. What's he like as a person on a one-on-one level? Senior judicial analyst. Judge Andrew Napolitano spent a week at the Vatican. He got a chance to dine with the Pope. Judge Knapp joins us now with some thoughts on the Pope's passing. And Judge, I also heard you talking earlier as well about getting to see the Pope when he was there in Congress as well. So tell us about your experience with Pope Francis.
Well, I had a ticket from Congressman Thomas Massey. A good Methodist gave this Catholic ex-judge his seat in the House of Representatives. So I was seated with other members of Congress facing the Pope directly, made eye contact with him many times. In fact, my good friend, Governor Christie of New Jersey, was in the balcony behind the Pope, so he saw the back of his head, and he kept mouthing to me, "How did you get those seats?" But as I said, Congressman Massey did. But more importantly, last March, I was a visiting instructor for 4 days at the Pontifical University of Social Sciences, which is a university owned by the Vatican, inside the Vatican, with no professors and no students. However, it brings together for 4-day weekends, 40 weeks of the year, people to lecture each other on various topics. We were there to commemorate the 750th anniversary of the death of St. Thomas Aquinas. My topic, because of a book I had then recently published, was the origins of natural rights from Thomas's teaching. So we each lectured for each other for a half an hour, and then the 24 others in our group questioned us. And before this happened, I received a phone call from the Vatican, and the woman said to me on the phone, "Judge, we'll put you up at any 5-star hotel you want, but would you mind staying in the guest house where the Pope lives?" Would I mind? Of course, who would mind that? So for 5 days, I lived in the same guest house where the Pope did, along with 25 others in our group. We all had our own rooms. I call it a guest house. It's actually a small, very small, maybe 50 or 60 rooms, upscale hotel built by John Paul II. And we dined with him. Now I say dined with him. He wasn't at any of our tables. He was at another table. He was maybe 10 feet away from me. His back was to us. He wasn't well. He didn't look well, and he wasn't interested in having conversation with us. When we arrived at the hotel to check in, you get a briefing from the Swiss Guard. Swiss Guard looks at me and he says, "Don't talk to him. Don't make eye contact with him. Don't call him by name. And whatever you do," and he holds up his mobile device, "don't take a selfie." So I didn't call out to the Pope. He just sat there at his own table with 2 aides, quietly having dinner with them. At the end of the week, as I was about to check out, I was in a hallway by myself. I turned around, and there he was, all by himself. And we just looked at each other, and I thought, they don't want me to say anything to him. What am I going to say? So I went like this, and I said, "Your Holiness." And he looked at me, and he got in an elevator and disappeared. He was ashen, he was bloated, he did not look well, but he had a twinkle in his eyes. John, it's a brief experience, but one you never forget. I'm Catholic, I'm a traditional Catholic. I disagreed and still disagree with much of his papacy, but he was the vicar of Christ on earth. And to be that close to him and to know that the image of my face was in his brain as the image of his face was in my brain at the same time is deeply moving and utterly unforgettable.
No, I think what you said is so important, especially on the topic that you were invited to speak about at the Vatican, and this idea of natural law and how it relates to our rights given to us from God. And you think about the way Pope Francis often weighed in on these controversial political topics, but also at the same time, when it came to the foundations of the Catholic faith and the teaching of the Church, he seemed to welcome in new people, whether it was gays and lesbians, and his reaching out to them, or even people who are divorced or remarried, formerly banned from rejoining the Catholic Church. He would open the door to the Church and welcome these folks back in, but then point to the Scripture and say, the Scripture is still the Scripture.
You know, one of the traditionalists' criticisms of him is the lack of precision. If you read his encyclical Amoris Laetitia, you would think that people who are living in sin, because they're living with somebody to whom they're not married, are able to receive Holy Communion. And the Church, of course, has prohibited this for 2,000 years. And then you read it again, and you can't decide whether or not they are permitted, because there's just a lack of precision in there. So if you ask me what his legacy is going to be, it's an effort to open up the doors. Mm-hmm. It's an effort to move the center of balance to the left, but it leaves a lot of ambiguity in its wake. I think that this conclave will be among the most contentious in history, as various versions of Catholicism vie for a majority. It's got to be a two-thirds majority vote of the cardinals. It's hard to say how this will end up.
Well, I imagine these 5-minute speeches that we'll never ever hear because it's so secretive are going to be very well rehearsed and pointed from these cardinals. And Judge, just to help me get the mental picture in my head, we see some of the traditional uniforms of the Swiss Guard here in this video designed by Leonardo da Vinci. And when you were being spoken to by the Swiss Guard, were they in this uniform or were they wearing more modern clothes?
That's a great question. There's two sets of Swiss Guards. There's the ones that do wear those uniforms, and you see them every day, and they memorize your name and face. So when I entered, they addressed me by name, and I had never been there before. And every time I came in, they addressed me by name. However, the ones that actually lectured us on don't touch them, don't take a picture, etc., they were plain clothed. They were armed. They looked just like American Secret Service agents.
Yes, those are the ones we see running next to the Pope Mobile. And I often wondered, I didn't know this, if these were the same people, but I'm learning now for the first time that these are different roles that they play in the Swiss Guard. But just one of the many things we'll be talking about for the next 3 weeks or so as the Vatican transitions from Pope Francis to our next Pope. Judge Andrew Napolitano is sticking around with us. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Supreme Court, another huge story to discuss coming up in just a few moments. Stay with us, Judge Napolitano, and we'll be back as well.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
This is an urgent notice for anyone that owes over $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS. You may qualify to have a large portion of your past due taxes forgiven. Civic Tax Relief Special Tax Relief Hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I owed the IRS $37,000. Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS. By the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Don't take on the IRS alone. Call for your free tax forgiveness information now.
With Civic Tax Relief, they were able to save me upwards of $80,000 that I would have had to pay had I not reached out to them.
Civic Tax Relief can help stop wage garnishment, protect your home, and save you thousands. Get your free tax forgiveness information now. 800-200-3009. 800-200-3009. That's 800-200-3009. 800-200-3009.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy.
With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief, and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 40% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus smart strap to secure your Ready Rocker and the Ready Rocker protective cover.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-774-7492 or go to buyreadyrocker.com. That's 1-800-774-7492 or go to buyreadyrocker.com. Call now.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us. This is a live look for you at the White House, where you can see the flag has been lowered to half staff, as not just the staff there at the White House, but around the world. Folks, today mourning the death of Pope Francis, the Vicar of Christ here on earth, passing away early this morning here. It was about, I guess, 7:30 local time in Rome when the announcement went out. For more on the reaction from the White House today, including this recent meeting with the Vice President just had with the Pope yesterday, White House correspondent Mike Carter joins us now with more on that. Hey, Mike.
Hey, John, good afternoon. Well, as Catholics around the world mourn the loss of Pope Francis, the White House today sending its condolences to the Holy See. As you just mentioned, President Trump today signing an executive order ordering all federal and state flags at half staff in honor of Pope Francis.
I just signed an executive order putting the flags of our country, all of them, all federal flags and state flags, at half-mast in honor of Pope Francis. So he was a good man, worked hard, he loved the world, and it's an honor to do that.
President Trump taking to Truth Social this morning saying, "Rest in peace, Pope Francis. May God bless him and all who loved him." The White House today posting photos of President Trump and First Lady Melania, who visited with Pope Francis while visiting the Vatican during the president's first term in 2017. And just over the weekend, Vice President Vance meeting at the Vatican with the Pope. J.D. Vance and Pope Francis seen on Easter Sunday together before the Vice President and his family departed for India for tariff talks with India's Prime Minister Moody. Vance responding to the Pope's passing today on X, saying, "I just learned of the passing of Pope Francis. My heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill, but I'll always remember him for the homily he gave in the very early days of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul." Well, today here at the White House, it's the annual Easter egg hunt. 40,000 people expected to visit 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue today, all to be part of the tradition that goes back to 1878 when President Rutherford B. Hayes agreed to open the White House South Lawn for egg rolling on Easter Monday. All proceeds from today's Easter egg roll go directly to the White House Historical Association, founded by First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy to protect, preserve, and provide public access to the executive mansion. And John, President Trump today will be speaking with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the two expected to talk about a possible ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and also Iran's nuclear deal. And next hour, John, coming up at 1 o'clock, we'll show you what President Trump had to say about those Easter bunnies that were walking around with him today. You remember Joe Biden had some interaction with some Easter bunnies about a year ago. President had some choice words to say about that.
And of course, the pictures and stuff that come out of these events now, we always have to double check because of AI. But did I see a picture of President Trump coloring with children today? Was that real, Mike Carter?
You did.
Okay.
That was real. The president taking some time with some kids, and he had some interesting words to say relating back to that infamous incident of, remember that Easter bunny with the walkie-talkie on, sort of leading the former president around. Not so much the case here today with President Trump.
We always wondered who was actually inside the Easter egg or the Easter bunny costume. And I will just say, not awkward to watch President Trump color with kids. Couldn't say that for his predecessor with anything kid-related. Mike Carter for us at the White House. We'll hear what President Trump had to say about his predecessor at the Easter egg roll as well. Thank you so much, Mike. All right, Judge Andrew Napolitano is back with us, and one of the big stories we were planning on covering today, and we are still going to cover here today, is the Supreme Court decision, Judge, from this past weekend with Justices Alito and Thomas agreeing with the White House that they do have the right to deport illegal immigrants under the Alien Enemies Act. Can you just give us your response to this 7-2 decision by the Supreme Court?
A very, very unusual procedure by the Supreme Court, John. So about 50 Venezuelan immigrants were at a holding facility in Texas and were told they were going to get in buses to be driven to the airport. Lawyers in their behalf filed an emergency application before a federal district court judge in Texas, whose jurisdiction includes the location where the holding facility and the airport are. That judge denied their request. They then did something that's unheard of. They filed an appeal to the United States Supreme Court for the Fifth Circuit in New Orleans, and at the same time filed an emergency appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States. At this point, it's about 10 o'clock on Saturday night on the East Coast. A few minutes before 12 on Saturday night, the Supreme Court rules by 7-2 without even waiting to hear the Intermediate Appellate Court in New Orleans, which is standard operating procedure. The Supreme Court rules 7-2 that flight is not to take off and those immigrants are not to be deported until further order of the court. On Sunday morning, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans ruled that the flight can leave. Of course, the Supreme Court trumps, no pun intended, the Fifth Circuit. So the Supreme Court's ruling still stands. Now, why did Justices Alito and Thomas dissent? Well, if you read Justices Alito's dissent, it's very, very rational. It says, wait a minute, the government didn't respond here. We're not giving the government any time to appear before the court either in person or by submitting papers. We have never, ever restrained the government like this without giving it an opportunity to address us, and we shouldn't do so now. There's no opinion from which Justices Alito and Thomas are dissenting. It's just an order from the court. We assume it was 7-2 because nobody else on the court wrote anything. It is, if I may editorialize a little bit, John, a disservice to the judiciary and to the legal community when the court just issues an order like that. I realize it was 11:57, but here it is Monday morning. I realize the Pope has passed and maybe that's interfered with their schedule, but we still don't have reasons why the court did what it did. But its ruling stands, and the government has said it will reluctantly abide by that ruling until the court rules otherwise.
And what's the next step in the process? Because I do understand that the Trump administration has already put forth an appeal, or they're trying to appeal.
Okay, well, the next step in the process actually sends this case back to the trial judge in Texas for actual litigation over the proper use of the Enemy Alien Act. There has never been a ruling on how this act is to be complied with, other than these snippets of emergency rulings. Don't do this, and if you do, you must do that. So the case is back in Texas now, but the Supreme Court's order still supersedes whatever that judge in Texas is going to do.
And from your interpretation of this, is the Supreme Court expecting Congress the Alien and Enemies Act, which allows the president to deport, foreign actors, anyone they deem to be a threat to the national security, that they want Congress actually to declare a war before this can be used by the president. How do you see this playing out?
Well, it's hard to speculate with accuracy as to what the court wants. However, this was a real smack in the face to the administration. For the court to restrain the President of the United States before Department of Justice lawyers even had an opportunity to file documents with the court is something that I can't remember seeing in the past. The act presumes, because it's called Enemy Alien Act, and the act defines an enemy as an agent of a country with which the United States is at war. So if the court says this act can only be used when we have declared war on a country or they're waging war on us, that will stop all use of this, because right now, even though we're funding two wars, one in Gaza and one in Ukraine, we are not at war with another country.
Yeah, and that's a whole other topic. I think you and I might be able to agree on the fact that there needs to be more involvement for Congress before we start bombing people and before we get into these military actions. We'll see if that is part of this decision and where this goes. Judge Andrew Napolitano, unfortunately, we are out of time. I will look forward to having that conversation with you about the role of Congress in declaring wars some other day. But we'll leave it here for now. Thank you, Judge.
Pleasure to be on with you, John. Thank you so much.
All right, take care. All right, we're going to have more coming up, more global reaction to the death of Pope Francis. And as you can see here, the White House now honoring the late pontiff, flying the flags there at half-staff. We'll be right back.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Here's an important message from the NEWSMAX Diabetes Solution Center. If you have diabetes, you know the pain of pricking your fingers. But now, by wearing a small device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce your pain right away. It's easy to use and helps you make more accurate diabetes treatment decisions. If you use insulin daily, you might be eligible to get your own continuous glucose monitor. Call the NEWSMAX Diabetes Solution Center to learn about this groundbreaking new CGM technology. If you have Medicare or private insurance, call to see if you qualify for a CGM at little or no cost. Shipping is free and will even bill your insurance company for you. NEWSMAX is the #1 rated supplier on Google and Facebook reviews. So call us right now to see if you qualify for a CGM at little or no cost. NEWSMAX. Better service. Better care.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's gone.
There's this side and this side. This to this.
50 and haven't slept in weeks. 35 and fresh from a vacation.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home. I had the timer on, and we were screaming. 4 minutes, 34 seconds, completely gone.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. These lines bother me.
They really do. And this is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. So it targets all those problem areas.
So this would be a daily thing, or
it absolutely could be a daily thing, but the way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
Welcome back. As you can see here, this is a live look for you at St. Peter's Square, and the sun is now getting low in the sky, silhouetting almost St. Peter's Basilica on the dome there in the Sistine Chapel, where the conclave will begin after this 9-day mourning period. Pope Francis dying early this morning at the age of 88. For more on Pope Francis's life and legacy, Alex Salvi takes a look back.
As the first non-European pope, the former Jorge Bergoglio of Buenos Aires, Argentina, became a historical figure, rising through the ranks of Catholicism, from Archbishop of Buenos Aires to being a member of his church's governing board, the College of Cardinals. Bergoglio always maintained a common touch. In 2013, following the surprise abdication of Pope Benedict XVI, the College of Cardinals elected Argentina's Bergoglio as the new pope.
Buonasera.
4 months after assuming the throne of St. Peter, he stunned many Catholics by seeming to reverse his church's traditional position on homosexuality. Quote, "If a gay person is in search of God, who am I to judge them?" he told reporters on his official airplane before quickly backtracking from that position. Pope Francis also continued to apologize to the families of children abused by pedophile priests in what was inarguably Catholicism's biggest scandal. In 2016, he hinted strongly that then presidential candidate Donald Trump was not a Christian because of his support of a wall along the border. The audience with Trump when he became president did not go well, but Francis did have cordial meetings with Barack Obama and Joe Biden.
He challenged the Trump administration in its opening days, nominating Robert McElroy as Bishop of Washington, D.C., a vocal critic of the new administration tasked with pushing the pontiff's vision in the U.S. Capitol. Francis himself frequently criticized the immigration policies of President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance.
In 2023, in one of the rarest scenes in 2 millennia of Catholic Church history, Pope Francis presided over the funeral of his predecessor, Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI, bringing an end to a saga of 2 living popes living within the walls of Vatican City. The Pope, battling several health issues himself later in life, persisted through personal and global turmoil, praying for peace in Ukraine and calling on Moscow and Kyiv to negotiate, while establishing a Vatican peace envoy to assist in the efforts. He insisted that the Catholic Church was open to everyone, but he continued to try to thwart the efforts of traditional Catholics to worship in the Latin Rite, used by the Church for 2,000 years, in favor of the vernacular Mass, more in use since the 1970s. It kick-started a series of events over the coming years that would pit progressive members of the Church against traditionalists, such as suggesting it may be possible to bless same-sex unions, again extending a hand to the community, much like he did years before. Francis also opened up the Church to women, significantly increasing the Vatican's female workforce, including in high-ranking positions.
His final acts, however, focused on securing his legacy as a liberal reformer whose worldview lives on after his passing. And his successor is tasked with taking on these sensitive issues. And with over 70% of voting-age cardinals appointed by Francis, the next pope will likely share his vision for the Church.
In the days following Pope Francis's death, there are those who will call for him to be canonized. In other words, to be made a saint to be prayed to. Others will declare him a heretic. As in life, there is very little middle ground. He will surely be remembered as a spiritual leader of consequence, and one whose career was shrouded in controversy. In Vatican City, for NEWSMAX, I'm Alex Salvi.
Alex Salvi. We'll try to get another live report from Alex as well, who's on the ground at the Vatican. Well, the Pope, on one of his final acts, meeting with Vice President J.D. Vance on Easter Sunday, We'll get more on that from John Glasgow right after this.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
America is blessed with countless servicemen and women who have bravely fought on our behalf. They've paid the price in body and spirit so we can enjoy our freedom.
By joining the military during a very active period of war, I absolutely went into it with the idea that I could die. Both my legs were amputated due to an IED that I sustained while I was deployed to Iraq. I mean, I'm still here, so there must be something more.
Far too many struggle to get the care and benefits they earned through service and sacrifice. Disabled American Veterans is a lifesaver for our injured heroes. They help service members of all ages get the help they need, but they can't do it alone.
There were moments of frustration where you can't do this anymore, you can't go here anymore. I absolutely felt like I lost some of my purpose.
I'm asking you to join me and other patriotic Americans and donate only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. Your monthly donation will help veterans like Nick Kolchar. For 100 years, DAV, Disabled American Veterans, has been fighting to keep our promises to our injured heroes each and every day, ensuring that our sons and daughters get the care and assistance they deserve. You'll help them get the financial and medical benefits they've earned and receive the care and emotional support they need. When you call or go online right now with your pledge of just $19 a month, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a way you can share your support of our brave veterans. Join me and other patriotic Americans and support DAV. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can say thank you in the most meaningful way. Please call or go online to helpdav.org and donate now. Thank you, and God bless you.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
All right, a live look for you there at St. Peter's Square, the Vatican, the Sistine Chapel, St. Peter's Basilica, all there in the background. And we see continual streams of people there filing in to pay their respects to Pope Francis, the Vicar of Christ on earth, passing away early this morning. And now we will be in a 9-day mourning period, and then the conclave will begin after that. As we remember, the Pope, one of the final images that we saw of him, of course, was his meeting with Vice President J.D. Vance on Easter Sunday. John Glasgow joins us live now with more on that historic meeting. John?
Yeah, John, I mean, this moment here was something to be had. VP Vance was one of the few people that was able to see the Pope before he passed away. He met with the Catholic Church leader on Easter Sunday before he and his family left for India. The meeting only lasted a few minutes, where the two exchanged Easter greetings and posed for pictures. The Vice President converted to Catholicism in 2019, but Vance and the Pope, they've tangled over immigration recently. The Pope called the Trump administration's plan to mass deport illegal aliens a quote, major crisis. That did not come up when the two met on Sunday. Vance said that to the Pope that I do pray for you every single day. And the VP did put this out on X here this morning. He said, I just learned of the passing of Pope Francis. My heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill. But I'll always remember him for the Valo homily that he gave me the very early days of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul. Now, President Trump also reacting to the Pope's passing, writing on Truth Social this: rest in peace, Pope Francis. May God bless him and all who loved him. So Vance and his family just arrived in India for a 4-day visit. The Indian Prime Minister welcomed Vance and his family to his residence today. New Delhi is looking to avoid U.S. tariffs and negotiate a bilateral trade deal with Washington. So the Vice President will discuss with Prime Minister Moody this bilateral deal. Now, the U.S. is India's largest trading partner, and the two sides, they have set this ambitious target of more than doubling their bilateral trade by 2030 to $500 billion. So Modi was among some of the first leaders to visit the U.S. and hold talks with Trump after he returned to the White House. So the Vice President, his wife Usha, her parents are actually from India. They're joined there by their children. The couple will visit some historical sites on their trip there while they discuss these bilateral trade discussions. But the Vice President has yet to address any of the reporters. We'll wait to see if he has anything more to say about that meeting with the Pope and the passing of the Pope as well. We'll send it back to you, John.
All right, John Glasgow live. Thank you, John. Well, Carol Roth is joining us now. We're going to pivot from the Pope to tariffs and what's going on now around the world with that. Carol, obviously you've been focused a lot of our attention to the tariffs, to the Pope, and just had a chance to kind of look at the stock market down again. A lot of the headlines, too, sound pretty bleak. China warning other countries not to team up with the United States against them. And there's some talk now, J.D. Vance, as he moves from the Vatican, he's going now to India to talk about trade. What does this conversation look like between J.D. Vance and Narendra Modi?
Well, I wish I could be a fly on the wall during that conversation, John. I hope it's one that comes to a swift conclusion, because what the market and the economy right now needs is a little bit of certainty. And certainly we know that there are conversations that are in progress with Japan, with India, and the like, but we want to see an actual deal. We want to see some concrete outcomes to say, okay, we're actually moving from the theoretical phase into the real phase, and maybe we can see that light at the end of the tunnel.
What do you make to Donald Trump's been pretty aggressive about Jerome Powell, basically calling for his ouster? You know, this is not something the president really can. I mean, again, maybe, who knows? I'm not familiar with all the rules here, but the Fed is supposed to be independent. How is this playing into the fear of investors, Trump fighting with Jay Powell?
Yeah, so this is not going over particularly well, and it's something that if I had the president's ear, I would caution against, because the reality is the fiscal mess that the Biden administration has left behind has left us in a period of what we consider to be fiscal dominance. That's where fiscal and other government policy is actually going to dominate monetary policy. And we saw this as Jerome Powell started to cut interest rates last year. We saw the yields on the 10-year actually spike, the opposite of what you would expect is going to happen. So the Fed can influence the short end of the yield curve, those short-term rates, but the long term is really set by the market. And so by putting pressure on Powell, in addition to all of the tariff and economic chaos, I would say, don't worry about that, because at the end of the day, what you do is going to have a lot more influence over what happens to that long end of the yield curve, the 10-year yield and up, than what Chair Powell is doing right now.
And there's some talk that J.D. Vance could become the sort of unofficial tariff czar. Is that a job that you would want, Carol Roth?
No, absolutely not. I thought that President Trump liked J.D. Vance. And so, from him to get that job, it's kind of like when Kamala got the border czar position from Biden. I don't think that I'd be wanting that. But I will say it's a great chance for J.D. Vance to have some leadership. And if he can get some meaningful deals done quickly, then that actually boosts his credibility in terms of perhaps a run next time around. So, it's not a job that you would necessarily raise your hand for, but if you can work some miracles here, well, that actually could play to his favor.
And again, this is, doesn't sound like something the Trump administration would do, but if they are looking for an off-ramp and they wanted to have a spokesperson, J.D. Vance has been very articulate about tariffs, both in their application now and what he said about them in the past, even though those viewpoints are obviously a little different based on President Trump. But maybe J.D. Vance is the guy to bring us back from this period of these unknown tariffs. And the other thing, too, Carol, we hear often, or I should say unknown in terms of how long they're going to last, is, you hear this stuff is often priced into the market oftentimes when these announcements finally do come. But it doesn't appear, based on the continual downturn of the market, that any of this was really priced in before it actually took place.
No, absolutely not, because there was, sort of this philosophy around Trump that you would take him seriously, but not literally. And so the scope of the tariffs have been so much bigger than I think people had expected. And at this point have gone on for a longer period of time, that it's really just created a pocket of uncertainty. It's hard to price something in when the tariffs could go anywhere. They could be, done in a day, or they could go on China to 500%. We just do not know. And so that's when you're dealing with the wild card. Sometimes that's great for negotiation, but it's not great for the market's uncertainty and pricing it in. And by the way, every time we've seen something leak out about a pause or a potential pause, we've seen a turnaround. So we do know the market should act positively, best guess, if we were to get that certainty. But right now, everything is so up in the air. It's really tough. And that's why, by the way, that we're seeing a big flight to safe haven assets, not in treasuries, but in gold. And so if you're owning gold right now, John, I hope you own some, because that's making you quite happy.
Well, we know Peter Schiff has been talking about this for a long time. I wish I was in more precious metals, as is always the case. I can't keep up with all the news. That's why you just got to diversify, play the long game, Carol, and take advice from a paid fiduciary professional. Enjoy the conversation that Carol and I have. Use that as a starting point, of course, but go talk to a pro before you do anything. Carol, always great to have you with us, and thanks for being flexible as we negotiate Pope Francis's death and plan for that breaking news as well. Thank you so much.
May his memory be a blessing.
Well put. Well put. Well, we still have a lot more to come, including more on the life and death of Pope Francis. And we'll also talk about a second chat group, a signal chat that may be leaked involving Pete Hegseth, the White House calling it fake news. What's really going on here? We'll talk about that as well, coming up next.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Are you looking for a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Well, look no further. A Safe Step walk-in tub is the best in its class. The ultra-low Easy Step helps keep you safe from having to climb over those high-walled tubs, allowing you to age gracefully in the home you love. Now, for a limited time, when you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free safety package. And if you call today, you'll also receive $1,500 off your entire order. Yes, $1,500 off. Now, you can enjoy the best of both worlds. The therapeutic benefits of a warm, soothing bath that can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and even improve sleep. Or, if you prefer, you can take a refreshing shower with our stand-up shower package. Call today and receive a free safety package, plus $1,500 off.
Does the state of this economy have your head spinning? Let American Medical Plans relieve one burden, health insurance. American Medical Plans specializes in under 65 health insurance plans that have zero copays and no deductibles. You choose your doctors and hospitals. These plans have nothing to do with your income and are 30 to 60% less than Obamacare. If you're paying too much for your own health insurance, call American Medical Plans. You deserve better. They will customize a plan managed by you, not the government.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance, a rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. But be careful. Many policies you see do not have one. But you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase, guaranteed. This is lifelong coverage that can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, guaranteed. And your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and read about this rate lock for yourself. You'll also get a free beneficiary planner. Both are free with no obligation. Don't miss out. Call for information, then decide. Read about the 30-day 100% money-back guarantee. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record important information and your final wishes. And it's yours free just for calling. So don't wait. Call 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. Call now.
And thanks so much for staying with us here as we continue to follow the death of Pope Francis here as we enter hour 2 of John Bachman Now on this Easter Monday. Just one day after we saw Pope Francis for the last time. He passed away earlier this morning in his apartment at the Vatican. Catholics now beginning their 9-day mourning period before the conclave begins, and the selection of the next pope will proceed following that. Joining us now with reaction live from the White House is correspondent Mike Carter. President Trump talking about Pope Francis today at the Easter egg roll. Mike, good afternoon.
Hey, John. Good afternoon. A day of celebration here at the White House and a day of mourning, as it is for over 1 billion Catholics around the world. The White House sending its condolences to the Holy See today. President Trump issuing an executive order this morning ordering all federal and state flags to be at half-staff in honor of Pope Francis.
I just signed an executive order putting the flags of our country, all of them, all federal flags and state flags, at half-mast in honor of Pope Francis. So he was a good man, worked hard, he loved the world, and it's an honor to do that.
The White House today posting photos of President Trump and First Lady Melania meeting with Pope Francis while visiting the Vatican during the president's first term in 2017. Meanwhile, Justice Samuel Alito was joined by Justice Clarence Thomas in a dissent notice that criticized his colleagues for their late-night decision over the weekend to halt the deportation of Venezuelan migrants currently being held in a Texas detention center under the Alien Enemies Act. Alito says the order, given following an emergency appeal by the ACLU, was given prematurely before the courts could hear the government's position. In a scathing Easter message to his detractors, President Trump Trump chastising what he calls radical left lunatics and weak and ineffective judges who he says want to allow gang members into the U.S. The Alien Enemies Act, of course, used to deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who the Trump administration claims is an illegal alien and alleged wife-beater with ties to MS-13, along with hundreds of illegal migrants who the White House says are gang members. Well, today here at the White House, a bit of a celebration. It is the annual Easter egg hunt. 40,000 people expected to visit 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue today to be a part of a tradition that goes back to 1878. President Rutherford B. Hayes agreed to open the White House South Lawn back in 1878 for the first egg rolling on Easter Monday. Today's proceeds for today's Easter egg roll will go directly to the White House Historical Association, founded by First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy, to protect, preserve, and provide public access to the executive mansion. And you probably remember this scene of President Biden back in 2022 needing to be led around the South Lawn by the Easter Bunny. Well, today, President Trump had this to say about his predecessor.
Do you remember the bunny with Joe Biden? Remember? Do you remember when the bunny took Joe Biden out? He's not taking Trump out. Anyway, that was a beautiful moment when the bunny saved Joe Biden.
And new reports today, John, about Pete Hegseth possibly sharing attack plans on Signal. The president asked about that today at the Easter egg roll. He said he's doing a great job. Just ask the Houthis how he's doing. John?
Yes, ask the Houthis. You could also talk, they're not talking about the recruitment levels at the Pentagon going up as well, or the other positive stories of the Pentagon. They're focused on Pete Hegseth. We'll see what that is all about in the coming days. Mike Carter live for us at the White House. Mike, thank you. All right, for more reaction on Pope Francis, let's get out to Congressional correspondent Kilmeny Ducarche. Joins us live now from Capitol Hill, where Pope Francis spoke before a joint session of Congress 10 years ago. Hey, Kilmeny.
Yeah, John, absolutely. A decade ago, Pope Francis became the first pontiff to address a joint session of Congress in 2015. Then Speaker of the House John Boehner and then Vice President Joe Biden presided over his remarks, which aimed to inspire America's legislative body to set aside its own interests and work toward the common good.
Each son or daughter of a given country has a mission, a personal and social responsibility. Your own responsibility as members of Congress is to enable this country by your legislative activity to grow as a nation. You are the face of its people. They are representatives.
The Ohio Republican, a Catholic, recalling their encounter on social media today, saying, "Speaker, will you pray for me?" With those words, Pope Francis changed my life. He will forever hold a place in America's history as the first pope to address a joint meeting of the U.S. Congress and in hearts across the world for his compassionate stewardship of the church. Well, the congressional leadership of today reacting to his passing, Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune posting this. Pope Francis led a life of faithful witness to the gospel. He dedicated himself to spreading the good news with joy, and he will be remembered as a humble servant of God and a man of great compassion for those in need. May he rest in peace and receive his reward. And Democratic Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer with this: I join the world in mourning the sad news of Pope Francis's passing. Pope Francis's message of hope, his compassion and love for the less fortunate was felt in every corner. His papacy will be remembered as a beacon of light and hope against the darkness. And Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says, thankful for the moral, visionary, and groundbreaking leadership of Pope Francis. May God watch over the Vatican and the Catholic Church during this time of transition. Now, Pope Francis's words here, John, that if politics must truly be at the service of the human person, it cannot be a slave to the economy and finance, still very much relevant today. John?
Watching the video of John Boehner, Kilmeny, I forgot about how emotional he was, a devout Catholic, having this happen while he was still Speaker of the House. Kimberly Ducart, live for us on the Hill. Thank you, Kim. Now let's get some more international reaction, which is also pouring in today. Let's go live now to Sarah Williamson. She joins us with that part of the story from London. Hi, Sarah.
Hey, John, good to be with you. Look, we're seeing reactions coming in from countries all over the world, even those that are not exactly connected to Catholicism. But here in the UK, a country deeply rooted in Christianity, the loss of the Catholic leader is certainly being felt. Church bells have been ringing consistently throughout the city this Easter Monday, with many heading to church both for the holiday and also to pay their respects to the Pope. Now, King Charles was one of the first people here to release a statement saying, quote, "My wife and I were most deeply saddened to learn of the death of Pope Francis. Our heavy hearts are somewhat eased, however, to know that His Holiness was able to share an Easter greeting with the Church and the world." Now, Prime Minister Keir Starmer also releasing this, that he is deeply saddened to hear of the death of His Holiness Pope Francis. His tireless efforts to promote a world that is fairer for all will leave a lasting legacy. And from the Pope's hometown, or his home, he should say, his birthplace, Javier Milei gave this statement in Argentina, saying that the presidency's office deeply regrets the death of the first Argentinian leader of the Catholic Church. Milei praised Francis's focus on interreligious dialogue, encouragement of spirituality among the young as well. And also here in Europe, the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, she said that Francis' life was defined by his efforts to build a fairer and more peaceful world. Now, in India as well, Prime Minister Narendra Moody said that Pope Francis will always be remembered as a beacon of compassion, humility, spiritual courage by millions across the world. These reactions have been pouring in, as I mentioned, from several countries. I can't go through them all, of course, because there is so many, but this is something that is being felt all over the world, and not just from the Catholic community, but all those who were touched by Pope Francis in some way. John?
He did touch literally billions of people's lives. Sarah Williamson, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back. More on our coverage on the death of Pope Francis, and also what comes next for the Catholic Church. We're in a 9-day mourning period now, and then the conclave will begin. You've heard Alex Salvi and others report that Pope Francis appointing 70% of the current College of Catholic Cardinals. They're the ones who will select the next Pope. We'll talk more about the future of the Church with the leader of a group called Catholics for Catholics, John Yep. That's next.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
Huh, why would anybody do that?
If you're paying high interest rates on your credit cards, you're burning money. We're Consolidated Credit, and we've been helping Americans for over 30 years. Let us work with your creditors to reduce your total payments by up to 50%. Lower your high interest rate credit cards and stop juggling multiple payments. We help you pay down your debt faster than you can on your own, all while saving you thousands in interest charges. Consolidate your credit card bills into one affordable payment today. You don't have to be good with money, because we are. Call 800-507-7429 for a free consultation, or go to debtfree.com. 800-507-7429. Call Consolidated Credit, 800-507-7429.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Here's that transmission.
But with Endurance, You could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400. Endurance paid it.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
All right, so what now for the Catholic Church? As history and church doctrine dictate, there will be 9 days now of a mourning period, and the new conclave will take place. And these are secret paper ballots. Each ballot is burned after a round of voting. If you remember the last time when Pope Francis was selected, they go through several rounds before they select a new pope. And of course, the white smoke comes out when they have a new pope, the darker smoke when they haven't selected that person yet. But what does the future look like for the Catholic Church? Joining me now is the CEO of Catholics for Catholics, a very powerful organization here in the U.S., and I would imagine just a matter of time before it's a powerful organization around the world as well. John, great to have you with us. John Yep is the CEO.
Great to be back, John. We got just a major topic. It's amazing how even if you're not religious or not Catholic, the whole world has turned their eyes toward Rome. They recognize the significance, even just the geopolitical significance of a pope, in this case Pope Francis, passing away.
Yeah, and one of the things we've been talking about here, John, is the fact that in the pews yesterday at Catholic churches around the world, we've seen more young people than ever before. Calvin Robinson, who I met for the first time in person at your event at Mar-a-Lago, talked about the fact that there are more people joining the Catholic Church in the United Kingdom compared to the Anglican Church, which is something that hasn't happened for like 600 years. And Pope Francis, 88 years old, obviously wasn't the main driver of that. But what do you think is driving this renaissance of faith?
It's a paradox because on one hand, here's the reality, people. Pope Francis has died, and we're not going to paint him as a saint. The fact of the matter is, the man needs our prayers. If he were to be with us right now today, after having seen our Lord, he would probably be the first to say, "Look, there were some horrible, horrendous things that I did during my pontificate where I did not fully represent what a Catholic biblical Christian believes." And there was tremendous obfuscation of Catholic doctrine, along with just some of the other things. The Vatican Accords, where he signed an agreement with the Chinese Communist Party, basically selling out the underground Catholic Church there. There's some, real scandals there in this pontificate. At the same time, we need to pray for this man. And I see that, the fact of the matter is, you're right. We did have many conversions across America. It was a historic number, I believe, this past Easter. So why is that? It's because at the end of the day, whether it's a saint or a sinner leading the church on earth as vicar of Christ, this church is founded on Jesus Christ, and the Lord's message, his salvific message, attracts, and people want that.
John, what do you hope to see from the next pope?
We need to bring this back. There was first of all, there's a tremendous political power play to get Jorge Bergoglio to the Roman See. I was there in Rome in 2013. The screen where you saw I ran down 2 miles from my university to make it in time to see the smoke go up, and I remember it so well. And Catholics and Christians around the world need to pray that this next pope, first of all, is a man of prayer, that is grounded, that he's going to just truly represent as best as he can. He's a human being at the end of the day, our Lord, Christ. We need that fatherly figure to guide us, especially on matters of faith and morality, which is the guarantee that Jesus Christ himself made to us in Matthew 16.
And as folks can see, we're getting some new information on the timeline and how this is going to take place. We'll see Francis's body placed in a coffin at 2 p.m. Eastern time. I imagine we will not see that. Actually, I'm just saying that will take place. And we go through this 9-day period of mourning, John. And as you indicated, there are a lot of things that Pope Francis did that are deeply unpopular with traditional Catholics. And talk about the paradox of this situation. As you said, we would pray for this man, even if you don't agree with everything he did, and we honor his legacy, the good things he did, while also acknowledging the things that he did that, as traditional Catholics, we might not agree with.
Absolutely. God sorts it out at the end of the day. That's the thing. We're in the Catholics. We're in the novena, the 9 days. Speaking of 9 days, leading up to the Feast of Divine Mercy, the feast where we just commemorate that the greatest sinner can, at the very end, turn to our Lord and ask for his mercy and pardon. So we do hope that Pope Francis is in the hands of the Lord and in his merciful hands. But it's time, too, for us to speak up. We got to be challenging the cardinals, okay? Those men who are going to go inside the Sistine Chapel, where our vice president was there just yesterday, they will go inside. They will shut those doors, a conclave, which is a Latin word for key, and they will discern who's the man that needs to lead the church. They need to be strong, and they cannot fall victim to whatever political agenda that may be trying to thwart the voice of the Holy Spirit in the church.
Yes, and they will give 5-minute speeches. There's enormous efforts taken to make sure there is secrecy surrounding the conclave. They do special things to St. Peter's Basilica to make sure that no information can get out. And for Catholics and for many Christians around the world, Easter is not just one day. It is a season, and a season of renewal and a season of hope. And from the Pope himself, John, we heard about this Jubilee year of hope. And you think about that now in the death of Pope Francis and what that actually is going to come to mean for the year 2025.
Absolutely. And John, I hope you'll be actually inside the conclave reporting for us from NEWSMAX. I wouldn't leave it past somehow find a way to get inside that, right? But it's a season of hope, that the church we're looking at right now, it's literally, if you go right from the top of the cupola down to the very, very bottom underneath into the dirt are the bones of St. Peter. That's who Jesus Christ himself called from the Sea of Galilee to help start the church, right? So we got a lot of things to be helpful for. The first pope, he denied Christ 3 times. We read that in the gospel 5 days ago on Holy Thursday. So there's hope for even the worst of us, right, to reach heaven.
Yes, John, and I will just say this. I want to say this very clearly and unequivocally. I would not mess with the Swiss Guard. I will not try to sneak into the conclave to get that reporting. I would be concerned about what the consequences might be. Go ahead, John.
I'm going to go grab a beer with them, which I have done in my time in Rome. So
we just repeat that real quick because we didn't get the first part of it.
The Vatican guards are fierce when it comes to defending Pope, but they are very human guys. When my time in Rome, we had the chance to go out and get beers with them at different times throughout the city. Cool. So they're good men. But yeah, don't mess with them when you're in St. Peter's Square.
That's right. I wouldn't sneak in. I would love to have a beer with the Vatican Guard, though. And as those uniforms, the special uniforms they wear, designed by Leonardo da Vinci, so cool and such amazing part of the tradition of the Vatican itself. John, so great to talk to you again. I look forward to our next conversation. Until then. Take care.
Thank you, John. We'll see you later.
All right, John Yep, CEO of Catholics for Catholics. Well, stick around. We got more to talk about here other than the Pope, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and all the leaks coming from the Pentagon. President Trump making a statement about that today, basically saying, here we go again, blaming the media. We'll talk more about that next.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my
gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 1-800-348-6801. Call now.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered.
A bad camera unit, $800 to repair. A bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
If your car's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Visit EnduranceWarranty.com or
call 1-833-496-4951 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-4951.
All right, welcome back. Another look at Rome for you there, and I think you can see the sun is starting to set there in the sky, and a beautiful look at St. Peter's Square. More mourners filing in to pay their respects to Pope Francis, who died early this morning. Let's get out to Alex Salvi, who joins us live now from the Vatican with more on the scene there. Hey, Alex.
Yeah, John, and as the sun sets here in Vatican City, the certification of Pope Francis' death is expected to take place sometime within the next hour. Now, what that typically would look like is a cardinal would go into the papal residence, say the Pope's name 3 times, the lack of a response confirming that the Pope has indeed passed away. Now, of course, today there are more modern scientific methods of confirming the Pope's passing, but perhaps that speaks to Pope Francis' larger legacy. I mean, he was the first Jesuit to lead the Catholic Church, the first man from Latin America, the first to even take that name. Now, as you mentioned, Pope Francis, as we know, passing away at 7:35 a.m. this morning. A cause of death has not yet been announced, but we know that it came as he dealt with that near-death fight with pneumonia, the one that left him in the hospital for 5 weeks, just being discharged last month, and he was never able to fully recover. The bells of St. Peter's Basilica ringing out this morning, informing Rome and the rest of the world of the news that have taken place, and coming just 24 hours after we saw Pope Francis speak from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica. And after that, he gave his last words at that Urbi et Orbi blessing, where he said he has risen, before getting down in the Pope mobile and greeting some of the worshipers that are here in St. Peter's Square who are out for the Easter festivities. And now, John, today, worshipers are thinking about not only those moments, those last moments with Pope Francis, but also the legacy that he leaves behind from here.
It's just a very sad day. It's honestly, I think, impressive that he made it to Easter. I think that's almost like a miracle for Italy. but it's sad, and I feel like many people might not have realized it yet because it was very recent, and I think tonight is going to be very sad for everyone.
We are really sad about it. We come from Australia. We were hoping there was some chance to see him, but then we heard about it when we came in here, and yeah, it's pretty much devastated all of us. It's really bad, really sad.
Now, Pope Francis sometime tonight will be laid in a wooden coffin with zinc at his request, a much more humble type of presentation than perhaps was used by many of his predecessors. That'll kick off 9 days of mourning, a papal funeral sometime in the next 4 to 6 days. We know that Pope Francis will be laid in St. Peter's Basilica on Wednesday morning. That'll be an opportunity for worshipers to come out to St. Peter's Square and pay their final respects to Pope Francis. And of course, from there, it kicks off the conclave process. I do want to note once again that Pope Francis has nominated 70% of the cardinals that will ultimately choose his successor. So while many people think that his legacy will be carried on with whoever takes his position next, it's worth noting that this is a process that never goes according to plan, John.
This is one thing I've learned from the 2 papal conquests that I've covered in the past, Alex. Doesn't turn out like you'd expect, even for the experts. Thank you, Alex. We'll be watching very closely for the white smoke in the coming weeks. Well, the legacy media is back at it with their sights set on Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Over the weekend, the New York Times reporting that a new Signal chat was found. The report revealed that Hegseth apparently created a group chat named Defense Team Huddle, and that included his wife, his brother, who apparently works at the Pentagon as well, and his personal lawyer. And now the White House is attributing these stories to disgruntled former employees with, quote, shattered egos. Let's bring in now host of the Dan O'Donnell Show and the associate editor of the Post Millennial, Ari Hoffman. The original power panel is back together once again, gentlemen. Great to see you both.
Good to be here, John.
Love it. Great to be here, John.
All right, Ari, first to you on this one. You know what this New York Times story doesn't really get into is the fact that recruiting is way up, morale is way back up in the military. The Pentagon, I mean, the military is actually having more success, particularly against groups like the Houthis. And it's not like things were going well at the Pentagon before Pete Hegseth took over.
No, they weren't at all. In fact, I'm still waiting for them to find the person from the Biden administration who leaked Israel's plans to bomb Iran to Iran. I didn't hear the media jumping all over that so much, or the many other national security leaks that came out of the Biden administration. I didn't hear them talking about how Joe Biden was actually funding Iran, which funded Hamas, funded Hezbollah, funded the Houthi rebels. There was almost no coverage of any of that, and we know all of that led to what has happened since October 7th and October 7th itself. The jumping on Pete Hegseth is specifically because he is so successful and because the military is coming back and coming back stronger than ever. And the military, the media doesn't know what to do with themselves.
Yeah, they don't like the fact that the commander-in-chief is the one that the Pentagon is taking orders from and not a bunch of unelected bureaucrats. Now, we did have this issue, Dan, where we had this guy, Dan Caldwell, and Darren Selnick, who both have left the Pentagon. Apparently, the chief of staff for Pete Hegseth is leaving as well. There was an opinion piece by a former Pentagon spokesman named John Uliat that writes, quote, "It's been a month of total chaos at the Pentagon, from leaks of sensitive operational plans to mass firings. The dysfunction is now a major distraction for the president." He goes on to say that Trump has a strong record of holding his top officials to account, given that it's hard to see Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth remaining in his role for much longer. Well, the White House is defending Pete Hegseth today. Dan?
Yeah, this is nothing new. I mean, it seems like only yesterday, because it was practically yesterday, that we had another scandal involving a Signal chat, a group that included, of course, the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg, in which the media was demanding Pete Hegseth's head on a platter then. Well, then all of a sudden a trade war kicked off, and that got kicked to the back burner. This time it took a grand total of a day before we switched our focus to something else, this time the unfortunate passing of Pope Francis. The reality is that this is an entirely media-driven narrative, that somehow Hegseth is on the outs with President Trump and that it's total chaos. The reality is there was no classified information shared on this secret second group chat. There's no scandal. In fact, Signal is the preferred method of confidential communications for cabinet-level people like Pete Hegseth. It was used during the Biden administration as well. The only chaos here is that you have a bunch of people who are in top-level positions who were not loyal to Hegseth or the Trump administration, who thought they could make their names for themselves like people did in the first Trump administration and start leaking. Well, this time there is a concerted crackdown on said leaks. And frankly, I don't think the media likes it because they're used to getting juicy gossip like this on a weekly basis. And frankly, they are not in the second Trump term.
Well, you know what they really don't like, Ari, is that a guy like Pete Hegseth didn't follow the normal path to become defense secretary. Of course, he worked in the media. You can see the disdain, I think the jealousy, too, from a lot of the establishment press, the way they cover Pete Hegseth and refer to him, you know, negatively as a weekend cable news host. I mean, the guy was a major in the National Guard, maybe even higher ranked than that. But he doesn't come from the foreign policy, military establishment that has dominated these decisions for so long. And that has got to be scary to a lot of these entrenched bureaucrats.
Absolutely it is. Also, he's a guy who comes from the lower level of the military. And those are guys who disagree commonly with the command staff, with the brass. And we've seen how well the brass did under the Biden administration. Look at the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. So this is a guy who's coming from that lower level who says, I think we could do things better. And look at some of the policy wonks who were put in charge of the Defense Department beforehand. Look at the disasters they created. Meanwhile, the Houthis are on their heel. Hezbollah is almost destroyed. Hamas is almost destroyed. And the usual people who said, oh, we can't do anything about these, we just have to maintain the status quo, they're the ones who were proven wrong. And now that the U.S. has destroyed the Houthis so effectively, and that the U.S. is powerful on the world stage again, a lot of them don't like that. They like the status quo of being able to say, oh, well, we got the best of the U.S., or you know what, the U.S. is just here to maintain the status quo. That's not happening anymore. And a lot of it is due to Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth's efforts, especially in the Middle East right now. And then these lower level officials, or these people who are inside the Trump administration, who are left over from God knows when. Is it the Biden administration? Is it a long time before then? They are getting more and more obsolete. They are fighting for their very survival because their entire way of thinking, the swamp, is being drained.
Well, according to NPR right now, Trump has begun a search for a new defense secretary. This coming from NPR, obviously, we'll follow up and find out if that is, in fact, accurate. We'll see where it goes from here. Dan O'Donnell, Ari Hoffman, thank you both for being here today. Gentlemen, take care.
Always a pleasure.
All right, so again this is according to NPR. Donald Trump has apparently begun a search for a new defense secretary. We'll see if this story holds up. When we come back, we're going to talk more about the Supreme Court decision cutting the legs out from underneath the Trump administration when it comes to the Alien Enemies Act. A temporary injunction is in place halting certain deportations. Justice Alito and Thomas, the dissenting voices. What happened there? We'll talk about that next.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now. Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Epsom salt baths have soothed muscles for hundreds of years, but you can't take an Epsom salt bath anywhere. Until now. Introducing Epsomit Soothing Muscle Lotion that deeply soothes your muscles just like an Epsom salt bath. Anytime, anywhere. Epsomit is a drug-free, powerful lotion that is 30 times more concentrated than an Epsom salt bath. It's so unique and works so well, it was awarded a patent. The Epsomit secret is magnesium sulfate, an essential mineral that's been soothing muscles and calming sensitive nerves in Epsom salt baths for over 400 years. Use Epsomit on your feet, lower back, neck, arms, hands, legs, anywhere.
As soon as you start rubbing it in, you feel that soothing, you feel that comfort and that release from the muscles in the areas that are really, really tense.
Epsomit is great for those with muscle and nerve discomfort from aging, serious athletes, and weekend warriors.
If you have ever run long distances, you know that it just takes a toll on your body. For me, Epsomit has been the holy grail. It goes right into your skin, and I like the fact that it works so fast.
Epsomit is an easy-to-use, greaseless lotion, not a sticky cream. Plus, it's fragrance-free, so unlike other products, you won't stink while wearing it. The reviews for Epsomit are amazing. Over 1 million bottles have already been sold. It's time you try Epsomit for all the benefits of an Epsom salt bath without the tub. Go online now to order the Epsomit Soothing Muscle Lotion and the long-lasting Soothing Nerve Lotion for just $39.99. But wait, order right now and will also include free the Calming Foot Lotion for feet, ankles, and leg cramps. Plus, you get free shipping. Altogether, this is an over $60 value, but yours for only $39.99. This is a very limited time offer, so don't wait to get your soothing relief. There's no risk. Satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back. Order right now.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
We got somewhat of a surprise decision from the Supreme Court in a 7-2 decision. The High Court is putting a temporary injunction in place banning these deportation flights of suspected gang members to El Salvador. Back with us now is Ari Hoffman, the associate editor of the Post Millennial. Ari, what was your reaction when you found out that John Roberts and a few, the 7 other justices decided that President Trump doesn't have this authority under the Alien Enemies Act?
Well, I was kind of conflicted because all the people on the left are always saying, well, this is Donald Trump's Supreme Court, and then look how they ruled on this one. But at the same time, I didn't understand the decision at all. I mean, you look at Presidents Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, the amount of illegals that they deported without even using the Alien Enemies Act, and that was allowed with no problem. So is it they don't like the Alien Enemies Act, or is it they don't like deportations? Whatever the case may be, it was also a little odd that they did this seemingly over the weekend in the middle of the night without sending it back to the lower courts. In fact, Justice Alito and Justice Clarence Thomas both called them out for this in their dissenting opinion.
Yeah, I imagine it was a little awkward around the Supreme Court this morning when everyone showed up. I'm just kidding, of course. I know they have their own different way of doing things. But this to a non-legal mind like myself, I think this does begs, the decision here by the justices begs question. Are they expecting Congress to weigh in here and to decide what is a war and what isn't a war, which would then limit the president's power to do so? Well, I think what's concerning for many of us who are familiar with Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3 of the Constitution is this does seem like the judiciary taking away the power of the executive branch, the commander-in-chief.
Absolutely, it does. But then we have all the laws that were enacted after 9/11. So by making all these gangs terrorist organizations, then you know what? They've set up a different option for this. Send them to Gitmo, give them all terror trials the way we did with the people from Al-Qaeda. They still don't have to be in the U.S. and you're not deporting them. I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands of people. So I don't know if Gitmo has the capacity for that. But we're also talking about super violent gang members, many of which have already had their day in court.
Right.
So this seems a very conflicting ruling that I don't really understand. It seems like the justices aren't actually going by the rule of law. It seems like they're more going with whatever they're feeling at the current moment.
There has been some accusations made that John Roberts is maybe a little too sensitive to the news headlines of the day for some of these decisions. I don't know about that. But Dan, when you look at this decision, how do you read it?
Well, it is a temporary injunction, and this is something that the court is going to have to give the full analysis of the constitutional merits of it. On its face, though, it just doesn't square to me if we have an executive branch which ostensibly has the power over national security and borders, and during times of emergency, and really during the normal order of the execution of the nation's immigration laws, the president or the secretary of state basically has wide latitude to deport any undesirable alien. Then what I think you're seeing is the court sort of overstepping its authority. I mean, we never had this level, and just in a broader sense, guys, we've never had this level of lower court rulings all the way up to the Supreme Court this early in a president's term. Right. It just seems a little bit too coordinated. It just seems like the latest strategy to derail a presidency as opposed to actually get solid constitutional law.
I don't know if it's as much coordinated as much as it is just that knee-jerk reaction that so many people have to Donald Trump and everything Donald Trump does. They must stop it before, whether that's right or not, they must stop it at all costs before we can actually analyze whether it's working or not. The other thing, too, is I think that's concerning about this, if you can have one president who's able to basically open up the floodgates and let millions of people into this country without due process, and then you're going to require, due process, the perfect form of due process, whatever that looks like, that U.S. citizens are entitled to for everyone that's been allowed here illegally, then you're going to have a situation where you're never going to be able to deport enough people, and the country is going to stop looking like it's our country. All right, we got to wrap it up there, gentlemen. Dan O'Donnell, Ari Hoffman, thank you guys both.
Always.
All right, let's get back to our coverage of Pope Francis now and welcome in one of our senior statesmen here at Newsmax, someone with bottomless knowledge of Pope Francis's legacy and the Vatican itself. Our correspondent John Gizzi is here. John, great to have you with us.
Great to be here, John, albeit on a sad occasion.
I was speaking to a priest earlier because he was smiling about this, and he was reflecting on the Easter season of renewal. And of course, yes, it is sad that Francis has died, but he is going home to his eternal resting place. So let's talk about the future, John Gizzi, at the Vatican here. The famous saying, as you reminded me in the commercial break, he who goes into the conclave as a pope comes out a cardinal. So we can expect, if anything, we can be certain of surprises, perhaps.
Well, we've had 6 conclaves in my lifetime. 2 of the 6 were coronations. Paul VI in 1963, following the beloved Pope John, and then, of course, Benedict XVI, following Pope John Paul II, to whom he was a right-hand man. Now, those are the exceptions. In 4 conclaves, the outcome was an utter surprise. Very few of the odds makers saw coming the first non-Italian pope in 400 years, back in 1978, John Paul II, of course, and few, if any, saw a cardinal from the Western Hemisphere in 2005, Cardinal Bergoglio, and now Pope Francis. So, again, it is inevitably someone unexpected assumes the throne of St. Peter.
Yes, and John, there are a lot of experts, so to speak, on the internet right now telling us this person is going to be the next pope, this person is going to be the next pope. Your advice to those people would be what?
Find something else to write about these days, because the fact is very few can predict what 120-plus elderly gentlemen will do in a secluded room under oath of secrecy. And remember, they all are princes of the church. Some have seen popes come and go. They are not going to come in with any agenda. And that's why they have a 2-week period, so the cardinals can get to know one another. Francis very rarely brought all the cardinals together, so most of them know one another by email now. And that's why this is such a fluid and uncertain process.
One of the modern twists of this very traditional and ancient tradition of selecting a new pope. John Gizzi, we of course will be checking in with you through all of this conclave.
Well,
and for the next 9 days and morning
as well. It won't
Thank
turn
you,
out like the conclusion of Conclave, let's put it that way.
Okay, fair enough. I have not seen the movie, but I'll take your word for it. Thank you, John. All right, we'll be right back after this.
Emerald Lagasse here, and I'm so excited to tell you about my biggest air fryer yet.
Introducing Emerald Lagasse's Dual Zone Air Fryer Oven. With dual-sided cooking chambers, now you can cook 2 different foods 2 different ways that finish at the same time. No more back-to-back cooking. Now main dish and sides finish at the same time. Enjoy juicy grilled burgers at the same time as air-fried French fries. Broiled savory salmon at the same time as roasted asparagus. Broiled chicken parm finishes at the same time as baked cheesy garlic bread. The secret is in the QuickSync technology that matches the cooking times and settings of each food, so they're programmed to finish at the same time.
I tell you, I cannot recommend this enough. It comes out perfect every single time.
It's awesome. But watch, remove the center divider and it transforms into a large 25-quart capacity oven for delicious family-size Monday to Sunday meals that cook up to 60% faster. Slow cook a pot of Mama's meatballs, delicious savory chili, or bake the easiest homemade bread without turning on that big oven. You can even cook right from the freezer. Mozzarella sticks from frozen to ooey gooey in minutes, or frozen shrimp to sizzling scampi in just 10 minutes. Now you can try Emerald Lagasse's 25-quart dual zone air fryer oven with dual cooking chamber, removable oven divider, and toasting rack in your home for 30 days for just $14.99. But wait, you also get Emerald's free downloadable dual zone recipe book. Order now and we'll automatically upgrade you to his deluxe cooking kit absolutely free, complete with 2 baking sheets, 2 crisper baskets, large baking sheet, the grill plate, the rotisserie spit and fetch tool, plus a 100% satisfaction guarantee and a 1-year VIP protection plan. Plus, ask how you can get free shipping. This offer will not last, so order now.
You're gonna love it. I guarantee it.
Call 1-800-553-5710. That's 1-800-553-5710.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
And I knew something was pretty wrong. A little less than a week after I came home, I couldn't breathe. That's when we decided to go to the hospital. I was given the diagnosis that I had peripartum cardiomyopathy, which is basically a pregnancy-induced heart failure. They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
This could not happen without monthly donations from friends like you. Your sustained support helps fund life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs, like those that gave Jen a second chance at life. Heart disease is the #1 killer in America, and we urgently need your help to save lives. Go to helpheart.org or call now to become a monthly donor today. Your donation of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, will make a difference through prevention, early detection, treatments, and cures that help save lives.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for just every day that I get with my children.
Please go to helpheart.org or call now with your donation of just $19 a month. Join our community of monthly donors, and you'll get this limited edition t-shirt you could wear to show you're helping save lives.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
So please, call or go to helpheart.org now to help save lives.
All right, welcome back. Just wanted to update you on that report that we brought you before from NPR. Apparently, they are claiming that Donald Trump has begun the search for a new press secretary. And as you can imagine, there's some skepticism about this. The White House has now responded. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt posting this on X. This NPR story is total fake news based on one anonymous source who clearly has no idea what they are talking about. As President Trump said this morning, he stands strongly behind Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. So there is that. All right, let's get back to Pope Francis now and bring in Ken Chandler, who's the executive editor of NEWSMAX magazine. And Ken, we have a special issue dedicated to Pope Francis. Here is that cover story. Might be a good idea for folks to pick up a subscription and learn more about the Pope. What will they find out from this edition?
Yeah, this is an in-depth profile of Pope Francis, his strengths, his weaknesses, and his 12-year pontificate. You know, Francis, as I'm sure you've reported, was a bridge builder. He reached out to help the poor and the underprivileged. He strove to embrace Muslims, people with disabilities, migrants, the poor, the homeless. But he's also upset a lot of traditionalists during the 12 years. They believe that he weakened the church on moral issues like abortion and gender ideology. So we take a look at what he actually did, how he ran the Vatican, and we look ahead to what's coming next.
And let's do that right now, because I know there is a section of the article that talks about who could replace Pope Francis. Tell us about that.
So, John, historically, a progressive pope like Francis has tended to be followed by a more conservative pope. But in this case, Francis has stacked the deck. He's appointed 4/5 of the cardinals eligible to vote for his successor. So it also remains to be seen if the cardinals will vote for another progressive as pope, or whether the voices for change inside the church will convince them to elect a conservative. Also, you know, the cardinals, we don't know, do they want a short-term pope, in which case they might choose someone elderly, or a long-term successor, in which case they would pick a younger cardinal? Do they want a European, or maybe someone from Africa or Asia? So there's a lot of unknowns here.
What's interesting to me is to see how quickly certain groups of Catholics have rallied around certain potential candidates. Cardinal Sarah from Africa being one of them, who's very conservative and talked about the need for countries to maintain their own borders. A lot of conservative Catholics are very excited about him, and particularly on his message on the gospel itself. I will just say this, and this is what John Gizzi cautioned me about before, is that Pope Francis was picked by a college of cardinals selected 100% by Pope Benedict and Pope John Paul II. So the famous saying is, you go into the conclave, the next pope, you come out as just a regular old cardinal.
That's right. Yeah, you just never know. I mean, it's actually going to be very, very fascinating to watch the next few weeks.
And that's what makes it so interesting. Not only does it not happen very often, only 3 times in my lifetime that we'll see this, but you don't have the polls and the punditry that you have with politics to base these decisions on. So we're all in for a big surprise, potentially. All right, Ken Chandler, great to see you as always. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, John.
All right, so as you just heard there, NEWSMAX magazine's cover story talks about the next pope. It's a powerful report on the impacts and the controversies of Pope Francis, but also reveals the major candidates set to succeed him. The NEWSMAX team spoke to Vatican insiders about how the next pope could be crucial for the church and for the West. NEWSMAX magazine is very popular with our TV audience. Over 700,000 readers see great articles each month from Bill O'Reilly, Ben Stein, Nancy Brinker, Dick Morris, and a lot more. Make sure you order yours. Get this free offer today. Go online or call the number here on your screen. All right, we will be back with you tomorrow, of course. More on the future of the Catholic Church and what's going on at the Vatican. And we'll also cover the Trump administration and more on these fake news reports, according to the White House, about Pete Hegseth being replaced at the Pentagon. Stay with us. National Desk with Kelly Sadler and Bob Sellers is up next. We'll see you back here tomorrow at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Here's that transmission.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400. Endurance paid it.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
Are you looking for a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Well, look no further. A Safe Step walk-in tub is the best in its class. The ultra-low easy step helps keep you safe from having to climb over those high-walled tubs, allowing you to age gracefully in the home you love. Now, for a limited time, when you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free safety package. And if you call today, you'll also receive $1,500 off your entire order. Yes, $1,500 off. Now, you can enjoy the best of both worlds. The therapeutic benefits of a warm, soothing bath that can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and even improve sleep. Or, if you prefer, you can take a refreshing shower with our stand-up shower package. Call today and receive a free safety package, plus $1,500 off.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
If there's one guarantee in home ownership, it's that things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.